for the prize. To be the best, you gotta beat the best. The story of a legend in the making. To beat the best, to be the best. Yeah, of a legend in the making. History in the making.
Said Reds off to a cracking start. Group 1 and 2 will be playing their final 3 games today. Will they qualify or will they be eliminated from this iQOO BMPS 2024? Only time can tell. But for now, I'm going to be your host to Caster Necro. John alongside with me on the panel is this handsome gentleman, Salty. And today is pretty much the second day for the Said Red. And as we know, last 3 games will be played by Group 1 and 2. And so far, still a few known names are there down in the slumbers.
Absolutely. Known names are there. Some undergods as well who are trying their level best to make it through. And Necro, I personally feel like these last 3 games are going to be the most chaotic games that they've ever played in their life.
Hands down, Team Limra is still right over there. Yesterday's day was quite decent, but still you can't say the graph is on that uphill curve.
Absolutely. Team Limra, I think for them, they've started their consistent run. 2 great games yesterday, and I feel like they're on track, but that big chicken dinner is still missing. I feel like if it doesn't come today, it will be a big question mark.
One thing was for sure, yesterday's day was all about comebacks. Even Galactic Wolves and NUMENxFOREVER, these 2 teams performed out of their minds, especially Galactic Wolves. We were having a full-blown conversation about this team, how it's the returning name, but then they performed when it mattered the most.
Absolutely. The last game yesterday, Necro, inside of Erangel, right? I was completely starstruck on how this team can actually improve in such a short amount of time. Like, that chicken dinner was something we saw in the highlights as well, right? The last moment, they just completely ram on in there with buggies and everything and completely overwhelmed the likes of Legacy Esports. That was brilliant to watch. This is the underdogs that I want to see.
Exactly. Galactic Wolves finally back in their OG form. Even NUMENxFOREVER, a known banner that was struggling for a long time. Finally, it feels like even they found their footing inside of the playing field. Maybe amp up the aggression a little bit more this time around, and NUMENxFOREVER can be one of those perfect squads.
I feel like, personally speaking, today is going to be a very risky day for Numen. If they try and amp up the aggression, I feel like they're right around that qualification marker. For them, it is about consistency. They can keep around that 15-20 point out of 3 games, and I think this team should be good to go.
Hands down, it's time to stick to the comfort zone instead of testing the waters right now. It's better to play the main play style than try something new inside of the playing field. For now, something new. That's going to be the prize pool on the screen. 2 crore rupees are on the line for the iQOO BMPS 2024. And speak of the new stuff, the champion team this time around will be getting a fair share, a major chunk in their hands, 75 lakh rupees.
Absolutely. The runners, of course, getting 30 lakhs and the second runners-up getting 20 lakhs for themselves. It keeps on dwindling downwards, but every single team in the grand finals, they're running away with some or the other cash prize. Of course, you do have the individual accolades as well. You have the iQOO MVP of the tournament who gets 4 lakh rupees. There's a major bump in there. In-game leader gets 2 lakhs, but there's not at all. You've also got our very, very wonderful partners over at Hero Extreme who are graciously lending us the Hero Extreme 160R 4V for the MVP of the finals and the Hero Extreme 125R for the survivor of the finals, Necro.
They will be riding these bikes back to their boot camp or back to their home, wherever they want to go back. But in general, one thing is for sure, a lot of these players are trying their best to be there in the individual players list. Hydru from the side of Silly Esports, so far, we haven't seen this team in action. And we know when Hydru will be back, one thing is for sure, he will start to head back to lobby. But how do you exactly place yourself somewhere on the top spot in the overall standings? The points distribution is on the screen. First placing team inside of the game will be getting 10 points. The second one will be getting 6. The third one will be getting 5. And then, of course, the best part about it, each finish will grant you 1 point.
Absolutely. We do have the schedule in front of our screens right now. Of course, it is going to be very default. Erangel, Miramar, Sandhawk, and Vikendi, Miramar, Erangel for the ones who are playing in group number 1. But having said that aside, I feel like for the teams who are playing the first set, that is going to be Erangel, Miramar and Sandhawk, it is going to be an easier journey for them because they're going through the usual curve, right? They start off from their home turf on the map of Erangel. I feel like it will be a huge opportunity from the lads of Galactic Wolves because the last Erangel that they've played was a chicken dinner. Now, once again, they step into the battleground. It is going to be the map of Erangel. They need that big game, Necro.
We spoke about all the possible comebacks and we forgot about one name, Rush if possible, MIZO. That team yesterday on the map of Miramar did somehow pull off a comeback with just a few placement points and a few elimination points, but are they really enough?
To be very honest with you, Rush if possible, MIZO, they're right around that vicinity, but today has to be a big day for them. I feel like the aggression part has kind of slacked off a little bit. The positioning game is fantastic, but today I feel like they need to kind of stress on those finish points.
Yeah, for some reason when we saw this team in BJAS 2024, it was a complete different course, and now look at them in the iQOO BMPS 2024. This team's not able to live up to the expectations of the fans. Chaser, Flick YT, these two guys are supposed to be someone who are stacked with firepower, but still they're not able to strike back to the lobby. Overall standings on the screen, and at the top is going to be VASISTA Esports with 39 points with only 3 games played.
Absolutely. Medal Esports, a consistent run coming in from them as well, 35 points. As we flip pages, here is where we see points of concern. Of course, RUDRANSH Esports, not really enough. That 1.4 CN, 7 Ocean, Elevate Esports especially, right? The kind of run they had in week 1, very surprising. But then you see the likes of Alpha 6. Yesterday was not the best of days for them. We've seen how good this team performs. 10 points out of the 3 games that they've played. I feel like today there will be an opportunity to make a comeback.
And remember what happened with the players of 7 Ocean? Off the rip on the map of Erangel, in the water lines, outside of Nova Pnoy, getting hunted down by Medal Esports. It just blows to be 7 Oceans. And speaking of 7 Ocean in general, man, they do stand a chance for comeback too.
Yeah.
They need 20 points per game, then maybe they can move on forward. But hey, it's too much to ask for, let's be honest.
To be honest, for 7 Ocean, I feel like their tendencies of taking drop collision, that can be a double-edged sword for them, because if they do get those finish points, that can actually boost their mental confidence. But if they get eliminated, well, you're out of the picture already.
Something like Alpha 6, right? Even Alpha 6 yesterday, we saw a big boost in the confidence, and also they were there in the final few moments. I'm loving that placement game from the side of Alpha 6. But you know what? At the start of the day, we all made our predictions, even the talents from the Hindi desk, even us ourselves. Which team did you go for?
I went for VASISTA Esports. I was like, I do not want to take any risks today, especially with the way they played yesterday. What was your pick?
I've showed some faith in Team Limra. I think so today they can pull off a magnificent comeback, place themselves somewhere in the top 3, maybe in the overall standings. They're capable of it. Let's be honest. They've got a lot of that experience too. For some reason, in the early phase of the tournament, they choked up big. But now is the time to perform.
Absolutely, but look at that, right? VASISTA Esports being picked by me, Johnny, and Ocean. I feel like everyone wants to go with.
You guys made an alliance.
What?
Don't lie. You, Johnny, and Ocean, you 3 were sitting outside, and you were like, "Yeah, you know what, guys? Let's go with VASISTA Esports today."
Because it is the safest pick, honestly. If you look at Godwin, as a matter of fact, their performance kind of dipped. Hyper Rush, if you talk about it, from the pick coming in from Spiro, it is a very dicey pick. Yes, I would have possibly gone on with Team Limra if I was allowed a second option, but I was like, nah, for Team Limra, it seems like the first week, it'll kind of hinder them.
No one went with 4 Misfits, though. Even that could have been a solid choice, right? Even 4 Misfits, slowly and steadily, they're doing really good. Yes, in the first 6 games that they played, 4 Misfits, they were doing incredible. But now the transition hasn't been too fluid, but we know still they're capable of qualifying with ease. They do not really need a lot of those points anyways.
Hey, Necro, I feel like the way Canary has been playing right now, yes, for sure, 4 Misfits, they can actually upset the lobby. But the point is, the name 4 Misfits, you don't really get that assurity that if you actually pick them up, they're actually going to top the group.
Yeah, and then speaking of some of the teams who've already given a hope, right? 4 Cartoons, 7 Oceans. These teams are also going to be there in the lobby. Even Team Dragons. I don't know if Dragons stands a chance or not, but maybe if Dragons today, they tie things up a little bit more, they can definitely stand a chance.
You know, potentially the conversation still lies around the same thing. Where is going to be the cutoff, right? And if you look at the overall standings, the cutoff is still around the 67, 66 point mark. I am expecting it to shoot towards the 70 point mark, just like you and Anki were having a discussion about it. But talking about it, every team who are currently placed in around that 50 to 30 point mark, I feel like they have that opportunity, Necro. They will have to bolster through the competition today, no matter what.
And yesterday, we also saw the players of I4I doing pretty decent, right? On the map of Miramar, they were taking some phenomenal fights. You move on forward, the circle also ended towards the Los Leones City. That's where a few letdowns we witnessed. Even NUMENxFOREVER, they made a lot of those questionable decisions. They weren't really able to come out on top. And we also saw an incredible team step things up. RDX Girls yesterday, they wiped out the entirety of NUMENxFOREVER because they got a little bit too overconfident.
Absolutely. The map on Miramar, we all know how the choke point was set up. But let's talk about the setup of Erangel and how the teams are going to be stacked up. Of course, we do have the teams in front of us. You've got 4 King in the mix-up picture as well. You also have Galactic Bulls, RTX Girls. You were talking about them. expectations will be around this team. And I know, as a matter of fact, even if there are going to be certain teams who know, as a matter of fact, they will not be able to qualify, I still feel like one good game, can improve their confidence and keep them grinding before the next official tournament comes around.
I think so. The only two teams that have actually solidified themselves a slot in the upcoming stages of this tournament is going to be Team Insane and Elevate Esports so far. These are the only two teams, but I do want to see these teams also move on forward on the aggressive footing. But you know what? Something that's going to help you move on to the aggressive footing inside of the game too is going to be the iQOO Z9S series, which is starting from 18,999. If you move on towards Google and search for iQOO Z9S, you might just stand a chance to win the iQOO Z9S Pro, and 15 of those devices are being given away right now.
Absolutely. 15 of those devices are given away. I hope that I'll get one of them because these two, they're already picked up by Necro and Johnny. So I am out of this alliance, ladies and gentlemen. I am with you, and I'll try to kind of get myself lucky over there.
We might just be on the lucky side of things, but me and Johnny, we're definitely going to pull off a major heist, the heist of the iQOO Z9S. It sounds pretty crazy, right?
Sounds pretty crazy, and I heard that Johnny is actually going for the orange one. Are you okay with him taking away the orange one?
I'm completely fine with it. I've always been a big fan of this white color. I think so. It's pretty glossy. It's pretty shiny. It's also got a nice edging to it. So I'm a big fan of the white color myself. But you know what? Soon enough, the game was going to be beginning on the screen. Do let us know, audience, the viewers that are currently watching in the chat, which team will be the one to secure the first game. And with that being said, let's load up Erangel.
Well, Erangel is off to a flyer as we do witness the flight on the screen once again, and the air traffic control suggests that there are going to be no turbulences whatsoever. The journey is going to be smooth. We start off from the lands of Yesnaya Polyana and we move on towards Primorsk. Your captain for the day, of course, is going to be Salty, and my co-pilot is going to be Necro. And Necro, what are we seeing? The birds, they're already up in the skies.
They indeed are. Even Team Insane, as I mentioned, a few names like Team Insane, Elevate Esports, these are the only two names that have solidified themselves a slot so far in the upcoming stages of the iQOO BMPS 2024. And I do want to see them go a little bit aggressive, play that spoiler. That's going to add on the spice that we need.
This is going to be insane, right? I mean, if this team does go up and actually try and spoil the games, be a spoil sport for every single one of those 15 teams in the lobby, I feel like Team Insane, they can establish themselves back in their very best. Now, why am I talking about this? You remember the last Pro Series when it came around, Team Insane were exactly doing the same thing. I remember they had about 8 chicken dinners out of the 10 games that they had played, something around that.
Yeah, but it was a complete different lineup too, right? Back in the day, it was Adi with the driving force. You also had some of the formidable assaulters from the entire Indian region. But this time around, it's a complete different lineup. You've got Afu, you've got Shadow, Evil, Spy OP. And these 4 players, they have been quite phenomenal, especially on the day 1 of the tournament. They do tend to perform no matter what it is. Every single time, if you're someone who wants to predict a team, go with Team Insane on the day 1.
Absolutely. Well, don't give trade secrets out, Necro. That is not how things work. But if you talk about a Team Insane, they have a massive split around the Mansion region. Mansion, Shelter completely occupied by these 4 players. The split is extremely massive. But look around the Primorsk and the Ferrypair region. Team Limra, they might actually have some troubles. Now, we saw this cluster yesterday as well, and it seems like all of these teams move out of their locations very peacefully. But what if Numen decide that, all right, fine, today we are going aggressive?
Elevate Esports is down south, right next to the players of A6. And that's where the real battle is now going to start to brew up. TD facing off against a few more foes too, right next to him. And this time around, Canary gets picked off the rip. It's a bad start for the players of 4MF. Misfits this time around, indeed looking like the Misfits. Completely scattered across the board. They don't even know what the play structure is going to look like in this game.
Talking about 4 Misfits, we've always said this team, they're extremely dicey and extremely unpredictable. Some of the games, Canary will pull off 7, 8 eliminations himself. The other game, he will get taken down as the first pick. Well, Battle Royale is always unpredictable, ladies and gentlemen. But 4 Misfits, the problem I see with this team is they don't really have the designated drop location. They keep on kind of experimenting throughout left and right. And I feel like that is something which has been causing them problems, Necro.
Pretty much. And now taken down to a 3-man squad. That's a bad way to start things off. Once again, for 4 Misfits, they don't really need to do a Herculean climb anyways. Just get a few placement points here and there, collect the scrap elimination points, and it should be good in the hood. You've also got a few more known names, formidable forces like Team Insane, Elevate Esports. And you really need to speak about Elevate Esports a little bit more. A newer face on the block and actually still doing so good.
I mean, me and Johnny were having a conversation about this yesterday where Elevate Esports, yes, for sure, their first week was absolutely brilliant, but yesterday was kind of like a letdown, right? And the conversation that we were basically having is for these undergods, will it be a hamper in their confidence that they have had a massive fall in the dip in their performance? I feel like momentum is going to be extremely important for them. Kind of keep up their performance through to the grand finals or through to the very high stages of this competition. They cannot really let these off days kind of bother them mentally.
Yeah, but Elevate Esports, they already secured enough amount of points in the week one itself.
Yep.
So they could afford to go for shenanigans like those, especially that they went for yesterday. So it's completely fine. It's not really going to be hampering too much of them, considering they know in the overall standings they're in the comfort spot anyways. It's all good in the hood. It's not something they should overthink about. And that's the main problem with the undergods. They do tend to overthink even the small dips.
Exactly.
And that's really causing a big problem in the overall standings, especially for Team Limra too. Yes, they did qualify to the grand finals of the BGMI 2024. Yes, they did pretty good as well, but still the transition towards another official tournament has not been that great. It's because they're overthinking too much.
Absolutely, and I think in the midst of these two tournaments, there was another third-party tournament where they did decently, but we did see their fall in form, right? And it seems like that fall in form has affected them in this tournament as well. But talking about this team, Galactic Wolves, I'm so excited because we had this conversation yesterday. There are too many Wolves inside of iQOO BMPS 2024, but these ones possibly are going to be the most exciting because they know when to bounce, Necro.
Maybe it's a little bit too late. You never know. Timing can be a bit off for the Galactic Wolves, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, but I still have my hopes high, man. I don't know. I love this crew.
I mean, yes, yesterday was indeed a banger, especially in the last game. But after that, Galactic Wolves should realize one fact, and that is they've only got 3 more chances left. And today, one of those chances is being utilized right here, right now. So Galactic Wolves, everything needs to be counted to the maximum potential.
And look at exactly where they are, right? The circle, of course, has dropped around in the northwest and northeastern corner of the map, pardon me for that. And Galactic Wolves are right around that Stauber region. It seems like they are not going to be in any problems whatsoever. Talking about problems, of course, Team Insane. They are causing problems for the other team. 2 players have been taken down. Team RD, they're down to 50% of their overall strength.
Yeah, RDX in a big world of trouble. Getting taken down like that, I'm not even sure what these guys were doing. At this point, it felt like I was watching Dora the Explorer. Exploring the uncharted territories and then just getting caught by an enemy. But at least Dora asks us, right, if we can see them.
Yeah.
Which we, of course, can.
But Team Insane doesn't, right?
Yeah,
they'll straight up come and strike you.
Pretty much. For RDX, it's a tough pill to swallow. Starting things off with now just a 2-man squad. And you know, speaking of Dora the Explorer, when Dora used to ask questions, do you see that person? Did you actually answer when you were a kid?
I used to think that Dora can actually listen to me, honestly.
Oh, man.
I was in that illusion that somehow my audio is reaching Dora and finally she gets to understand where exactly it is.
You were a pampered kid.
No, I wasn't.
Just off of that, I can tell.
No, listen to me, hear me out. I mean, initially when I was a very small kid, I used to think
Everyone was a very small kid initially, my friend.
But eventually when I grew up, I was like, wait, is this a scam? And eventually I figured out it was a scam.
Everyone just realizes, wait, that was kind of stupid. But yeah, good old days, right? Good old days, fun days. We all were small kids with no brains.
I mean, it seems like we're still small kids with no brains. At least that's what the other casters think of us.
Man, jokes apart, it's time to focus once again on the game. And the pissed off Swans. What are your thoughts about this team as a pack?
Honestly, I feel like they've got great confidence. As a pack of new 4 players in the hood, I feel like they've done phenomenally well, especially Dewey. But I just hope that this team doesn't really be a one-season wonder. That is my only concern. Because honestly, I haven't really seen them at their peak performance in front of my eyes. Yes, I was watching their matches inside of week 1 from the backlines. But yesterday, they could not replicate that same performance. And that raises questions in my mind. Was that a fluke or was it not? So I would love to see them perform once again in front of me.
Yeah, but a fluke is supposed to happen just once, like Galactic Wolves yesterday, right? Yeah. Maybe you can call that a fluke if they do not perform once again. Yep. But Angry Swans, they were performing consistently in all the 6 games that they played. So now that really makes me second doubt myself and think maybe that was not a fluke and maybe these guys were actually performing really well. But Rush, if possible, in a big world of trouble, a bad start to this game as well, and Team Insane doing exactly what we wanted to see them do. Spoiling a few dreams, smashing them as well. They've already found the 2 knockouts from the side of Rush if possible, and Rush if possible's 2 players are next to impossible to recover.
Absolutely, and I'm not really sure how did Rush if possible find themselves in the midst of this fight, because Team Insane, they were initially dealing on with the players of RDX Girls, then RDX Girls actually moved away, so 2 players from their squad is still surviving. But out of nowhere, Rush if possible, they just came inside of this encounter, and Team Insane, of course, their mouths are going to be watering at these free finishes, so... But we were talking about this team, Rush if possible, MIZO, they had a great opportunity to kind of make a comeback and move towards round 2. But like you said, their dreams are currently being shattered. And Team Insane is one of those teams. They know, as a matter of fact, they've done enough. Now it's about trying to roar inside of the lobby.
Pretty much. Still a few more known names outside of the blue. And looking at the fight for now, 4 Misfits. Hold on to that thought. They're striking down the opponents hard.
Wow!
As even the 3rd man gets knocked out by Samir. This man's on fire, literally. Samir now needs to go for the fresh magazine on the DBS as well as he's ran out of bullets. Does not reload it, instead switches on over to the M416 and will get the execution done. For Team Dragons, that's a really bad fight. Getting taken down by just 1 man like that, it blows.
It certainly blows, right? Oh, wait, what? Rockstar from the backlines. The spray was fantastic. 4 Misfits. They've made me actually eat my words. Team Dragon, of course, they were the ones who actually struck first. Canary was taken down in an off battle, but then 4 Misfits. This is the reply that we wanted. And Necro, time and time again, the conversation was this, where Canary was the only player who was kind of lifting the responsibilities of the team on his shoulders. Now the other 3 have stepped up.
And you gotta love to see it. Canary, as soon as he gets taken down, Samir just pops out with a nice 3-piece. Just look at this. Gets the first one with these. But where is the trading potential from Team Dragons? That's my question. Hesitating for the fight a little bit too much. Just costed them that 3-piece. And now even the last man wasn't able to survive, considering he was caught by Rockstar. 4 Misfits, a way to kick things off, but unfortunately, at the cost of 1 player off the rip, which was Canary.
Yeah. But extremely basic mistakes coming in from Team Dragons. You know, as a matter of fact, if a player is holding a shotgun at point-blank range, you can't really peek them like that without the use of utility. At least try to kind of double peek him, jump peek him through. Some sort of a variation has to be there so that his aim is fluttered. We know, as a matter of fact, the crosshair and the bullet spread of that shotgun is massive, so you can't expect to come out of a door and, you know, escape from the situation unscathed. But, well, Team Dragons, they will kind of learn their lessons in a hard way, but for 4 Misfits, I think this is a fantastic start. Just need to keep it up and possibly get themselves good position points from this game.
Alpha 6, another team I'm going to be looking out for. Let's be honest, so far, Team Insane, they're sort of like the Dream Shatterer. Just shattering through a few dreams.
Dream Crusher.
Shatterer sounds a little bit better now.
A little more intense.
Yeah. It's like when you shatter a mirror.
But Dream Crusher sounds demonic, Necro.
Hey, but you know what sounds good? That's going to be our official smartphone partner, iQOO Z9S series, which is starting from just $18,999. That's really pocket-friendly.
That sounds like a steal.
Yeah, indeed it does. And that's why I'm going to steal these 2 devices.
Hey, no, man. That's going to put you behind the bars. I've been telling you this. You don't try to pull off these shenanigans, Necro. That is not good enough for the desk. Man wants to steal the Hero Extreme 160R 4v1s from the Grand Finals. Sometimes wants to steal off the iQOO Z9S series as well. No, man, you just ask. You've got to ask politely in a nice manner. They will give it to you. Whatever it is you ask for. Politely.
Well, hopefully a few Krafton employees are listening to it. I'm asking you guys politely, can I have 1 device, please?
Can I have one too?
Nope. Elevate Esports on the screen. Jokes apart, and Elevate Esports is right next to RDX. Now, RDX was taken down to just 50% of what they were. And as we know, with just 2 players standing, it's next to impossible to try and defend yourself, especially in the final few moments. And when you've got teams like Elevate Esports stacking right next to you. RDX also getting pounced on by the entirety of TR this time around. And RDX might just start to feel that brunt. Boogie Boo inside of the house as Vizzy's looking to toss that nade. And it might just be tossed to perfection, but a bit overcooked.
Exactly. But for Psy Rulers, it seems like they are unaware of the fact that RDX girls are kind of split up in this compound. The nice nade comes in from Nemo. A lot of damage on towards Boogie Boo. It seems like the damage was tanked, but there is no way these 2 players can actually regroup once again and take on this fight as a unit. There is also another Team Necro in the same vicinity. And I want to understand what is going to be their perspective. It's going to be Elevate Esports. And for Elevate Esports, it's going to be an opportunity to get a lot of finishes on board.
Yeah, but the problem is TR does not really have a lot of utils in return. They're tossing all the nades that they've got in that same window. And I'm not sure why is that happening in the first place. Boogie Boo can be struck down only if the players make a pounce right now. But Boogie Boo is already making the return. So it's all going to be good.
For a while. Yes, for a while. Because I feel like she has an idea that Elevate Esports is also in the vicinity. Lipovka currently has 3 teams, and Team RDX girls, they are completely stuck in between them.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this. That 2 towards Lipovka. It's not looking nice. Next zone shift's going to be the main dictator. At this time, it's going to shift up north. Rush if possible in the smack center, but unfortunately, Rush if possible lost out in 2 players up against Team Insane. So now with just a 2-man squad, Rush if possible, they need to hold that spot down.
Absolutely, but Necro, look at this. This is good stuff for Team Insane, honestly, because now majority of the teams are going to come through right in their sight lines. And it seems like for Insane, it can be a finish frenzy. They can go on a crazy hunting mission and garner a lot of those finishes. Galactic Wolves on the move as well, but this is another chase that we are witnessing. It is Psy Rulers versus I4I, and it seems like Psy Rulers, they had that Assaulter on board, take those peppery shots. And a lot of them are going to connect, but Team Psy Rulers, they move them anyway. So many teams, they are rotating, Necro. What is happening?
Yeah, Team Insane just out in the open like that. There's definitely a high chance the players can capitalize if they want. And Team Insane, luckily enough, those 2 players do not get prioritized. I'm not sure how. But even Evil is trying his best to provide that cover fire. It's a huge wave of vehicle just moving up north. And everyone wants to get their hands on this compound. It's already being occupied by someone else. And this time, it's going to be the players of NUMENxFOREVER. But Wizzy already finds a beautiful strike. The second player could have fell down too. But unfortunately enough for TR, the cover fire is not going to be there on point. But NUMENxFOREVER now, just down to Mafia. Somehow TR's giving them a tough pill. And Numen, they're trying their best to swallow it. As Kaelge is the only player up close and personal. Even Miko is right underneath Mafia. But if Mafia isolates the duel perfectly, this can be easy for him to convert. Miko is taken down way too low. Also getting shot at from the back lines. The third party is not looking too great. As Kaelge is still looking to toss a few more nades. And maybe if this finds the connection, Mafia will be done for. But what just happened? Mafia tosses a nade right onto Miko's face, as that's going to find the knockout.
I almost felt like this nade is actually going to find Mafia, honestly. Kaelge, the sole survivor in this fight. Beautiful knocks were exchanged, beautiful jabs were exchanged between these 2 teams, and the trades were absolutely perfect. But I kind of felt like Psy Rulers were almost about to fall back, especially when they saw Numen had the compound. The nade was perfect, was it? Mafia cleans up one of the players, and it seems like Psy Rulers have been taken out of the game. Team NUMENxFOREVER, they survived this fight with the 3 players, but they need to reset back extremely quick because Team 4 Misfits, they're here knocking on their doors.
Yeah,
Necro.
that too, it's Samir. This man's being the Grim Reaper, especially shutting down a team like Team Dragons almost single-handedly. He's starting to feel himself. He's starting to feel that groove. He's in the heat of the moment. 4 Misfits. Still, I'm trying to find out where the remaining players are. And they are pretty much just trying to cover as much territory as possible. They're spreading themselves out wide apart. But only if one player gets knocked out, 4 Misfits setup can instantly crumble down.
Possibly. As of now, 4CN, they do have a couple of teams right in front of them. They're still in the blue though as of now. In that Rozhok region, they will have to go through Forking as well as the players of Legacy Esports. Inside the circle, majority of the teams have found their footing, especially for Misfits. But like you were talking about, the split can actually be to their detrimental. Not really sure if Sameer will be liking to take that fight against Numen. I still want to see that stand-up, honestly, Necro.
Yeah, pretty much. You've got Angry Swans in the Smack Center, Team Insane right down south. Even A6 is there on the southern side, right next to Elevate Esports. Galactic Wolves as well, still up and cooking, by the way. As long as they're still in the game, I'm not going to call that last game a fluke.
Yeah. And they have a good positioning. Look at that spread, right? The entirety of that western edge of the circle. But the circle, it is playing, it is toying with these athletes right now. An extreme hard shift. But Team Insane right at the smack center. It seems like the gods are favoring the Braves right now.
Yeah, but look at the crazy part. There's still two more teams all the way back in the blue. 4 Cartoons and the players of Legacy. I'm not sure what they're doing. But one thing is for sure, this late game rotation might just not pan out that well. Rage God's all the way in the back lines, and I'm not sure why it's taking so long. For Legacy, they should be able to find a clean rotation. But soon enough, they are going to collide in one of the formidable forces, be it Elevate Esports or Alpha 6. And that will be a tough fight to convert.
Yeah, Alpha 6, they are always prepared to take a fight. Elevate Esports, I'm not really sure of. They'll have to be extremely cautious in making their moves as of now. Team Limra so far, they have been surviving and playing a very slow game. Currently hugging the blue zone, trying to make space for themselves, trying to get every piece of information that they possibly can. But look at the finished feed, ladies and gentlemen. It seems like Team Insane, they have been struck down. Trying to play in from the shorelines. And if you also want to be making your driving experience, your riding experience smooth, then you have our official mobility partner, Hero Extreme. Beautiful Hero Extreme 125R. Blue and the silver accents completely match the wrath of I4I.
Yeah.
And I4I, they've got the early advantage in this fight.
They indeed do. And I also love the position from E4E. It's pretty nice. Playing on the edges. One thing at least they know is that they're not going to be backstabbed. So now all they need to do is just look in the front. Team Insane's there in the sidelines too, so Team Insane as well can be a bit of that threat for Cartoons as they try to make the entrance. Team Limra is going to catch him with their net. And this time around, the Cartoons, they're probably going to get devoured. Even the second man falls down. 4 Cartoons can't do anything. And within a flash, the team's outside of the game.
Team Limra, they're just being like scavengers. They're taking down all the outliers, playing in from the edge of the blue circle, trying to cover out the bases first. Nobody comes in from their backlines. They're the ones who will come in, scavenge, and then make that late entry. But then, like you said, right, I'm not really sure how this late rotation is going to pan out, how much of a position they're going to find inside the circle. But eventually, it seems like they are heading directly inside, and now they will find some sort of a footing for themselves.
Yeah, but here's the problem, though. Right behind Team Limra is also going to be the players of Galactic Wolves.
Yeah.
And they're probably going to try to backstab them soon enough. Galactic Wolves will have the advantage, knowing the fact that Team Limra's got no clue. And here comes the collision between the players of 4MF and even Galactic Wolves. They're right next to the players NUMENxFOREVER. But this time around, the zone pans up north. And even Team Limra, if they want, they can third-party this. These are free scrap points waiting to be collected. As 4MF Sameer falls down, even Rocksta's going to hit the deck. And on the verge of being eliminated, as soon as I say so, the entirety of 4 Misfits, they crumble.
They definitely crumble. Team Numen themselves, they are in the middle of nowhere. I4I taking continuous shots at them. Will be extremely difficult to see how Numen find their moves. But look at this, Team Limra, they are onto a head-on collision. They do not want to give any space to the opposition right now. It's Galactic Wolves trying to escape Rapido through the smoke itself. Not a lot of those shots are going to connect on towards the vehicle, but it seems like Team Limra, they've found a nice little corner for themselves.
Yeah. Dragon is just trying to toss out the smokes. Save the day for his teammate, considering he was knocked out a while ago in Galactic Wolves. Even they lost out on Sonic. Not quick enough. Galactic Lolzzz with just a 3-man squad, even NUMENxFOREVER. The collateral damage was insane. All these teams took heavy hittings. But now, for NUMENxFOREVER, they need to breach through the wall of Galactic Lolzzz. And that was a great find on Rapido. As Rapido gets knocked out, there's another one of his teammates in the back lines, and even he's getting spammed through. Always, he's got some sixth sense, that's for sure.
He certainly has some sixth sense. But I think the biggest objective for him right now is to get back Mafia because he needs that firing potential in the final circle. On the other side, Galactic Wolves. Noob is the one who actually pulls on the revive on towards Rapido. Need those 3 players alive as soon as they possibly can. Noob is quite close inside the circle, so possibly can make a move for themselves. But Team Limra, it seems like they want to pounce upon. Finally, wait, what? Goku? He did not find out that player. DB shots comes in through Dragon is going to finally get his knock for himself. What a comedy of errors are we witnessing now.
Yeah, Galactic Wolves though still getting dismantled, and that's an important part about it. As Noob was able to find Dragon OP in return, that was quite a great find too. It's now just going to be raining down utilities as Galactic Wolves is constantly trying to apply that pressure against the players of Team Limra. Rapido is also taken down low, is taking shots from the back, even from the front. It's going to be the players of Team Limra constantly pressuring him. Hesperos tosses another nade, wanting to get the confirmation on the fallen player. It's still looking way too tough. It's better to get your hands on the vehicle and make it inside the zone in a better spot. And that's what Team Limra wants to do. They want to prioritize the placement. But NUMENxFOREVER will just make it even tough.
I like the way Team Limra, they're playing within the vicinity of their teammates. One of the players, of course, who will charge in Gokul WNL gets the position of the final player. Noob has been spotted out, it seems.
No, he hasn't. Still got the striking advantage. 2 players in the front. And Noob, if he wants, he can peek out right now and go for the strike and destroy the entire game for Team Limra. He's still waiting with a trigger discipline. He's waiting for the right moment to pounce on top of the opportunity. And Noob's position is now compromised as he pulls out the S12K. He goes for the shots against the man, but he will be dealt with. And NUMENxFOREVER, they've got their own troubles brewing up.
Yeah, but they have 10 eliminations to actually go ahead with. Team Insane start to chime in. They're the ones who are trying to cook up those nades right in the face of Numen Gaming. Team Limra from the backlines as well. Team Numen, for them, this is extremely bad times because you do not want to be in a sandwich situation. Nafu, of course, another one of those nades is going to fly in and Mafia will be found, his head hanging. It's all about time before NUMENxFOREVER. They bow out of this game, Necro.
Insane's plan to make a statement. That's for sure. Utilities are constantly doing that damage against NUMENxFOREVER. And now for Team Insane, it's the right moment to strike. Always with the shotgun in the hand, still waiting for the pounce. And as the opponents pounce, Always with the strike, but he whiffs every single shot. That was a whiff and a half from Always, and it's going to be remembered by the fans forever.
Absolutely, but now look at this Team Limra. They want to chime in. They've actually taken down Team Insane in the process. And now it seems like Team Limra, for them, the road is completely open. They have 9 eliminations on board in a flash, and they have the complete control of the circle. Necro, 3 players still alive.
Yeah, Limra looking unstoppable. The freaks of nature indeed. As Forking out in the open, they're taking too many shots upon themselves. But for Team Limra's betterment, they need to go for this fight. Unfortunately for Team Limra, they're on the verge of losing out this game because just that one man from Forking is now being the table turner, but even he gets ran over by Team Limra's remaining player. But it's completely fine. As Forking, they wipe out the entirety of Team Limra.
Yeah, in a flash, right? I kind of felt like 2 players from Team Limra were still alive. It was an extremely ballsy move to actually move up with your vehicle and run over the opposition, but the trades were perfect, and now Forking Esports out of nowhere, they have complete control of the circle.
Yeah.
It's a 3v2 Legacy Esports, 2 players. I think they can make it potentially. Experience on them. Circle on Forking Esports, 3 players completely dominating 1 player in their flanks. How can Legacy Esports breach past this? They do have the experience, of course. But can they make it when it actually matters the most, Necro?
Godless is going to be the main playmaker. He's on the flank. And as long as Godless is unchecked, he is going to be the one to deliver that finishing blow. Forking Godless is now trying to close on up. His position's revealed, that's for sure. He's making a lot of sound. Godless up close and personal to the foes. MJ and Rage God right next to each other. 4King is still just waiting for the right moment, and now they're also being the Guardian Angels. They do not want to let the players of LG move inside of the safety lines as MJ finds the first strike. But this time, the trade's going to be perfect, as now it's just down Rage God, and he does not even have any helmet to play with. All it takes is one bullet to the dome, and Rage God will be shut down as well.
But Maxi has been spotted, Necro. He can potentially get himself the first knock and try and survive, but from the backlines, Godless! He was the one who had that beautiful flank angle, and he made so great use of it. Of course, 4King Esports, they walk away with a chicken dinner, but there were so many teams to actually praise Necro. Be it Insane, be it Team Limra, be it Alpha 6, every single one of these teams, they made a mark in this game.
This game was desperately needed for Alpha 6 and Team Limra, and both these teams had quite a decent one. So maybe you can't say, yes, a consistent ending, but that's not enough. Right now, it's time to make a stark difference in the overall standings. You need to go for a nuclear performance. If that's not going to be the case, well, then it's quite an unfortunate starting. And speaking of unfortunate stuff, 4King, yes, they have managed to start things off with a chicken dinner, but if you're trying to look at the point standings, 4King is way too far back.
Absolutely. I felt like this game was Team Limra written all over it, right? Especially with the way the vehicle was kind of run over. I felt like 4King Esports will be eliminated in a flash, but Team Limra, well, it seemed like they had no idea of their presence. But it's completely fine. For Team Limra, I think the chicken dinner is still going to be pending. Hopefully they'll come back on the maps of Miramar. But the point is, Necro, Galactic Wolves, I did not expect this.
Galactic Wolves getting picked off by even NUMENxFOREVER from the back. Then you also had Team Limra making the pounce on top of them. And this is what I'm saying, right? Yes, Galactic Wolves did manage to survive for a long time inside of the game, but was that really a fluke that they pulled off yesterday?
Well, I honestly don't have really any answers at this point, to be honest, because they need those finishes once again. Right now, they are way below on the overall standings, possibly playing around the high 30s and 40-point mark. So it will be difficult for them to actually make it through. And one big game was needed, and potentially this could have been a big game, but they got sandwiched between, like you said, Numen and Team Limra. So nothing could have been done over there.
Yeah, for Galactic Wolves, this game was desperately needed in their hands, man. As we know after this game, pretty much one thing is for sure, that they only have got 2 chances left. And in these 2 chances, they at least need somewhere around 35 points. And that's too much to ask for.
Exactly, right? The point is, on the map of Sanhok, you can't really control it. We have been seeing it over and over again. The Sanhok is the most chaotic map that you're going to play, especially if it's your last game. So Sanhok completely goes out of the picture. Miramar will be that one game, and I think to kind of get those 20 points in that one game, it will be an extremely difficult job.
Yeah, I mean, this is how the final moments looked like, right? LG taking a fight against the players of Numen, and then even Numen got struck down quite early. LG in general, they rotated way too late in the game, and that's the reason why LG did not really have a lot of those elimination points to begin with. And you had Team Limra, even they got taken down by the players of 4King, considering one of the men tried to run the player over, but still, he was way too exposed in that process.
Exactly, I have no clue why the tire kind of skid, why the vehicle kind of completely turned over. Had he gone for that run over and then potentially drove away, I'm just creating theories, right? Things could have been different for Team Limra, but well, that chicken dinner is still missing. They're going to be looking out for the map of Miramar. Galactic Wolves will be looking out for the map of Miramar, and then one more team, Necro, that I'm talking about, that is going to be Rush, if possible, MIZO. For them, the map of Miramar is also going to be very important.
Rush, if possible. For them, it's do or die at this point in time. Upcoming map of Miramar holds everything. If they do not make it, well, then we know a lot of the fans are going to be upset. That's for sure. So many of the Northeasterns, they're rooting for this team, and if this team does not perform, it's going to be a big letdown. And Rush, if possible, I've been saying this over and over again, in BJAS 2024, this team was a force to be reckoned with, and now the transition within months has been completely opposite.
The confidence is different, Necro, but also one more important thing, this is the Pro Series. This is where all the professional teams are going to be there. So you won't really have a lobby where 1,000 or 512 teams are going to play, right? You only have the best of the best 128 teams participating in this competition. So surviving is going to be a little difficult.
Yeah, even Team Dragons now, they do stand a chance, but Team Dragons, they need a consistent performance. Maybe 15 or 20 points per game, and that's too much to ask for. If you're trying to look at the statistics, yes, there will be a glimmer of hope for a lot of these teams, but to be realistic, a lot of these teams are also done for.
Exactly. The only team who has kind of potentially pulled off like 30-40 points from the last 3 games has been Team Cosmic in this entire tournament so far, and we are still looking for that second storyline, for the second team to kind of draw parallels with. and nobody, absolutely nobody, has done a better job at it.
Hands down. I mean, even Team Limra can sort of now pull off the comeback story, right? Because the first 3 games that we saw in the week 1 itself, they completely bombed those. The latter 3 games, they were quite consistent. Yesterday as well, a consistent finish. And today, too, a consistent start.
Absolutely consistent start for them. But let's have a look at the point standings, Necro. And Forking Esports, not really a lot of points on board. 16 total points is all that they could accumulate. Yes, the chicken dinner is going to be theirs, but they're still very off from that top 64 that we are talking about to qualify. Team Limra 14 points on them. Another consistent performance. Numen on 12. Team Insane with 11. LG with 10 and Alpha 6 with 10. Alpha 6 with those 10 points. Necro, I want to know your thoughts around how much of a difference do you see between them and qualifying?
That's the exact thing I was about to ask you. 10 points for Alpha 6. Do you think they can qualify or not? And well,
my answer is yes.
I think so they can as well. Because looking at the point structure so far, Alpha 6 definitely do have a great chance compared to all the other teams who stood a chance, but now they don't anymore. So Alpha 6, if they keep on moving with the same consistency, just like Team Limra, they can easily step on forward to the safety lines. The latter half on the board and rush if possible. MIZO was a big letdown. RDX2 was a big letdown. Even PR, I'm not sure what exactly happened with these guys. iQOO, a big letdown as well.
Absolutely. For iQOO, I haven't really seen them perform at their very best. 2 teams, Necro, Angry Swan and iQOO, especially Elevate Esports as well. I feel like these are the 3 names who's kind of given some amazing performances inside of week 1, but inside of week 2, all of a sudden there's been that massive drop. And I honestly haven't been able to figure out what is the reason. Maybe internal issues, maybe communication or synergy problems. But whatever it is, these teams will need to fix that up and bring up their best extremely soon.
I mean, let's be honest. Now the upcoming game is pretty much going to be about Rush if possible, Alpha 6, and pretty much all the teams that are just on the verge of qualifying. Yes, the known names like Team Insane can once again try and snatch some dreams away from the opponents and just try and have those evil smirks on their faces. I like that approach from Team Insane, by the way. I want to watch them do that once again on the upcoming map of Miramar. Before now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, gonna make way for the mega tasker. Carefully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. I move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Extreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the extreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक मिनट
किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 आउच
आई एम नॉट डूइंग दिस
300
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार क्या हो रहा है कट शूट कैंसिल आना प्योर
अबे बंद करो बे आंख में छुप रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल
हार पूरी रात निकल गई अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Welcome back after that very short break. This is iQOO BMPS 2024. My name is Salty, and with me joining alongside is going to be Super Johnny. And Johnny, of course, you saw that map of Erangel right from the backlines. And to be honest, it seems like the dream is still going on for Alpha 6. Qualification on the line. Next game on the map of Miramar, if they actually go nuclear, I think this team can potentially make it.
Exactly, with that one performance on Erangel, they have brought themselves into a fighting position, because before this, we had pretty much given up on Alpha 6, but now I think it's time to just go bonkers on Miramar, and it's not just them, it seems like Team Limra as well. That amazing performance on this Erangel, this has also gotten them very close to that qualification marker. Now it's just time for that final push.
Absolutely, time for that final push, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, if you also want to give yourself and your gaming career one final push, get yourself something like our official smartphone partner, the iQOO Z9S series, starting at 18,999. An absolute steal, especially if you consider the specs that is there under the hood. You have the Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. You've got a battery which is 5,500 milliamp hour and an 80-watt flash charge. Amazing specs, Johnny.
Exactly, all the things that you need to just keep on gaming all day long. And again, it is an amazing device, feels extremely premium in your hands as well. But now the question is, do we get to see that premium performance from these players in the next map?
For sure, hopefully between for a lot of these teams, but if they actually make it to the finals, Johnny, there is going to be something nice. They are going to be playing on the iQOO 12.
Exactly, that's an amazing device. I mean, Fixus has been a big advocate of iQOO and their devices for a long time, and of course he himself uses one. So again, it is going to be exciting to see how the newer players adapt to this, because this is one thing that you need to have in your skill sets, along with the mechanics, along with the mindset. This is another skill set that you need to have to go pro, is adaptability. Can you adapt to different environments? Can you adapt to different devices as quickly as possible?
Absolutely. Adapting to different environments also means that playing under pressure situations. And currently the teams who will have to play under pressure situations, one of them will be Alpha 6. Look at their stats. 4 games played, 20 points secured. I feel like if they do well enough in the next 2 games, possibly somewhere around that 15 to 20 point mark, this team should be good to go, ladies and gentlemen. But then for a couple of these teams on the second shot, I think it's going to be a little too difficult, especially for the likes of 4 Cartoons, 7 Ocean. I don't really think the hopes are going to be alive for them.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be a big struggle for these lads, but let's see how things are going to turn out, right? For 4 Cartoons, a little too far away from qualification, so I think even their dreams are already shattered, as we have been talking about it. And of course, Psy Rulers, they're also out. Galactic Wolves, they brought themselves into a fighting position after the performance yesterday. But then again, the consistency needs to be brought on board once more.
Absolutely. Galactic Wolves, my heart kind of sunk in, especially when you brought up that topic, because I was a big advocate for this team. You saw how beautifully they played that last game of Erangel yesterday, right? That vehicle run over with the buggies against Legacy Esports. You can't really forget those moments. So initially in that opening segment as well, I was talking about how Galactic Wolves can potentially make a comeback. The first game, they kind of bombed. They got sandwiched between 2 teams, Numen and Limra, and it was extremely unfortunate. And Johnny, we've discussed this. Sandhawk is extremely chaotic, so that goes out of the picture. Miramar will be their only opportunity.
I agree with that. I think Miramar is that one controlled environment where you can make the plays. In Sandhawk, you're totally dependent on what is going on around you. So again, this is that one final opportunity that is there for Galactic Wolves. If they secure 10 to 15 points, then it puts them in a fighting position on Sandhawk, where they don't really have to do much and they can still qualify for round 2. But let's see. Again, out of all of these teams, I think Team Insane, the most consistent. They have done phenomenally well for themselves this particular week, and I think that that train, that bandwagon, that hype train is not going to slow down or stop anytime soon. Along with them, it's kind of nice to see NUMENxFOREVER play the way we want them to be honest. I mean, that's a top-tier team, top-tier lineup on paper as well. It's one of the best teams you can assemble across the country. And these players, the expectations were there from day one, but unfortunately they have taken their sweet time to amp things up. Week 1, 27 points in 6 matches. Week 2, yesterday they secured 30 points in the 3 games they played. So kind of hopeful for week 2, but still just that final push remaining for NUMENxFOREVER as well.
Absolutely. I feel like Numen, they have kind of checked all their boxes. This is a very technically solid team, right? You look at the leaders that they have in the form of Oasis and Ash. What more do you want in terms of experience? I mean, yes, on Ash's trophy cabinet, that's still missing the trophy and the big accolade that is still going to be missing. But in terms of game knowledge and experience, I don't think there is any shortage of any.
Yeah, 100% agree with that. I think in terms of game knowledge and making those plays and being the smartest in the lobby, this team can definitely outplay everyone across at any given point. But that's the thing, right? Sometimes they end up overcomplicating the situations themselves and it results in their downfall. But still, the map of Miramar is going to be on our screens, and let's see how this one is going to turn out.
Well, this one, it's going to turn out extremely hot because all the 16 teams who are about to fly into this map of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, for them, this potentially can be the penultimate chance of making it through towards round 2. Of course, your captain is still going to be Salty. Your co-pilot is going to be iSuper Johnny this time around. And the flight, it seems like it's going to take a nice little glide from Impala towards Trailer Park, rightly cutting off the map in 2 different halves. So majority of the drop locations are still in your vicinity, unless and until you possibly want to go somewhere towards like a Valle del Mar or Campo Militar. You will have to, you know, get those isolated vehicle spawns, but apart from that, it should be all good in the hood.
Exactly. Majority of the teams are going to feel quite comfortable looking at this flight path. As you mentioned, one of the most optimal flight paths you could ask for. All the hot drops easily available, and of course, because of that, I think we are going to see that early clash happen towards the city of Impala as well. It is the players from Psy Rulers who find themselves in a little bit of a pickle very early inside of the game. But I'm quite happy, right? A comfortable start for everyone means everyone gets to fight to the best of their abilities in a match that is really important to almost all of these teams. Of course, there are these outliers like Team Insane, Elevate Esports, Angry Swans, who are very close to qualification. Insane is already going to round 2. Everyone knows this. That's not going to be a secret anymore. But Elevate and Angry Swans and, of course, i4i as well, that last few points they need, they can secure it on this or on Sanhok, but I would want them to do it on the map of Miramar so that they can bring the chaos on Sanhok.
Exactly, right? But talking about 4 cartoons as of now, they are the ones who have actually brought in the chaos. With the Winchester 94, Vishu, I think you can actually do better with the loot. That is a binocular. That is not supposed to shoot bullets.
Hey man, but he's secured a knock, but he's going to get shot in the back now as Boogie Boo finds that M16, and those bursts are going to be enough for them to find the trade. Now, what do they make of this? RDX girls, they found the trade, and the player that got knocked out from their side wasn't finished off, so they still have an opportunity of bringing that one player back into the action.
Look at the name of the player that got knocked out. Bade Mazedar. I'm pretty sure the folks at the Hindi desk, they're going to have a lot of fun with it.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, this is their moment to shine. And of course entertain everyone. But yeah, I think what we got Pookie.
We got Pookie. I mean, we already had you, Johnny, so we didn't really need one, but it's fine.
Oh, thank you for calling me. I'm like that. Have you seen that Pookie meme with the Batman that has a Hello Kitty bow tie on top? That's me.
Alright, alright, fine, Johnny. It seems like you just take compliments way too much by heart. I was being sarcastic. Let's get back into the game. Man. Let's get back into the game. Talk about King OP right now. Has a DMR and a sniper rifle to work with. This is your combination, the SKS and the Car 98.
Yeah, I would rather go for a Mini at this point. I mean, Mini 14 is still quite viable inside of the game, especially in this particular map. SKS as well, kind of decent, just not like the recoil readjustments have to be made a little too aggressively on that particular weapon if you're going for those rapid shots.
But the damage is higher.
The damage is higher, but majority of the times it's about shooting more bullets inside of this game, especially when you're taking a fight at a distance. With the Mini, the adjustments are very minute.
Absolutely. Yeah. That is one of the reasons why the players prefer the Mini with the 5.56 instead of the SKS. But, well, King OP will have to make use of whatever he has. Talking about other teams in the picture, we've got Psy Rulers. We are in the locality of Impala, ladies and gentlemen, where Team Dragons and Team Psy Rulers, they've kind of come at a standstill, but it seems like it's a pretty peaceful one. So far, nobody taking any shots, nobody moving a muscle, just eyeing out each other. It's those face-off before the boxing matches, Johnny.
Yeah, it is. And for Psy Rulers, I think there is a lot of PTSD as well from their run in the previous week, because there was this last game of Miramar where they got drop clashed by one team, then 2 different teams decided to third party. Luckily, they did survive with, I think, an isolated player just for a few extra seconds, but after that, even they were finished off. So, Psy Rulers, this time, they've learned their lesson, right? They are not going to try and engage and force a fight in this situation. They will try to gather information first, and then see if there is an opportunity of finding that opening knock. The one detrimental factor to this entire situation for Rulers will be that distance that is there between the two sides, right? The players from the side of Team Dragons are a little far away. So even if Rulers secure the opening knock, by the time they make that push and by the time they charge forward, the player is going to be back on his feet and in a fighting position. So Rulers could potentially get baited by their own play. So they need to close a distance with at least 1 or 2 players up front. And then the backline players are going to be the ones forced to find those knocks. But it's a difficult play to execute, to be honest.
In an urban setting, I think that can be potentially done, especially in a position like Impala. I believe that can be done, but depends on what their approach is, right?
Yeah.
Do Rulers want to go in that aggressive, that right from the get-go, they invest all their resources and their manpower to get those 4 elimination points right at the get-go, or do they try to stay alive for like the first couple of circles and then make their way towards the final one, potentially looking for 4 or 5 finishes along the way?
Yeah.
That strategy, I don't really think, that is a lose-lose strategy at this point because you're not making any progress on the overall standings anyway.
Exactly. I think at this point you just need to go all in, just try your level best and give it everything that you have in every single fight and just try to force fight at least. Because Rulers, if you look at it from their perspective, right, they're way too far away in the overall leaderboard, so there's no coming back from that. And those are the moments that call for that YOLO approach that we always talk about, right? Go out all guns blazing in a blaze of glory.
From an athlete mindset, I feel like if you have had a stack of really bad matches, the reset to kind of come back in with an all-out aggressive mentality, it's extremely difficult. It takes a lot of experience and a lot of self-backing to actually pull that off. But hopefully, these players, they're made out of titanium.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully, right? Because the journey so far hasn't been that great for Rulers. RDX girls as well in the same shoes. We would put Galactic Wolves in the same discussion, but yeah. After that Erangel performance yesterday, can't really say much. I mean, even if you pop off like that once, you will have earned our respect. That was a phenomenal game yesterday from Galactic Wolves. But look at this, Alpha 6. Yeah, they show up in Picado looking for an early fight, but there's no one there apart from them. So they do have complete reins of the city. Although there's a team approaching them from the northern side. In fact, rotating from the northern side of Picado. It's going to be the side of RIP MIZO. Rush if possible. I haven't really seen them rush that much this season.
Yeah, I mean, me and Necro have the same discussion, right? Rush if possible. They are great in terms of their positioning. But when it comes to their aggressive stance, it seems like they kind of take a backseat majority of the times. We'll want to see if they can make some alterations and some changes on the map of Miramar and Sanok potentially. And that will be the only way they can actually move through towards round 2. But as of now, if they just keep on their natural game, it will be extremely difficult for them. Again, I feel like majority of the teams, they've had their structural changes after the change in the point structure.
Let's talk about them for a second, because they did change the point structure yesterday, and in fact the rankings, Galactic Wolves. This was a surprise entry, man, to be honest. When we were looking at the teams that did stand a chance to qualify at the start of the show yesterday, Galactic Wolves was nowhere in the discussions.
Yeah.
And this includes all the talents, by the way, even the ones on the Hindi desk. None of them expected this team to make a comeback, but they did. And now, today, at the start of the journey, at the start of the day, they needed, what, like 30-35 points in 3 matches. For anyone, that should be easy to execute, right?
Yeah.
One big pop-off from Galactic Wolves. That's all they need. But after that fiasco on Erangel, now they need to make it happen in this game. And this match needs to be that 20 bomb from the side of Galactic Wolves. And even then, they will need 15 points at least on Sanok to stand a chance for qualification.
I think no matter what, we've seen glimpses of brilliance like from this team. And I believe that, yes, their first appearance on the official stage, even if they don't qualify, I would love to see this team once again back in another tournament.
Oh, yeah. I believe this is that one team that has definitely made adjustments to their play style in their journey so far. So I do agree with you on that. I mean, it's going to be amazing. But Rush if possible, it seems like a long-distance conflict between them and Alpha 6 for a few seconds. Shots fired from Rush if possible. But Alpha 6 just take a note of where the players are and go along their merry way. On the other side, the 4 cartoons re-engaging into the players of RDX, and this time it's going to be RDX who kick things off. They found the knock. The player that was knocked out earlier, Wishu, was finished off as well. So RDX, they have the upper hand, but yet it's going to be Boogie Boo and Pookie who hit the floor. So 4 cartoons in a matter of seconds have found the equalizer, and there's the third sledge. What was that? 3 players knocked out. RDX out of nowhere. They're down to their last surviving player. And even the players that are knocked out just in the line of fire. So 4 cartoons just run around confirming those finishes. And the last player, Angelica, behind those boxes. Ammunition is over in that AKM. The M4 runs out of clips as well. And it's all done and dusted. Put into a corner and beat into a pulp. 4 cartoons. They find those frags for themselves.
Oh, what a great play it was, especially from the likes of 4 cartoons.
Why did they have 2 eliminations though? Where did the other 2 go?
Wait, what?
Oh no, insane. This team lives up to their name, and from the distance they found those frags. Spy OP. Might as well change his name to James Bond or...
He's being the spy that he's
Jack Reacher.
Jack Reacher. We'll talk about that. We'll come back to that conversation once again. But right now, Team Dragons, it seems like they have taken on the likes of Team Psy Rulers as of now.
Also Salty Necro votes for Jason Bourne.
Sherlock Holmes.
We'll discuss. That's detective difference. Salty, there's a difference between a spy and a detective. But anyway, Psy Rulers up against the players of Team Dragons. And Dragons, they have lost 1, but they found a trade, and Psy Rulers not really in a good position. This is what we talked about, right? Even if Psy Rulers found the opening, by the time they closed in, Dragons were going to be prepared, and of course, breathing fire like always. Psy Rulers not really left in a fighting position. 1 nade inside that building, and it's all going to be done and dusted. And Dragons, they are definitely looking to wrap things up as quickly as possible. MIZO as well, just the last first aid applied, no utility. It's the M16 and the Uzi. Yeah, these 2 weapons not that viable.
The hurt is there, to be honest, on towards Team Dragons as of now. 2 players being knocked out, 2 players still left to go. There can be a potential chance where he can clutch it out, but the revivals are actually coming back online. So it just goes to show that Team Dragons, they are back in their full force. And of course, Night King, he's the one man with the 4 eliminations on board. So great stuff from this player.
Yeah, brilliant 4K to kick things off, and Team Dragons, they will have the momentum in this matchup, especially considering they're not too far away from the circle as well. Look at that, 180 meters or so to go, and there's no one blocking their way, so it should be an easy entry, easy breach from the southeastern edge of the zone.
Talking about entry inside the zone for Misfits, time and time again, we've seen this team make this northern rotation. The rotation they do around the circumference of the circle, want to be the late breaches inside, want to scavenge the backlines as well. And all of that is fine, but usually it seems like they never really get enough space inside the circle, so can make minute adjustments. The entire northern corridor is empty, Johnny. It's up for taking.
Yeah, it is up for grabs, and I think for Misfits and Elevate Esports, these are the 2 teams that can make plays from that northern half. But the question is, the next shift of the circle, will it be towards that San Martin, Hacienda, and Patron graveyard position, or will it just force players to La Benedita? And I think, Salty, the lesson we learned yesterday was trust these IGLs. Unless there's a very hard shift of the zone, an extreme curveball, I think we go where the cluster is going. So the cluster right now remains towards graveyard and La Benedita.
Towards truck stop as well.
Yeah.
Few teams towards truck stop. And it seems like majority of the circles that we are witnessing, especially on the last days of matches for these groups, the circles have been pretty crazy, especially the circle on the map of Erangel as well. We got to see some amazing hard shifts after hard shifts. Talking about amazing, we do have the iQOO MVP from the last game, 6 finishes, 55% finish contribution on towards Mafia, and I've always been a very high advocate of this player. This man represents all the firepower, at least 75% of the firepower that Team NUMENxFOREVER have possessed over the last few years.
I mean, yeah, kind of. I mean, Mafia has been the most consistent in the team.
100%.
But to be honest, I expected big moments from Team NUMENxFOREVER when this Ash Oasis combo was launched. And I haven't really... My expectations haven't been met, to be honest. I mean, I was hoping to see that consistent top 3, top 4 finish in every single game, because Ovesh and Ash together, that's two of the best IGLs of this circuit. A man with a legacy behind him, a man with a legacy to live up to.
The point is, Johnny, of course, with two amazing IGLs who have succeeded in the 15-point structure, it seems like now the game has changed. Even the IGLs are assaulters. So the only teams who are actually making their mark right now are the ones who have 4 very aggressive players with 1 very aggressive IGL. And if you also want to be successful with your aggressive gameplay, ladies and gentlemen, get yourself the official smartphone partner, the iQOO Z9S series, starting at 18,999.
Yeah, it's an amazing device, and of course, can't wait to see how our TDM matches go on this device as well. I mean, we have been practicing for a few days, but now it's time to jump into the action. So talk about the action. Look at this. Look at the shift of the circle. Minas Generalis, La Benedita smack center, and out of everyone, it's Necro's favorite team, Angry Swans, who sit smack center of the circle right now, although they are going to be surrounded by everyone else. But considering it is Angry Swans, I think that is their preferred position to be in.
They have a high ground to actually control, so I believe that is where they will find themselves in a vantage point. And if they do so, then potentially finding finishes should not be a very difficult job. And I have been seeing the same thing over and over again. Angry Swans, yes, they have performed extremely well so far in week 1, but I really haven't seen the performance in front of my eyes, so I'm still going to be skeptical.
It's going to happen today. It's going to happen today. Perry God is back, man. Perry! That's the player. That's the MVP for Angry Swans. And I think that is the man who's going to make the difference today. But let's see. Elevate. Yeah, long distance shots not really connecting. They do allow the opposing side to escape, which is Team Limra.
Yeah, talking about Team Limra as of now, they are right at the edge of the circle. But Elevate Esports, I feel like they have taken on the role of the scavengers in this game right now. Trying to hug the blue zone or potentially just being the last entrance inside the circle. They do not really want anyone to come in from their backline, so they're taking in caution. But gonna do that, they will also have to clear out Team Limra and their tendencies. Team Limra also have similar tendencies to be the late breachers and to try and clean up their backline. So multiple teams with similar intentions. I feel like they're gonna have a fight right at the edge of the circle.
Yeah, but the question is, when they're approaching the edge, do they expect the players of Legacy Esports to be there? Because that is exactly where the players of Team Limra are headed right now. Two things can happen. Either Limra wipes out Legacy, Legacy takes out Limra, or Elevate Esports just show up perfectly timing the third party and just take out both those squads. 3 things, my apologies. But here we have it. Limra against Legacy. A fight brewing up from the backlines. It is going to be Gokul who finds the opening knock. And now Legacy Esports, they are put on a back foot. They evade the entire action, looking for a position, looking for a better position inside the circle, and just hand over these compounds without a fight to the players of Team Limra.
Kind of makes sense, right? You come in, you knock on the doors, and you take away their compounds. Legacy Esports, they knew, as a matter of fact, Gokul himself has been in superb form today. To try and take that battle against him, they only run the risk of losing their man numbers. Seems like leaving the compound, moving in, pushing in further inside the circle sounds like a better deal to me. Talking about a better deal, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, the Hero Extreme 160R 4V. It's an amazing deal if you want great performance, but also great comfort in your city rides.
Exactly. I mean, the engine is amazing. Oil and air cooled. And the bike itself is pretty phenomenal. 160 cc's. As you mentioned, for the city rides, perfect.
I'm all in for the old money aesthetics, Johnny, about this bike, right?
Yeah.
The color scheme, the design, it's so good.
Yeah, but that aesthetic only works with that particular outfit.
I don't mind in my city ride.
Don't forget to wear a helmet. Level 3 preferable. That's the best.
Sorted. I do have one of those BGMI helmets myself, so I'm going to wear it in one of my rides.
What do you have? Level 1?
No, the level 2 camouflage.
Level 1 helmet, level 1 armor.
Level 2, boys.
I don't think so.
Well, talking about level 1 helmet, level 1 armor, that's on Vampire. Angry Swan. I'm not really sure if that combo is going to protect him from a lot of those bullets. He will have to dodge them by himself. But the point is, when will Angry Swan take on the teams coming in from the south? You've got Newman approaching them. You've got Forking approaching them. the victors of the last game. You've also got RIP MIZO approaching them. The ideal position where Angry Swans should be in. This is the setup, Johnny.
That is the setup, but my question is, what is 4 Misfits up to, man? And we saw them making their way from the northwestern quadrant of the map, and now they're all the way towards Los Leones. Although this play does work out, I think they should be able to pick off one loose straggler from the side of I4I, because Demigod has been left in the back lines just north of Los Leones, and 3 players here. We have them on our screens all the way towards La Benedita, taking a fight against the players of Team Dragons. They found the opening, but the man was knocked out behind the haystack, so he has some cover to survive for a few extra seconds. For how long will Night King be there? And of course, this man started the game with a 4K against the players of Psy Rulers, and he gets finished off. It's going to be Maxi who ends up getting that frag. Oh, it's Psy who ends up getting that frag for his team. There it is. 4 King Esports, they chime in. I4I taking a little bit of a hit. Demigod knocked and finished as soon as he tried to regroup with his team. That is the one problem I have with the 3-1 split always. That isolated player needs to be on point.
Yeah.
With his escape option, needs to always figure out a way to just wiggle away from any threat that approaches him. In the meanwhile, 4 Cartoons, they have been approached by the players of Elevate Esports, who, as you can see them on the radar, just northeast of their position. Just a few meters, 2 compounds separating the 2 sides, and 4 Cartoons, of course, coming off that big win against the players of RDX. One of the first few fights of the match.
Yeah. I love the fact that 4 Cartoons made that early rotation and made use of that huge opening in the northern corridor of the map. They've found themselves lovely warehouses to control, and it seems like now they possess no threat to the other teams, nor do they have any threat looming over their head. Team Elevate Esports, of course, they're right in the vicinity, can potentially make a difference, especially if they want to chime in with a couple of finishes. But I'm still waiting on from where will the triggers be shot at. Angry Swans, the high ground advantage is there. Numen, in fact, did a wonderful job deviating away from all those shots, making a longer rotation, even for Misfits as of now. Once again, all of this, ladies and gentlemen, is coming in from the map feed. I'd love to have a look at the map right now, because for Misfits, once again, they're doing something absolutely crazy.
Yeah, they're going back up north from the western side, but talk about crazy stuff, and we have the players of Team Dragons again in a very awkward position. So now the sandwich is complete. From one side, it is going to be Team Insane. From the other, it is Team Limra. And of course, in the front lines, you have to worry about Elevate Esports and 4 Cartoons as well. But Team Dragon taking a beating from the players of Team Insane. Afu shows up, looking to wrap up a few extra eliminations for his team and increase their point counter. That finish is not going anywhere. Karlan secures it for the team. They have control of the shack as well. Insane in a prime position right now. The only team that can cause trouble for them, it's going to be the side of Angry Swans, but they decide to focus in the back lines, and it is going to be Legacy Esports who get wiped from the map. Spy OP, brilliant positioning, brilliant performance as of now in this particular match of Miramar.
Out of nowhere, Johnny, 4 Misfits have also been devastated. They're out of the game. All picked apart by different teams. One of the players did manage to find his way inside the circle, but even he was taken down. 4 Misfits just lost in their own dreams and their own thoughts, second-guessing every single move. Initially, they went north, then they went south. And as soon as they hit up the circle, Samir was taken down. So once again, they tried to go in with a longer rotation, but even that failed.
Yeah, it wasn't really working out for 4 Misfits. I think this is a new thing maybe. Something called a pendulum rotation.
Yeah.
Did not really work out too well this time though. And on Miramar, it's going to be extremely difficult for them to execute this kind of play as well, considering this is the map where you see the opposing players from a distance, right?
Yeah.
It's quite open, this map. Especially with late breaching, late entry inside of the zone, you risk getting taken out by the teams on the edge. That is exactly what happened to them. But let's see, Numen, they go charging towards this crashed airplane area, and they're going to be caught off guard by the players of Rush if possible. The first finish found by Flick White. He tries to run indoors, gets to safety at the last second, and NUMENxFOREVER now in a very bad position. You see that one player on the radar, he's trying to close in on his teammates. And Oasis, in the meanwhile, he's going for a revive onto Omega. Rush, if possible, they have an opportunity to charge forward, but they're deciding against it. But no! FatalitY, he closes the distance. Oasis has taken a lot of damage. So Numen in a world of trouble. Meanwhile, Ash in the backlines, he has been distracted by the players of Angry Swans.
Exactly, that is my point. Angry Swan on the higher ground. They can hear all this commotion. They can hear the gunshots. They can also see the finish feed themselves. When will they start reacting? When will they start garnering those finish points is going to be the question. But as of now, RIP MIZO have done a phenomenal job stopping NUMENxFOREVER on their tracks. Ash all by himself, as soon as he peeks out, he's going to get peppered by those bullets. And a lot of those damage has been done already. FatalitY with another nade will try to kind of bolster all the hopes that Numen have as of now. And the nade was tossed in perfectly. Only that it didn't really do a lot of the damage. But Alpha 6 on the other side has been struck by lightning. And the lightning is called Team Insane, Johnny.
Yeah, Insane definitely putting up an insane performance in this match. And of course, this team, even though they've qualified, I think this is just a warm-up round for them now. Moving towards round 2 already. But RIP, Rush if possible. Now they have to rush. Omega is back on his feet. Taking damage from the flank as the shots come in. Barely avoids getting knocked out. Oasis right next to him. And Ash, he's been left in the front lines. So a little bit of switch up between that 2-1. But over here we have Galactic Wolves. And in a matter of seconds, the Wolves, they just devour the cartoons in this game. 4 cartoons eliminated. 3 eliminations secured by Galactic Wolves. And now they're running around the hill looking to see if they can secure a few extra points from this Numen versus Rush, if possible, firefight.
They certainly can, Johnny. I absolutely love this team. And once again, on their buggies, they're a force to be reckoned with. Ash, look at this in a close quarter combat against FatalitY. He's going to win that duel. And once again, Numen just making waves for themselves. On the other side, always trying to peek up north. He wants to see if there's any sort of space on top of that ridge because the circle will kind of force them in that location. The rotation is going to be extremely difficult, but I hope that this team can actually make it. But for first, they'll have to take care of RIP MIZO. Omega on the top lines already. He knows exactly from where the players are going to peek out from. Chaser wants to take a longer rotation, but is there enough space? I don't think so, Johnny.
Well, let's see, though. They are going to have to make that space for themselves. Numen blocking the way. Ash extremely low, as you mentioned. And in the backlines, look at what is happening, though. The players from Angry Swans not really able to do much. 3 lads knocked out, 1 left standing, and there's no opportunity to go for a revive as well. In the meanwhile, though, Numen, they get eliminated from the match. Alpha 6, they still have that one player, Carrillo, who's hiding inside of that shack. And he can be that unpleasant surprise that the players of Rush, if possible, never expect heading their way. Insane in the meanwhile, all 4 players still alive. But on the other side of this hill, we have 4King Esports going up against i4i, almost eliminated. Ninja fought for his life in the last moment. The last few shots from Rango connected, but this leaves Insane in a prime position to secure those frags for themselves. And Evil, it's the last nade. This needs to connect, and if it does, it can cause a lot of trouble for the players of 4King Esports. We're down to the top 5 teams of this match. Look at this, though. Insane. An insane performance indeed. 15 eliminations already secured in this game.
Absolutely. And the best part about it is Team Insane, they're not letting anyone have any sort of breathing room whatsoever. The nade, of course, did come flying in. But it doesn't matter because Team Insane, they hit hard. That knockout punch on the left hook was absolutely brilliant. But next on target will be Team Alpha 6 Deve. The man who actually got himself so many headlines in the first week. Can he potentially perform again? No, he will be shut down. Spy OP. Brilliant spot out over there. Team Insane, they're making it look like classic lobbies.
Well, yeah, and the nade is extremely close. Prateek takes a lot of damage from that piece of util. And Karlan, he does help his teammate secure the frag, but Spy OP detonates the Angry Swans, and we're down to 21 eliminations. What? Can they secure the final 3 as well? Impressive performance coming in from the players of Team Insane, and well, it's those last 2 players. The nade from Afu gets them 1 more. Last player left in the blue zone. It is going to be Chaser. And while RIP MIZO, they have the top 2 finish, they don't have those frags to show for it. Team Insane, they write their name all over this game and all over this map. This is one of the best performances we have seen so far in the iQOO BMPS 2024. And of course, in the league stages, this comes from Team Insane.
This always has to be Team Insane, right? BMPS 2023, they were the ones who were making all the headlines. iQOO BMPS 2024, they are again the ones who makes all the headlines. 21 eliminations on board, looking for the 22nd, but that will be denied. But it's still a superb performance, possibly the first 30 bomber that has been dropped, Johnny, and Team Insane making a statement.
Yeah, I think they had the 22nd. It was the 23rd that was denied to them. They found that one man in the shack. No,
Carrillo from Alpha 6.
Yeah, Afu's nade, somehow he lobbed it right smack inside of that shack and got that one extra frag for themselves. But impressive performance, man. And I don't know where the players vanished in the end, but Johnny, Insane, they live up to their name.
Do they deserve the officer salute?
Yeah, they do, I think. For this
the officer salute to Team Insane. What a performance, man. I think we'll reserve this for performances like this.
20 plus frags, right?
20 plus frags, 30 bombers. That is only when we give the officer salute.
Exactly. And this was more than 30 for sure. So, again, I think Insane now in the overall leaderboard as well, the first position is going to be taken by them. As of now, even if you combine the teams from Set Blue, I think Insane is going to be number one. They've definitely secured the spot. And hey, they have one more match left, man.
They have one more match. And if they can actually make a rank, in fact, Miramar look like this, I'm not really sure what are they going to do on the map of Sanhok. It will be very dangerous. But talking about a couple of other names, right? The outliers, Galactic, Wolves, kind of sad for them. Miramar was their only opportunity. They had a couple of those finishes, but not enough points at all.
Unless they do something like this on Sanhok. It's tough. I know. It's tough. It's a dream. It's a fairy tale dream. It's a fairy tale story. But hey, I mean, there's a reason fairy tales are also quite well known and everyone knows about them. So if Galactic Wolves pull this off on Sanhok, I think this is the game that everyone's going to talk about until we reach the finals.
Potentially. There is high chances. For Rush, if possible, MIZO, I don't really think there's going to be a lot of chances. Angry Swan, though.
Yeah.
Angry Swan is going to be one of the contenders, to be honest, because honestly, I felt like this team is going to go aggressive. This team is going to show their true potential. I really wanted to see what the hype was all about, but honestly, Team Insane were like, the hype, we are the hype.
Yeah, I mean, Insane is the hype, and I think Angry Swans, for some reason, since you are here, they do not feel like performing, do not want to show their true skill set. And my favorite player,
I'm dressed like a swan myself.
I don't know how swans look, to be honest, so I can't really vouch for that information. But anyways, as I was saying about Angry Swans, Perigod. He was so brilliant in week 1, and in this week it just seems like even for him, the way things are just not working out. So Angry Swans, they're just taking a beating after the other. But Team Insane, they had control of that hill for a long time, and they are definitely one of the top contenders with how they've been playing. But then again, I mean, this has always been the case with Team Insane, right? This is what Necro also said. Like, day one, always their day. And after that, you'd never know what to expect, what they're going to bring inside of those matches.
You know, at the start of the show, we were talking about, Johnny, we were talking about how pro players should be able to adapt, right, to different situations. I feel like Karlan has to be given a lot of credit on how he has adapted to changing meta. You look at their performance initially, they always used to be the position-oriented team. Now this team doesn't really scare or scoff at going at finishes. They're always ready to take a fight. And it seems like the change in mentality, but still the smooth transition, it has to be given respect.
I mean, yeah, respect for Karlan, respect for Spy OP as well in this game. I mean, he was the one who kicked things off. You remember that theft that happened? The first fight of the game, we had RDX going up against 4 cartoons. And while it took 4 cartoons a while to wrap things up with RDX, by the time they did, instead of getting 4 points, they got just 2. Why? Because Team Insane had showed up on top of that hill, and Spy, for some reason, from that distance, just picked off 2 players out of nowhere.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, it was Spy, of course, and his moment to shine.
Yeah.
We'll have to find out if Team Insane and their players, apart from dominating on the scorecard, they can also dominate on the individual iQOO MVP contenders list, because they certainly have got contenders, right, in the form of Evil, in the form of Spy.
Yeah.
I think a couple of these players, they got 6 eliminations in this game themselves. So for Team Insane, that is going to be extremely likely. But with the last game ahead of us, Johnny, I feel like there will be big question marks on a lot of these teams. Which team do you think still has that gut feeling of potentially making it through?
I don't know, maybe Team Dragons. Dragons in this game had those early 4 finishes, and I think in the map of Sanhok, if they can walk away with the top 3 finish with like 4 to 5 eliminations, that gets them close to 70. And in fact, beyond 70, to be honest. So I think Dragons is that one team that is still in a fighting position. They might have gotten extremely close to that 70-point marker, but on Sanhok, I think they can definitely close things out.
Absolutely. Team Limra, though, in this game was completely absent, and I'm not really sure what happened to them. 4 Misfits, as a matter of fact, that crazy rotation not really coming to fruition. And for 4 Misfits, I think for them also qualification is going to be at stake.
Yeah, it is at stake, but it's extremely tough for them to qualify. Let's see how many points 4 Misfits were able to walk away from this match, because, yeah, I don't see them on the first page. So I think 4 Misfits are basically out of the fight, but there it is, insane, 32 points. They took everything with them. What is this? 32 points for Team Insane, and then we have Rush If Possible finish seconds. They just get 8 points. Man, this is just... you talk about bullying the entire lobby, right? This is what happens.
This is how you actually make a competitive lobby inside of Pro Series into a classic lobby.
No, this is not competitive. This is one-sided. It was 1 against 16 teams, basically, and they still won.
We talked about how they want to be the problem for every other 15 teams inside the lobby, and they did so. They kind of lived up to their name. Galactic Wolves, though, with 3 points. I think now their hopes are going to be starting to dim. Elevate Esports, again, that bad run, that entirety of form. I'm not really sure what has happened to Elevate Esports. 60+ points inside of week 1, and all of a sudden inside of week 2, they have like, what, 5 to 6 points out of the 4 games that they've played so far?
Yeah, they got 5 points yesterday.
Yeah.
Wrangle didn't go well for them.
Yeah.
Miramar didn't go well for them. Elevate needs like 8 points to... They need 4 to hit 70. I would just say go for like 75. So they need 9 points to do that. Let's make it an even number. 10 points on the game of Sanhok. That is what Elevate Esports have brought themselves to. They did 61 in 6 games, and now... At the end of week 2, we are left questioning whether this team makes it to round 2 or not.
This is what happens, especially with the undergods. We've been talking about it, the mentality factor, right? One bad day, you keep on overthinking, and that keeps on snowballing. A lot of these factors come in, Johnny, as a matter of fact, and hopefully on the map of Sanhok, Elevate Esports finally step up, because the positioning is all fine. It's just in the finish department. I have no clue what's going wrong, ladies and gentlemen, but as soon as we come back from this very short break, the map of Sanhok is going to be live, the last match from these groups.
Have you seen my phone?
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really? Hey, but have you all seen it?
Mega Taskers win at every level. iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
The movie starts in 10. You can miss the beginning, or you can go ahead and challenge the clock. With an all-new Sprint EBT engine that goes 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds. Presenting Hero Extreme 125R. Challenge the extreme.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the iQOO BMPS 2024. And of course, it is time for us to head into the map of Sanhok, which will be the last map for Group 2 from Set Red. And of course, Necro off to an insane... after that insane map of Miramar, what are your expectations for Sanhok?
I mean, usually you speak about the points difference, and usually you talk about the vacuum just being there in the top 5 or in the top 3. But this time, the vacuum was there just at the top. on the first placing team with 32 points in total accumulated. I'm not sure what Team Insane is looking out for, but one thing is for sure, they're here to make a stark statement.
Yeah, I mean, of course, they cleared out almost 1/3 of the entire lobby. A lobby has 64 players. There are 20 plus eliminations on them. So again, it was an impressive performance, but it is going to be interesting to see how they take this forward going into Sanhok. Because on Sanhok now, for sure, Team Insane will be let loose. But ladies and gentlemen, if you also want to let loose in your matches, check out the new iQOO Z9S series, starting at 18,999. And of course, if you go onto Google and search for the iQOO Z9S, you can stand a chance of winning an iQOO Z9 Pro.
Exactly. So many things are given away over here, not just for the players, even for you guys. And 15 of those devices are being given away right now. Yeah. So head on towards Google and search for iQOO Z9S right now. And we know what this device is capable of. Yeah. It's got so many incredible features. Snapdragon 7 Gen 3 with 5,500 mAh battery. It just keeps on adding on and piling up. But let's move on forward with the conversation, right? Team Insane, yes, started things off with a fantastic note. Before Team Insane, the game does not even matter anymore because they've already done it. They've already moved on forward in the overall standings. The real conversation here has to be around Elevate Esports. At the start of the day, I thought Elevate Esports, they've qualified. It's not even a question. They can easily move on up. But then you look at the overall standings right now, and Elevate Esports, it's been a big bomb.
Yeah, it has definitely been a big bomb, and they did secure those 5 points yesterday. Let's have a look at the overall ranking, see how Elevate Esports and the other teams are doing. Because, of course, I agree with you. Elevate Esports, we always thought, like, all right, without breaking a sweat, a single game, and they'll be on the other side. But still struggling, man. I don't know why, to be honest. But we have the overall rankings. Team Insane take the first position for themselves. 69 points is the grand total. Numen on the second with 46. Team Limra. Now the momentum has slowed down after that game of Miramar. Hopefully they can bring themselves back into the fight on Sanhok.
Yeah, Team Limra is once again doing pretty consistent. Yes, one single game let lose is completely fine. Team Limra, all they need to do is the upcoming game, get a few more decent amount of points so they can solidify their slot in the upcoming stages. You flip the page and you still see Elevate Esports with only 11 points so far, and they've played a lot of games. 5 games in total, Johnny. One more chance left in the hands of Elevate Esports. If they don't move on forward, it's going to be a big disappointment.
I think they are over 70 now with these 11 points, because 61 from that opening week, 11 from this particular week with one more game to go, so they're at 72. But just for the sake of a safety cushion, get 10 more.
Okay, yeah, pretty much, right? We never know how the cutoff's going to be ending.
But it's still surprising, right? Elevate Esports, they did so well for themselves during that opening week, and week 2, it's just the complete opposite, from the top all the way to the bottom.
Yeah, pretty much. Even for Alpha 6 now. I'm going to be rooting out for this team in general. Wow. They started things off on a bad note, but then in the latter stages, Alpha 6 is doing really good. And now, for some reason, my eyes are just pinned on Alpha 6 every single time. Even in the previous game, they were there in the final few moments. Unfortunately, just having that one player surviving, that's why they couldn't really come out on top. But still, consistency is what matters.
I know what's happened to Alpha 6, Necro. You said it yourself yesterday, right? Never go up against someone who has nothing to lose, right? Initially, Alpha 6, they had nothing to lose. So they were playing like that. But as soon as they got those points, they got to a qualification position, they might have realized, like, all right, we are about to make it to round 2, and that pressure might have gotten to them. Another team in a similar position, Angry Swans. Why aren't you being rude to Angry Swans?
Yeah, man, I'm not sure what's happened to the players of Angry Swans, but one thing is for sure, they're not pissed off enough. You need to piss them off, man. Angry Swans.
You gotta do it right now.
What we saw in the week 1 from the side of Angry Swans was completely different to what we're seeing right now, and I'm not sure what's going to bring them back in the race, but one thing is for sure, the qualification's on the line, and if that's not motivating enough, well then maybe they just don't deserve to move on.
I know what's going to bring them back, Necro. It's going to be one of your famous motivational speeches that you need to give to Angry Swans to make them angry or just make them perform in the last match.
I mean, motivations are just supposed to get you riled up and make you feel boosted. Yeah. Motivation speech is not going to be enough for Angry Swans. We need to say something mean to them.
Say something mean then.
No, I'm not going to do that, because if I start saying something mean, I might just not be here from the next day on the casting desk. But you know what? Moving forward with the conversation, right? At least a few more names like NUMENxFOREVER has solidified themselves in the upcoming stages. And I'm not going to lie, that was supposed to be a big letdown, because when we saw NUMENxFOREVER in the first half of the games, they were a complete disappointment. But now in the latter week, they're doing much better.
That is true. I mean, the first week did not really go NUMENxFOREVER's way, but this particular week, they have brought themselves back in. And this always happens happens with the teams that have those experienced players, right? They take their sweet time to kick things off. Two ways to go about it. Either you take your time to understand the competition and then perform, or you just deliver your best at the starting stages and then just pretty much chill in the second half, which is what Blind Esports did. I mean, that is how their journey went. But let's see how this last game of Sanhok is going to turn out for Group 2 from Set Red. Ladies and gentlemen, the map of Sanhok will be on our screens in the next few moments.
As Sanhok boots upon the screen and the plane flat path starts all the way from Kampong towards Camp Alpha. And this plane flat path once again is looking pretty nice, just dividing the map into two equal halves. If the teams do want to move in towards the extremities, it's not going to be of the concern.
Well, let's see though. It is Sanhok, and of course, in the last maps of Sanhok, for the teams that have had the last map as Sanhok, we've seen just extreme levels of chaos, man. Especially from the teams that have already qualified. So for Team Insane, I'm expecting another big game. Let's see how this turns out from Elevated Esports as well. i4i. Now, we haven't talked about enough about i4i. This is a team that has played under the radar, and they've gotten themselves all of those qualification points that you could want. And for some reason, still... Not for some reason, I mean, I know why they're doing this. They're just, like, bothering everyone else inside of these games. They are draw-clashing people, and even in this game, i4i, they're going after 4 cartoons now.
Yeah, it's not looking too solid for the side of 4 cartoons, even i4i. Both these teams, they've got too much to lose. A lot on the stake. And knowing the fact that i4i, they at least do have that leeway to play with. They've got a decent bit of points in the overall standings. Or maybe they've even qualified. Who knows?
Yeah.
So i4i for now, with the way things are going, one thing is for sure. They are converting this fight with ease in their backpack. And even the second man gets knocked out and confirmed. i4i is not even struggling in these duels. As the opponents, they're just getting systematically dismantled.
Yeah, one after the other. 3 players picked off from the side of 4 cartoons. And the last man, Vishu, he was sent all the way towards Bantai. So he will try to evade that.
Okay.
He's just trying to just toss the knife in his face and finish him off that way. But hey man, King at least was being a nuisance in his final few moments inside of this game, just closing the door on Ninja again and again. It was a hilarious moment, to be honest.
Yeah, but still, for 4 cartoons now, it's just down to one last player on Vishu. And he's way too far away from the rest of the pack, considering his pack just does not exist anymore. He's the only player standing inside of the game. A bad start for 4 cartoons. One thing is for sure, we're not going to see this game, or we're not going to see this team in general, showcase their game in the upcoming stages of the tournament.
Yeah.
4 cartoons done for. Even PR's done for.
Yeah, Cyrippers 4 cartoons for sure eliminated.
Even RDX is done.
Yeah. So 3 teams.
Confirmed. They're not going to be seen in the upcoming moments.
Alright, but Necro, what about Galactic Wolves, man? They brought themselves into a decent enough position that we could expect a qualification. But today, just bombing one game after the other. Now in this game of Sanhok, I don't know what to expect.
It's done. They can't qualify. Count them out. That one single game now pretty much was a fluke. You can't say it confirmed. Before now, 4 cartoons, last man, Vishu, even he's getting beat down. Is taken down pretty low. i4i moving up close and personal. As Vishu will be taken down and dusted. That's the nail in the coffin.
Went from Camp Charlie to Bantai for the hunt, but oh no, Elevated Esports, we have Chiefly. He's been caught all alone by the players of Galactic Wolves, and he needs to be careful. There's going to be players moving in from the rear as well. There it is, Noob looking to close in, Sonic on the flank. And 2 players up front. Chiefly is going to be isolated.
Man's inside of that check, and still, no one's able to attach any sort of nades. That's the crazy part. They still had to push up close and personal to try and shut him down. All it could have taken was one single nade, but still, they did not toss that perfectly.
They knock him with the weapons and then finish him with a nade. That's what they did there.
Weird.
Not the most efficient method of securing frags right now, yeah.
Especially knowing the fact that the opponent also had his hands on the shotgun.
Yeah, that is
all
what
it could have taken
say.
was one single shell for you to get knocked out. And the crazy part is, the compound wasn't too far away either. It was just right next to him. Tossing a nade's not that tough, but they were still missing it over and over again.
And even from Elevated Esports, it's kind of a weird start to this game of Sanhok. They've gone for a 4-man spread up, but We'll come back to that in a bit as RageGod, one of the best performing players from the side of Legacy Esports right now, finds himself up against the players of Team Dragons. Now, Dragons haven't been doing well today.
They indeed haven't. Team Dragons, it's now their time to try and reposition a bit better and maybe isolate a few duels. RageGod's in the front as Night King's making his way. Ball's out in the open. All it takes is a few shots, but Night King, he messes up that spray. I'm not sure why he wasn't stable. He should have just stood still and went for that spray, but eventually they do find the knockout, so that's all that's going to matter. Legacy Esports in a big world of trouble. They have the striking advantage, but now look at the odds. It's flipped against them.
Oh. 2. He needs to find the opening for his team, even though the player knock has been traded out. Legacy Esports, with the kind of performance they've put up in the past, I mean, we expect them to be the ones who stand victorious in this fight, but RageGod, finally, the knock does get confirmed. And Legacy Esports, they're left with 2 players, but look at the radar. The second man from the side of Legacy Esports does show up. Su gets distracted for a second, could be taken out from the flank, and the players from Team Dragons, they close in brilliantly. And Su is going to be shut down. Now the last man remaining, MJ, what can he do?
My question was, why was Su now using a shotgun?
I have no idea. I think because of there being too many players and, of course, the distance as well.
Still, the player moved in pretty close and knocked him out with his own shotgun. So still, Su should have went for a shotgun approach in that fight. But unfortunately, he didn't do so. And now for Legacy Esports, it's just down to MJ. I'm not sure what he can do. But one thing he's trying to do right now is create a smoke trail so he can evade the tracks of TD.
Night King getting a revive over here. And this fight is just happening north of Camp Bravo, so towards the northeastern quadrant of the map. And up until Paradise Resort, there is no one there to bother these 2 teams, so no third parties expected anytime soon. Or in fact, no third parties expected at all. But look at this, MJ out on the run. Just runs away for his life. And there's the hunt right behind him. Did they find him though? They're looking for him. And they found him.
Maybe they did. Not just yet. They know he's in the nearby vicinity. And there we go. Night King sniffs him out. That's going to be it for TD. Considering they wipe out the opponents and also get 4 elimination points to kick things off with, but at the cost of 1 themselves. Which is completely fine. With these points, they can look forward for a better and a consistent finish. But you've also got Team Insane now facing the brunt as BioP gets knocked out. And this time, Team Insane's facing off against the players of 4MF. And Misfits, today's day hasn't been too good. But still a decent one, maybe.
I would say that it could have been better. I mean, they were in a fighting position for qualification for Misfits, but with how the first 2 games have gone, now they need a big one on Sanhok. But Angry Swans, it seems like Necro, all of the things that he said about them have gotten them angry. They're looking to pick a fight against the players of RDX, and they have secured an opening, although a trade did come in as Deve was knocked out. Prateek getting too close to Boogie Boo, and he's not even looking in her direction, so Angry Swans, they can be caught off guard by this one flanking player.
Yeah.
No pixel spotted by Boogie Boo as well. She's waiting for that opportunity to strike.
Now maybe a few pixels are spotted. Boogie Boo can hear the players approach as well. Footsteps way too up close and personal, and still no one's going for any sort of strikes. Angry Swans, they're going to be up for a big surprise. As now the players, they're looking to back away from this entire spot. Even the players of TR are in a big wall of trouble. As Wizzy's knocked out for now, a second nade sails in, and this time around, it will be NUMENxFOREVER with their flawless approach in the fight. TR, both the players, they hit the deck, and NUMENxFOREVER, even Omega was a casualty, but it's completely fine. He can be back on his feet.
Yeah, an easy revive coming in for the players of NUMENxFOREVER, and as you mentioned, a clean approach showcase for that cleanup against the players of Rulers. Over on the other side, though, I think the push has finally come to shove as the players from the side of Angry Swans. Have they done it? Have they gone for their elimination? And yes, I believe.
They have.
Yeah, RDX girls have also been wiped out by Angry Swans.
You blink it and you miss it sort of a moment. For a moment, we thought Angry Swans wanted to disengage.
Yeah.
And move away from that fight. But no, instead, they push up and they wipe out the entirety of the opponents. RDX, not there in the car anymore. And as we know, this is it for the entire team. We're not going to see them in the upcoming stages of the tournament.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're not going to be moving forward. And I think in the teams that have taken an early exit in this particular match, it's just Legacy Esports that we might get to see in the upcoming rounds. Legacy Esports had decent points in the first 2 games. And they already had a total tally of 71 after the matches yesterday. But Insane, they're still not shutting down, still not slowing down. Even in this game, just picking a fight against the players of 4 Misfits. And they go for the push instantly.
Yeah, even the playing force now changed. Kalan's there in action.
Yeah.
For Team Insane. With how they're approaching the fights too, 4 Misfits, they're not going to stand a chance. You blink it, and already 4 Misfits, they're losing out on players. It's not even a systematic dismantled. It's a pretty scattered approach, but it's still working out for Team Insane, considering they found the opener. And now Cannery's position is also pinned down. They know exactly where the man's position. He's got a DBS in his hands. He's also getting approached. He's still waiting for the opponent to step inside of that check. From the back lines too, Cannery's got way too many angles to try and worry about, but instead, he will be shut down from the back lines by Kalan.
And they had him surrounded. That was a trap. And Canary just fell right into it. As soon as he went for that check, his teammates in the back lines got knocked out, and there was nothing 4 Misfits could have done to avoid getting eliminated over there. But Team Insane, look at this. They bring themselves into the line of fire, and I believe it is going to be the side of Alpha 6 that are looking to pick a fight against the players of Team Insane. They found that opening knock, but going for a push right now, it can be a big mistake, especially considering Insane, the backlines, they were there, but now even the backlines are compromised as Kalan gets knocked and finished. I4I, they show up for a third party as well.
Pretty much. You've got Demigod on the screen, and I4I, they're doing really good inside the playing field too, so they can go for the risk. Team Insane already on the verge of maybe getting dismantled, and that's what's happening. 2 players, they drop down, as now Team Insane's down to 2-man squad. 1 man still remaining in the back, and Team Insane is now pretty much on the verge of being eliminated from the game. Alpha is trying his best to keep his team inside of the game, but even for Team Insane, it does not even mean anything. Sanok is supposed to bring in the third parties, and that's what happens this time around. I4I with the third party, they wipe out the existence of Team Insane.
Man, over there, the last player from Team Insane was out on the run to pick off Hunter, but from the rear, the vehicle slams comes in, and no time to reset for the players of I4I as Team Dragon, they show up for a perfectly timed third party. Hunter still hiding behind the car, does manage to secure the knock, and he's still alive with that DBS. Night King with a pixel of HP whips the spray, the final shot from the DBS connects, and Hunter is finally going to be taken down, but Team Dragons have already taken a lot of damage, and look at the radar necro. This is not over, because Angry Swans now, they show up for the cleanup. Man, this has to be the most unluckiest shack in this entire map.
Yeah, it's a cursed one indeed. Even Angry Swans now starting to make their way towards this entire area. Teams are looking way too desperate for the point, considering they know it's the last chance to try and make the approach. If you want to be in the top 64, this is going to be the game. If you are group number 2 in I4I, at this point on, they're just down to 1 last man. And even Team Limra, they make the balance on top of the players. The team NUMENxFOREVER. As NUMENxFOREVER, they already lose out another player. Even Mafia goes down. Even Ash hits the deck. And now for Team NUMENxFOREVER, it's all down to Oves. 1 last glimmer of hope. What can he do?
NUMENxFOREVER, they needed a decent game, at least 6 to 7 points from this match. They have 4 points on the board already. Well, a little bit more than 6 to 7 to be honest, but it's NUMENxFOREVER. They can still make it work Oves. One of the best IGLs this game has ever seen from this region. Still in this matchup, all he has to do is just play for survival. On the other side, Angry Swans, they are still not done. Going around the map in those Lamborghinis and just hunting down whoever they see.
Yeah, just being the cleanup crew at this point, right?
Yeah. Quite a luxurious cleanup crew, though.
And look at DeVay. Once again, 6 finishes on the board.
Shows up in the last game, to be honest, when it all mattered for Angry Swans.
I know, right? Yeah, it's like they've got a switch, which they just flip on, and they instantly start performing. And maybe you can start performing as well if you get your hands on the iQOO Z9S series, which is starting from 18,999.
Yeah, this could be the switch that you need to improve your performance, but let's see. Alpha 6. This was another team that had an opportunity to third-party that cursed Shack that we were talking about, but instead they focus on the center of the circle, looking to take down the players of Team Limra. Not an easy team to fight again, especially considering the distance between the two sides, to be honest.
Pretty much. A6 pinning down the team in the front for Team Limra. It's not looking too fluid. But the high ground, they're also being the center of attraction. In the smack center of the zone too. Still waiting for the next zone to pop up, and soon enough it will. And once again, Team Limra, they will be the center of focus, considering it just centers on up this time around as well. 4 Kings right next to him. You've also got Elevated Esports, who's quite desperate for the points.
Yeah, but for Team Limra, there's going to be a bit of concern, Necro. They have no concrete cover available to them. They're at the top of the hill, so they can use the foliage of the map to try and hide in the grass, behind the trees, behind the rocks, but quite easy to spot them out. On the other side, Galactic Wolves outside the circle, just like the players of Rush if possible. And Angry Swans, who are trying to breach the circle, as we can see them from the southeastern edge of the zone. The entry is not going to be too difficult, and they find the airdrop as well over there.
Yeah, it's not too good. Unfortunately for Team Limra, one man was knocked out, but I guess he's going to be back up on his feet. Now they need to have a swift and a clean approach, just like our official mobility partner, Hero Extreme 125R.
Remains to be seen who gets the title of Survivor in the finals and the Hero Extreme 125R along with it. For Team Limra for now, all of that constant pressure from the players of Alpha 6 has distracted them from the backlines, and now even Galactic Wolves are chiming in. Small little burst committed by Sonic as he tries to secure anything against the opposing side. And a few seconds ago, we were observing the perspective of Alpha 6, Necro. Angry Swans, they're closing in. Oh no, Sonic! It's Rush if possible to show up. All of that commotion drew the attention of that team. And now Galactic Wolves, they find themselves in a very peculiar spot.
They indeed do. Even Rush if possible now, even they want to be a part of the safety lines as they're moving in from the northern side. No vehicles in their hands, by the way, so that's a really big disadvantage Rush if possible is moving with. Out in the open too, luckily enough for Rush if possible, the future grounds aren't covered by the foes. But maybe Galactic Wolves, they're going to get their eyes pinned on the players, but Noob makes a big mistake, and he could have been struck down instantly. Rush if possible, even the backs against the wall as the wall of death will now start to move. And Chaser, he's trying to reposition himself in a better spot. The players of Galactic Wolves, they do want to reposition themselves as well, but Chaser, he's just keeping them pinned down in the same spot. For how long can the players of Rush if possible have the advantage in the fight? That's my question. Chaser's the only man up close and personal, as Rapido might just find the off angle. And Chaser, he's trying to do something, but Rapido reveals his position with the spray he took. Chaser's now out in the open, and he might just be struck down instantly by Rapido. But Rapido loses the opportunity, but he still refocuses on the second player as he gets the re-knock. And now Chaser is all by himself, up close and personal. Rush if possible, MIZO. They're getting struck down slowly and steadily, but the same thing can be said for the opposition too. Even Galactic Wolves are struggling in the fight, but the Wall of Death should do its job on Chaser.
Well, out of nowhere, Galactic Wolves, they do get wiped out. But as you mentioned, Rush if possible, they're not in a better position themselves. Chaser, Hayati, who all fall knocked out. And even their finishes are being wrapped up by the players of Team Limra, who are in the perfect spot to capitalize on that chaos that just brewed in front of their eyes. And Team Limra, again, as we mentioned, that hilltop, it gives them an extreme advantage in these endgame scenarios, especially considering that high ground, having that against the players of Alpha 6, having that against the players of 4 King Esports and Elevate, who are just trying to breach the rail lines. Limra just needs to be on point, but Dragon OP, he messes up, runs out into the open, and the knock is going to be secured by the players of Elevate Esports. Limra had 2 players down, 2 left standing. Hesperos, he's been the star player for the squad for a long time, but in this game, he needs to bring that monstrous performance in. Grabs his teammates to safety as the players of Elevate Esports have closed in, but the damage from the nade, he drops Esperos extremely low, and now he needs to reposition. This is a very intense fight, and Limra, Necro, I have to say this, I don't think they are going to make it out of this in one piece.
It will be tough indeed. Limra's one man's going to be the casualty. Maybe Dragon OP this time around. Even 4King is looking to make the pounce at the same time, and Team Limra is in the big panic. They don't know what to do. This pinch, it just keeps them getting worse. And the deadlock, it feels like Limra's never going to be able to break through it. But then 4King, they decide to engage against Team Elevate Esports, and this might just be the thing Team Limra is looking out for. Elevate Esports, they're getting dismantled too by the players of 4King. And 4King, if the same approach keeps them going on, one thing is for sure, Elevate Esports, they can't do a lot.
Well, the Kings have showed up for the rescue, but it turns out that Elevate Esports, they do not care at all. Or maybe it's Limra. The nades coming in from their side. 2 players lost from the side of 4King Esports. This one overshoots a bit, but it allows the players of Team Limra to make that push. But Gokul completely ignores the flank. And from the distance, it is actually Rush, if possible, who figure out how to secure that knock. But amidst all of this chaos, Necro in the backlines, Angry Swans, they were left completely unbothered. And they've capitalized on the exact thing. They have all 4 players left. They're pushing up the hill. 4King Esports, there's so much pressure on them from the same slope as Elevate Esports, and Limra will definitely lob a lot of utility in their direction. And Angry Swans have utilized this to gain control of the map.
Yeah, that's the crazy part. Angry Swans
just
want to be part of the third party as well. But then, unfortunately, they collide against the formidable force of 4King this time around. And 4King, they've got a 3-man strong squad still standing. Could have been a 4-1, but unfortunately, one of the players gets knocked out. And that's peeking up. And even the confirmation, it feels like it's going to follow up slowly and steadily. And with that being said, even Team Limra, they're going to hit the deck. They do get a few consistent points, but that's it. Not enough to bring them back. But speaking of the players of Angry Swans, and how their approach has been. 15 eliminations so far. In the previous game, it was Team Insane, but now Angry Swans, they're looking to replicate the performance that Team Insane pulled off in the previous game. Oasis position's uncompromised.
How?
He's a snake in the grass, and this time around, the Angry Swans, they're going to be surprised and starstruck by Oasis. Unfortunately, the confirmation couldn't follow up.
How did no one see him, man? He was just standing there, and the way he was the man who pretty much gave the call out to Prateek that this position is empty. You can take cover behind this rock.
He was in that same position for more than half of the game.
Yeah.
He was prone in that same spot. He might as well just took a nap.
I think he might as well have as well, but let's see. Angry Swans, I think this is their game. 15 plus elimination secured. The way if he gets his final frag, it's going to be double digits for him. The nade lobbed out. Goes a little bit beyond where it need to be. But I think they were just looking to flush out that player because that wasn't a nade. It was a smoke that was lobbed. But Rango from the side of 4King Esports gets stunned. Prateek dishes out the damage. They're going to give that finish to Divay to get him onto double digits. The last shot. Oh, it's the pan from Vampire. The finish gets stolen by his own teammate, man. It would have been impressive to see one player with double-digit elimination, but who cares? Angry Swans, they've done phenomenally well in this particular match. It was an impressive performance. But yeah, I think they've qualified by miles and miles. I think they needed one game at the start of the week, and yeah, they did have few decent matches today.
Yeah, Angry Swans, they easily qualify with that performance. But Team Limra is going to be a big question. Do they qualify or do they not? Today's day has been quite consistent, I'm not going to lie, from Team Limra. They're getting those 7 to 8 points per game. So do you think they qualify?
I think they'll be close. We won't know for sure until the entire journey for round 1 comes to an end. Okay. But still, Team Limra, I think consistency was there. But again, it's the same question. Were they consistent enough? We need to see 10 points per match. That is what at least I was hoping for from Team Limra. But unfortunately, that wasn't met.
Yeah, unfortunately for Team Limra, one thing is for sure, we thought the return's going to be much more formidable. Yeah. It's going to be much more insane, but that's not being the case. Even Rush If Possible, a big letdown this time around. Rush If Possible might just not qualified.
Yeah, it's going to be quite unfortunate. And Rush If Possible, I think, although they might have crossed over to the other side, but or maybe, yeah, they might have missed out on the opportunity of qualification. Yeah. And it's going to be a big heartbreak, not just for us, but Rush If Possible. It's a big name from their region. They have a lot of fans supporting them. And it's not just them, Elevate Esports as well. I think they're going to be not moving forward as well. Do you think so?
Elevate Esports, they needed a few more points to play with.
Yeah.
I think so if they do move on forward, it's going to be barely just squeezing them with the edge line.
Yes, I think Elevate Esports will just barely qualify, maybe somewhere between 55th or the 64th position.
Yeah, pretty much something like that,
Yeah,
right?
the bottom 10 or the bottom 9.
Yeah, Elevate Esports, they're definitely going to be tied up with a lot of those teams, so let's see how the overall standings look like after a few more days. Before now, speaking about this entire group that we witnessed, Forking Esports, that was a comeback and a half, but still not enough to get them those enough points.
Exactly. I think Forking Esports, had they played like this from day one, it would have been different, right? They would have easily qualified, but it was an impressive performance. But hey, man, let's talk about that cursed shack that was there in this game of Sanhok. I have never seen that happen. One shack, 5 or 6 different teams shows up, and whoever came to that shack instantly got taken out by someone else.
Third parties after third parties. It started all the way from Misfits, and then later on led to a complete annihilation in that area.
Yeah.
So many teams got eliminated in that same spot, and a few teams got the advantage too, considering in the final few moments someone else came in as a cleanup crew and got all those points accumulated.
I think the one team that actually took advantage of that chaos, or in fact they could have taken advantage of that chaos but didn't, they just stayed away from it, was Alpha 6. Alpha 6 had line of fire for that entire fight, but for some reason they just stayed away.
Speaking of Alpha 6, did they make the cut as well? There's so many questions that are going through my head, and only the overall standings can tell us if they have made the cut or not. Alpha 6 is one of those teams. I would love to see them in the future stages. But one thing is for sure, we have seen a major improvement.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen a major improvement indeed. And Alpha 6, I think we just want to see that confident Alpha 6 that would just drop clash anyone at the start of the game. You could never predict where they were going. That is the Alpha 6 that we love to see, and that element of surprise, I think, is what made them special. That element of surprise granted them the ability to secure all those points, because they were pretty good in those 4v4s as well. But as soon as you take that away, as soon as they try to play like everyone else, as soon as they try to play the textbook, that is when they fail.
Yeah, pretty much. And speaking of the textbook plays, right? One thing is for sure, Elevate Esports, they were trying to play with the basics.
Yeah.
At the start it worked, considering they were just facing off against a complete new lobby. But then as the time kept on passing by, Elevate Esports' strategy, they were read by these teams and they started to counter them, right? Elevate Esports, they were so good at positioning themselves in the late game scenarios. You would usually see them over there. But now look at them, what happened in the latter week.
I think one big difference that I noticed in Elevate Esports was the late rotations were still there, but if you compare their matches in the previous week, what they were doing is every time they would try to beach in late and they would come across a 4v4, they would completely disengage from that 4v4, move to a different position where they would find a much more preferable fight. Preferably against a team that was lacking either 1 or 2 players, because that way they have the numbers advantage to work with. But this time around, when they were trying to breach the circle and they found a 4v4, they took it head on. I think that is the thing that they were struggling with, and especially it becomes difficult, especially with that blue zone moving in and forcing you to continuously push, even if you don't want to, even if you don't have that preferable position inside that fight. But it was brilliant to try and brilliant to see what Elevate Esports were trying to do. They were trying to evolve midst of the tournament. Because of that, yesterday did not go their way, but today they did manage to regain their composure and secure those points. Oh no, 29 points, man.
Oh man, Angry Swans. A miraculous performance once again from the pissed off Swans. And we just had a conversation, right?
Yeah.
The Angry Swans are not angry enough. And now here we go.
Exactly.
A nuclear performance on the board. One single game grants them 29 points. That's easily going to elevate them all the way to the upcoming stages. You've also got Team Limra with 9 points. And even Team Limra has made the cut.
Limra has also made the cut. Numen, I think they might just move forward as well. And the one thing that did not care, the one team that did not care at all about qualification was Team Insane, but they also got decent points from this match. Now, Legacy Esports, I think Legacy Esports is also another interesting name to look forward to in round 2. They have a lot of talented players, and especially Rage God from this particular team is insane. But for Angry Swans Necro, I think it was that the fact that you were not willing to give them a motivation speech that just motivated them. It pissed them off.
I know, right? I just did not give them a motivation speech, and then they just got pissed off.
They got angry.
And we saw a crazy performance from the Angry Swans. But yeah, Legacy Esports too, a big question. Have they qualified too?
Yeah. They have.
Okay, so if Legacy Esports moves on forward, so at least we can't say the veterans, the known names inside this entire lobby, they have moved on.
Exactly, and again, MJ, Rage God, these players are putting up phenomenal performance on the board. And again, for Legacy Esports, it is about establishing themselves as players to look out for. But let's see how the rest of the journey is going to turn out, because now round 2 is what they are looking forward to, just like us. But we still have one more group left, ladies and gentlemen, and their journey is going to begin soon, which starts off on the map of Wavekindi, which starts after this very short break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, gonna make way for the mega tasker. Fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo.
you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. Move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Extreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the extreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक मिनट किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 आउच आई एम नॉट डूइंग दिस 300
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार
क्या हो रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल आना प्योर
बस अबे बंद करो बे आंख में छुप रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल
हार पूरी रात निकल गई अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Welcome back after that short commercial break, my friends. And now we pretty much know which teams have been eliminated from that previous game and which teams might just be on the edge and which teams have confirmed moved on forward. But what a game that was from Angry Swans.
Absolutely. You know what? I feel like Angry Swans, they don't like me. Somewhere down the line, I certainly feel that because every single game that I have casted, they haven't really performed. For one game, I was like, all right, fine, let me take a break. And they just come in all guns blazing. And that is the only theory that I have.
Especially DeVay, man. Once again, this man is just a one-man army, getting so many eliminations for his team on the back of it. And he knows he's supposed to be the main playmaker. Even his team knows that. So they set him up for perfection in a great manner. You move on forward the conversation. Even NUMENxFOREVER, they barely squeeze themselves into that finishing line, so we're going to see them in the upcoming stages too. Angry Swans, that last game was something that confirmed in that spot. Even Team Limra, consistency once again prevails as they move into the upcoming stage as well.
Absolutely. Team Limra, of course, we always knew they're going to glide past with smoothness. And if you also want such smoothness, ladies and gentlemen, in your gameplay, then why not get yourself the iQOO Z9S series starting from 18999. They are our official smartphone partner and they've done a fabulous job with the Z9S series. In fact, with the iQOO 12 as well, I heard they've done a good job. Is that going to be used somewhere down the line, Necro?
Yeah, I've heard it's going to be used in Kochi, Kerala, by the way, by the players. So one thing is for sure, they're going to have a smooth experience inside the game. No one's going to be lagging. They're going to have a smooth experience throughout the entire time. But let's move the conversation on, right? A new set of groups will be joining in once again today. One group will be playing their last game as well, or pretty much you can say one more group will be playing their last 3 games. And tomorrow, a new set of groups will be joining alongside. So one thing is for sure, slowly and steadily, you can see the benchmark, and now you can try and analyze what the cutoff is going to look like.
Exactly. The cutoff around that 67, 68 points still now. Talking about the overall standing so far, we do have the results from this week itself. Team Insane, 73 points. Absolutely blew everyone's mind. Numen, 54 points from the 6 games that they've played. Again, a brilliant comeback. Team Limra, this is the upliftment. This is the betterment that we were talking about. First week, not up to the mark. Second week, 53 points.
53 points. Team Limra, they easily move on forward. Even Angry Swans, that one single game propels them to 52 points. Even Legacy Esports, slow and steady approach wins the race. With 44 points, even Legacy Esports is going to move on forward with these. Overall standing second page on the screen, and you also do see a few letdowns over here, I'm not going to lie, but you might just want to see them do a bit better. You've got teams like HR now who are going to be stepping in the action. You've also got Hail India, decent officials. Elevate Esports in that previous game, I'm not sure if they've made the cut, but one thing is for sure, they're going to be on that edge.
They're certainly going to be on that edge. I feel like Elevate Esports could have been eliminated if the last game was not going to be in their way, but I feel like they've done enough job, honestly. They had 61 points from week 1, and from week 2 we just saw they just have about 17 points. More than 70 points, Necro, I still feel like teams are going to be safe because I just had a look at the overall standings, and the cutoff still lies around the 68-point mark. So anything beyond 70, you should be safe, at least for now.
And you know what, Salty? We had a conversation about how there's not going to be a vacuum in the red set, but so far that's not been the case, especially over here, man. You've got Team Insane performing insanely well, then you've also got Angry Swans getting 29 pointers, and now these guys are definitely looking forward to create that vacuum. But this upcoming group might just be something that's going to throw all of us off guard. One thing is for sure, this upcoming group will be even more competitive.
Absolutely. Talk about competitive. LOC Esports yesterday, right? Yesterday, we kind of figured that maybe, yes, LOC Esports with the experience that they have might be able to come back into the game. And they proved us right. 110%. Look at this. 26 points from the first week, and from 3 games they played yesterday, they had 30 points.
Exactly. You've also got Hail India, version 9 stepping in the action. Version 9, they have been a big letdown, let's be honest. With the way they've been playing, they have been disappointing all of us. But Hail India, still a chance for them to move on forward. If they get maybe 20 points in the starting game, that's going to be a good momentum, a good head start to kick things off. 7 Oceans, they're done for. Bold Rushers Esports, even they cannot move on forward no matter how good they perform.
I think the limelight is going to be on the 2 teams. One that you mentioned, Hail India. The other team, the limelight is going to be on, will be Hyper Rush Esports. They are standing on that 50-point mark. 20 points approximately needed in the 3 games that they're going to be playing. So things are going to be difficult. Why? I'll tell you, especially because they are playing the second set. Starting off from Vikendi, that is going to be a really big pain.
And I'm not going to lie, I also want to see Team FatalitY step up a bit. It's been a while since we've seen Team FatalitY in their prime form, because in BGS 2024, it felt like a complete different team. And now look at Team FatalitY. They're struggling to convert the elimination points. Even the rotations haven't been that great. One thing is for sure, they're missing something. It's not that same Team FatalitY that we saw in the past.
It seems like they're missing a lot of confidence. They're not approaching the fights with the same intensity and the confidence that they used to. They're losing out on the fights initially. They're losing out on multiple players through mid-rotation as well. So for Team FatalitY, it seems like nothing really is working fine for them. But we've seen teams on the last day of qualification, they come in with a different set of mindset. They go back to the default settings. And I feel like for these athletes, for the teams for whom there are issues, I feel like you have to go back to your factory default settings and just play your natural game and try and give everything that you've got.
And yeah, speaking about the natural game, Team FatalitY, they've also been experimenting with the playing 4. Sometimes Yuvajot steps in, sometimes it's Hanzo who steps in. I'm not sure why they're doing so, but one thing is for sure, it's hindering their performance. They need to be back with the main playing 4 that they had. It was Hanzo, Aim God, Reaper. These 3 guys were more than enough to shake the entire lobby. But Hanzo's disagreement, or Hanzo's disappearance, has been a big problem for the side of Team FatalitY.
Even Hulk's form is not up to the mark right now. If you look at it, he's not even getting a lot of finishes. Initially, he used to be the entry fragger for the team. So I'm waiting on all of these issues to be fixed. But have they fixed it in just a matter of a single day? That they come in today and actually completely, finish off the competition? Big question mark.
Hey, you know what? But the question marks might just be answered in this upcoming game of Vikendi as the Icy Lands boots up on the screen.
The icy lands, of course, will be well complemented by an icy airplane. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the land of the cold deserts. It is Vikendi and it is live for sure. But where does the flight path take us? It starts off from the right-hand side of Port towards Zabava, and then we move on towards Hot Spring. The birds in the skies, of course, we'll have a look out on them because there are a couple of these teams, a couple of these outliers who like to take those drop collisions. For example, you've got the likes of Team 8-Bit who don't really care. They've got so much points on board. They can potentially drop cash against every single team. But then you also have the likes of disciplined squads like VASISTA Esports.
Yeah, 8-Bit can pretty much be Team Insane of this group and just start chasing down a few teams who are looking to qualify and crush their dreams with their fists. 8-Bit can definitely do that if they want. Even VASISTA Esports can be on that verge. 7 Oceans dropping right in the smack center towards Potovosto, and this time around they're also being contested by someone else. So that's going to be an interesting drop collision that we're about to witness. 7 Ocean in a big world of trouble. There's 8-Bit moving towards the left. VASISTA Esports dropping towards Villa. V9 as well is right around the fray. And if V9 wants, they can third party. Moving towards Mount Kresnik. Before now, TGL facing off against 7 Oceans. And TGL's one man has already taken too much damage. TGL's not looking too good in that form as they're taking heavy beating upon themselves, and even one player gets knocked out. And the way the opponents are approaching the fight too, TGL, they're starting to panic, but at least Kunal's able to return back with one knockout. Even Lolzzz falls down from TGL. It's not looking too good for the side of 7 Oceans, as now the fight's taken down to just a one-on-one. Kunal's taken down solo. All it takes is one single bullet to find the deal sealer. And still remember, he's not able to get anything done. Where is the cavalry? That's my question. There's still one man of 7 Oceans in the back, and Demon is not going for that strike.
What? A revive in that position. Extremely risky, but remember, finally find the frag. Beautiful movement out in the open. Modit comes in from the back lines. It's just one player from 7 Oceans who's barely surviving. And of course, one shot from the DBS, one pellet, and he should be good to go.
My question is, where is Demon? He's still all the way in the back lines, not even providing that cover fire. Demon is still there. He's not even a part of the fight. What is 7 Oceans doing? Especially Demons.
I have no clue. Seems like he's not moving. Player character also suggested that he is facing some technical issues, but all of that for later because we have another fight brewing up in front of our screens. Hail India going up against Metal Esports, not the ideal opposition you want to fight. Early on, Metal Esports extremely disciplined. They've suffered the knockoff encore, but top dog, this man has no leash on himself.
Oh, Metal Esports is doing too much damage up against the players of Hail India as they stood a chance to qualify.
What?
Metal Esports is over here to grab all the chances away. And Metal Esports, they've already done way too much damage against Hail India. Now it's looking next to impossible to recover from that. Metal Esports, even they were 2 players down, but it's completely fine. Those 2 players can be easily back up on their feet. Naughty's on the run. Hail India, for them, this game is almost done and dusted.
This is so sad for Naughty. Look at him. He has no helmet, no vest, no healing utility, no utility whatsoever. This man is a half-blood prince, just trying to survive on those icy lands. It's not going to be easy. The King's Land will look to hunt him down as of now, but team captains, they've managed to shoo away the likes of Bold Rushers. Initial bit of damage taken. Sparky will still get knocked down. Devil from a long range. He's doing brilliant.
I love that. At least Warren was there around the corner to save the day. So Bold Rushers Esports, they will survive to see another day. Archit, even this man is quite stacked with that loot. M416 with the 4X. He's also got his hands on the shotgun for the up-close and personal engagements. Nade being tossed in the front, but Archit gets strike from the right. Team captain, surrounding awareness sort of lacking inside of this fight. Devil was confirmed. Archit's knocked out. Jet Ray needs to do something, pull off a miraculous comeback in the fight. Bold Rushers Esports, still desperate to get the confirmation. Still, it's the early phase of the game, and the teams do not have the proper weaponry to go off against each other.
That is exactly which caught me off guard, because for a brief period of time, I was thinking, if this is Vikendi that I'm witnessing, because honestly speaking, I've never really seen a map of Vikendi being so aggressive right from the very beginning. Team Bold Rushers, they have different plans, of course. Advantage in this fight, but one of the players who will be taking down Shaiwala was bleeding to death, but nobody could come to his rescue. But talk about team captains, Necro, it seems like this team, they have a great liberty inside of the lobby. Great positioning, a lot of points for them as well. And Emperor has been that player to kind of lead the charge.
RE in the front lines as HR. They're constantly taking shots. And RE's one of the players is there in the corners too. Few jump shots taken with the shotgun, but no connections found. And now that's starting to be a big sign of concern. But what is happening on the screen? It's getting a little bit too confusing, I'm not gonna lie. HR, even they are in a big world of trouble, but still somehow they're able to convert the duels, and the opponents, they're just dropping down like flies.
Team HR Hyper Rush Esports, for them this fight is extremely crucial, but they get cleaned up. RAE, what a blunder that was. That play from Rishi, that was absolutely brilliant. Yes, he does have those 4 finishes, but I feel like the first 2 eliminations, one coming outside the door and then the flip switch, the 1-2. That was so smooth.
RUDRANSH Esports, they messed the fight up massively. I'm not even sure what that approach was. The players were ejecting outside of the windows. I'm not even sure what they were thinking.
1 by 1, that too.
Yeah, just dropping down like flies. And HR, they were just ready with the fishing nets, catching them. Rishi with that 4-piece in his hands is definitely going to be feeling pretty good after that. And just look at the way how the fight executed. Rishi, he got the first 2 knockouts, even the third man who dropped down from that window. Rishi instantly turns around and strikes him down in a great manner. Boogie could have found the confirmation too, but luckily enough, Rishi was pretty quick.
Man not only finds 4 finishes for his team, but also saves one of his teammates as well.
Hero
extreme performance.
Indeed. Playing extremely well. And speaking of the extremities, you've got FatalitY Hanzo up against the players of DCENT officials. And for DCENT, yesterday's day was pretty decent. At least getting those points on the board, so we can't say a bit of that glimmer of hope is still alive. But a teeny tiny one.
Yeah, just a glimmer, honestly. They can see the silver lining, but to kind of grab onto that opportunity and move forward, that will be extremely difficult.
Yeah, they don't know how to approach it, right?
I mean, 17 points from the day, it does kind of raise hopes, but then imagine this, right? They still need more than 40 points from the 3 games that they play.
Pretty much.
And that is more than the cumulative total that they have managed in 9 games. So odds are definitely stacked up against them.
They indeed are. And with the way DCENT's playing too, all the 4 players in this one single vehicle, you know it's a surprise package waiting to be delivered to the opponent. Either it's going to be good for the opponent or bad.
And honestly, this is one of the vehicles that has the least damage-taking abilities. It gets exploded extremely soon, so DCENT official needs to find themselves some other mode of transportation, because otherwise, they might get exploded into thin air.
Pretty fragile, right?
Very.
It's just like Murado. Even Murado is pretty fragile.
If I remember the stats correctly, I think a Murado is not as fragile as this one. This is the most fragile vehicle inside of the game.
We need to look at it, because I'm pretty sure Murado is way too fragile. If you hit Murado against the wall even like 3 times with full speed,
it's not supposed to be driven into walls, Necro. It is a luxury statement.
I mean, that's the thing, right? You can't really do the proper ram-ins, drive-bys with it, because it cannot really tank a lot of bullets, and that's the problem. But look at the way DeVay was able to play the previous game. 9 finishes all by himself, and 47% finish contribution.
Matching the record of the highest finishes inside of iQOO BMPS 2024. Previously, it was Delta. Only once was this feat accomplished before. And DeVay just matching that performance once again. One more finish, Necro. If a player gets 10 eliminations in a game, I think that performance inside of iQOO BMPS 2024 will be remembered.
And maybe AKOP is that man.
Good choice. So one of the reasons why AKOP was not playing in majority of Orangutan's matches is because he's been currently feeling under the weather. But as soon as he comes back, we know that man will bring a lot of aggression with him.
So when is he going to feel over the weather?
When he gets those 10 eliminations.
So when is he going to play?
Dude, you're asking me a lot of questions. I'm not his assistant, right? I don't know when he's going to play.
You're like the internal guy, you know, for OG.
Not just
OG.
I
forgot you used to be.
Yeah, I'm an internal guy for every single one of the teams out there. I have friends everywhere.
I gotta tell them, man, to keep you under the rug. You might just start leaking their strategies. But you know what, team captain? Devil was the only casualty a while ago. Still a 3-man squad, looking pretty decent. And as usual, the game of Vikendi is supposed to be quite a slow and steady start, but this time around, it was quite an aggressive one. A lot of the individual blows were delivered to the teams, but RUDRANSH Esports, Seven Oceans, Hail India, especially Hail India, this game was desperately needed. We talked about this. If Hail India gets somewhere around 20 points in one single game, they do stand a chance. Especially the opening one, they stand a big chance.
Exactly, and that is exactly the game where they get absolutely destroyed. 3 players being taken down, 1 more still left to go, but let's see if that 1 player can actually bring some sort of brilliance for this team.
Yeah, and being honest, Vikendi and Sanhok are pretty off maps, right?
Yeah.
So it can sort of help one of these off teams to perform too. You never know, it can be anyone to come out on top. Maybe V9 this time around, they can strike with a chicken.
Version 9, honestly, in my opinion, has been very disappointing. In terms of the way they have been approaching the fights, we know this team has got the potential, especially from the previous officials that we've casted. Version 9, their approach has been to try and stay as safe as they possibly can, and this is not the Version 9 we knew. They always were the aggressors inside the lobby, the alphas.
Pretty much. And now V9 is the complete opposite structure of that.
Yeah.
They don't want to be the alphas anymore. Instead, they're settling to be the betas. And that's a big problem. Because with the way V9 was taking fights in the past, and now with the way V9 started off their entire iQOO BMPS 2024 journey, was pretty weird. And I still remember that one single Erangel game which I was casting with Fixes. V9 found a lot of opportunities to strike on the team in the front, but they still did not go for the strike. Hold on to that thought. Godsreen, they face off against Team Captain. 2 big names, they collide. Team Captain, they have been at the top of their form, but what a shot that was from Jetray. A quick burst. It's going to put the players of Godsreen in a big state of discomfort, but even a nade from Arch, it's going to catch Fury. Godsreen, this time around, they're facing a reality check.
They certainly are. Another nade being tossed in. They want to confirm Fury as quickly as they possibly can, and Godsreen, it seems like they are disintegrating slowly. They have no choice. They cannot save Fury. The best option that they have is to get back. Alto's spray kind of opened things up, especially when team captains were extremely low on HP. But then that push didn't really make sense. If all 4 players are not going to chime in together in tandem, then why do you want to send a player all by himself, slam in, and then completely put him in a man disadvantage situation?
That's the thing though, I'm just not a big fan of the fights outside of the blue.
True that.
All it takes is a few bullets. Well, be it even on the leg. The zone's going to constantly keep on doing its damage. And it'll put you in such a big state of discomfort that no matter if you're a team with the advantage, you will automatically start to self-doubt yourself.
Exactly. I don't even get this, right? For Godsreen, they don't really have the compulsion to take this fight. They can get their merry way. They're the ones who are kind of blocking captains.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? They've already made it in the overall standing, so it's completely fine. Godsreen, they can't pull off shenanigans like these.
Exactly. Why not is the question. And I believe the same question goes to the audience as well. If you've got a smartphone which is so powerful under the hood, why not get yourself this one?
Wait, smartphones have hood?
The back cover.
Oh,
Necro.
I didn't know that. Honestly, I didn't know that.
That has the processor, the Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Has a lot of power.
I thought it's just called as the back panel, right?
Yeah.
I never knew it's called hood.
No, it is not called the hood. It is just a metaphor which
okay.
related.
My bad, man.
Never mind. Talking about these 2 teams, they're still in a standoff in Godsreen. It seems like they're chilling.
Yeah, they pretty much are. Godsreen up against Team Captain. And Team Captains, honestly, they made sure that Godsreen will face the brunt. They are getting away quite punished. But look at the spread from Godsreen too. Phantom on the left, Venom in the middle. Then you've got Altu on the right. Team Captain cannot disengage from the fight anymore. The only way they can break through this deadlock is by finding either Altu or Phantom. Because finding Venom is not going to do anything. And now the call's conveyed. Godsreen, they knew what exactly is happening around the fray. As Jetray gets knocked out, Altu's position is also revealed big time. And Jetray actually knocks himself out, considering he ejected outside of a moving vehicle. And that does the deed. Another nade sails in, and iQOO is going to find a beautiful piece. As iQOO is constantly doing that significant amount of damage against the opponent, and he does not even know how to back it up. Man does not have enough meds too. He needs to patch himself up right here, right now. Godsreen will survive to see another day. Archit's all the way back in the water lines. This might just be a brilliant move from Archit.
Actually. But to be honest, I feel like Godsreen will eventually figure it out because they haven't really seen...
They've got no clue.
They've got no clue so far, but yes, once they do realize that one of the players is swimming because he will eventually have to peek out to breathe.
I think it's a brilliant move. Archit's going to catch him off guard. If he flanks all the way in the back lines and he finds the perfect opener, Godsreen will be starstruck.
They're not looking. Archit just peeked out. Man had to come up to breathe and he timed it to perfection. This is nice. But I honestly like the chase and the blockade that was set up by Godsreen, right? 3 players in great position. Perfect revenge for Fury, honestly.
Yeah. LOC is another one of those teams that we all are looking forward to. And we want to see LOC succeed too. It's quite a known banner that has been making their presence known in the competitive circuit for a long time. And now LOC, it's time for them to strike as well. Move on forward, pounce on the opportunity, and prove themselves even better. You've got Godsreen down south, right next to Team Captain. You've also got Bolt Rushers a little bit above them. And the zone is constantly panning up north. I mean, yeah, still the early phases, and Weekendy, the zone barely moves. But as soon as the stage 4 hits, that's when we might just see that curveball shift.
Exactly. And I think this time the curveball shift will be of prime importance. Because look at this, you've got a massive water body in between the circle itself. So the circle will either shift in one of the 2 islands. And teams will 100% have a huge problem in rotating from one end to the other. Of course, unless and until if you have the Hero Extreme 160 R4V, you will have no problems rotating from one point of the city to the other.
Yeah, super quick. And you're going to be feeling good too while riding that bike. Smooth experience. Godsreen, Team Captain. This battle, I'm not going to lie, it's putting me in a big state of discomfort. Archit, he does not go for the strike. Instead, he just runs away. He wants to disengage from that spot, and that's what he does. And I'm not sure why Bolt Rushers Esports is actually moving all the way back in the blue as well. They're moving down south.
No, but they want to actually take the bridge from Hot Springs, change islands.
Rotation, oh.
Yeah. Big moves. Big brain plays coming in through from Bolt Rushers. Even 8-bit, as a matter of fact, are kind of opting for the same thing because if you look at it from beyond Castle, you will have no entry point. That is for sure. Majority of the teams are stacked at the very center.
Yeah, and especially as a team, you do not know if Castle's being camped or not.
Yeah.
So even that's a big threat. As a team, you would want to avoid. And look at what just happened. Archit flipping the table against the players of Godsreen, as iQOO is now the only man there towards the bridge lines. And for Godsreen, Phantom's on the run. Archit catching the players of Godsreen off guard, and this is the only chance he can make the players of Godsreen pay. iQOO is taking heavy fire upon himself, and even the Wall of Death is doing that constant damage. Archit needs to get the knockouts on the players of Godsreen, as even iQOO gets knocked out in return. Metal Esports, they face off and collide against the players of LOC, as Grind was knocked out, but even Top Dog falls apart. Metal Esports, they do get the confirmation squeezed up. As Fragger, he finds a re-knock onto another player. Encore gets knocked out too. It's taken down to a 3-on-2. Metal Esports with the man disadvantage, and they're constantly losing out on the players, as even Sketch finds a death blow to another player. LOC's doing a great job in this fight so far, but they need to be wary and known that there are a few more teams stacking around them.
Exactly, the third-party situation is going to be of prime importance. Metal Esports, they are being squandered right now. The nades coming in from Fragger are causing them so much problems. Fuzzy initially was so much up close and personal, even Sketch, as a matter of fact. I love this split coming in from LOC so far. The 2-1 split, and Metal Esports, they're stuck in a corner. They have nowhere to left to go, to move, to hide. What can they possibly do? Even the utility department is kind of coming to a closure. Look at this, no healing utility so far. It's just bandages to patch yourself up.
Pretty much, Pot of Osto occupied by Metal Esports and the foes around him. LOC2 is there on the back lines. And for Metal Esports, if they do want to find a better place to play with, they need to go against the players of Metal Esports. LOC there around the fray too. And oh no, utilities are being exchanged in a pretty weird manner. Metal Esports unfortunately having the man advantage. It's not looking too nice. And as I mentioned, if LOC wants to have a better spot in their hands, they need to strike down the players of Metal Esports right now.
But with B2R in the backlines, right, none of these players can actually venture too much out in the open. Both the teams have an idea of how shots from the distance have been coming in. Sketch again is going to find that knock with the nade itself, and now it's all down to Top Dog. This man as an aggressor is brilliant. He does have the DBS as well to deliver the death blows, but it's going to be extremely difficult. In fact, gets clean up on first shot. First contact from Sketch, and that's it. 3 finishes on board on this man and 4 eliminations on LOC. Wonderfully done. And the thing that you were talking about, right? They get the entire compound for themselves. But they still need to travel 250 meters to get inside the circle, Necro.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough stretch, that's for sure. Especially LOC all the way back in the open. And there's one team in the pack lines too, or especially one single man from Hell India. And he can be the major punisher. Backs against the wall as the players of LOC are now in the blue. It's not looking too fluid as now TGL's facing off against V9, and for V9, it's time to capitalize. If they do want to come out on top in this fight, they cannot hesitate anymore. Alien could be knocked out with that Molotov, but luckily enough, he stops moving in that direction. Wall of death starting to close in. V9, it's time to capitalize as the time's running through, and V9, even their lifeline might just come to an end. Lolzzz has got the perfect angle. He spots out the first man, but unfortunately, Lolzzz does not find the proper strike, but it's completely fine. TGL still there, trying their best to get the cover fire. Lolzzz can be saved for now. Taken down to a 2-man squad. That's where the opponents might just have the advantage. It's now going to be a 2v2, and Alien is going for the patch-up.
He will have to go for the patch-up. Right now, utility has to be utilized as good as they possibly can. Needs you to fly in because the gun's advantage has declined. Version 9, they're striking back. Team Lolzzz, the slowly disintegrating. One man still left to go, and that's going to be Mudit. There's 4 eliminations on him. Can go for a Hail Mary play, but it's going to be so difficult. Disengages at the extreme last moment, and Team Version 9, they managed to survive another day, but how long is going to be the question, because just 2 players with left to go. It seems like it's going to be an extremely difficult cross on over from the river and an entry inside the circle, Necro.
Yeah, the circle shifts in towards a pretty awkward spot. Cement Factory is going to be in contention. B2R, they're looking to face off against the players of both rushers, but even VASISTA Esports now from the back, they're creating that sandwich scenario. Look at the util being tossed to perfection as Trigger finds one confirmation and a knock on to Prime. And B2R, with now just 2 players left standing, they can't do a lot anymore. VE in the back, constantly tossing in the utils, and this time they're hurting too much as B2R just can't do anything. From the top, it's going to be the players of both rushers. From the back, it's the players of VASISTA Esports. Apola gets knocked out for now, so that's going to buy him just enough time.
Exactly, but it seems like Secret also needs to join the party. He's way too much in the back lines, and it seems like Apollo and Trigger need some sort of a cover fire. If you talk about B2R right now, they have got some sort of a breather from VASISTA Esports, and now they want to focus on towards bolt rushers. But on the other side, we have another fight that's happening, and DCENT officials, they've already taken first contact and first casualty. Team Hyper Rush Esports, no mercy being shown whatsoever. Genji trying to go on a flank angle. The nade did try to fly in, but no damage being dished, Necro.
DCENT constantly tossing those utils once again as they're the one looking to breach in. And unfortunately for DCENT, they face off and collide against Rishi. And this man has gone 7 eliminations so far. He's handed out 7 death blows in the lobby all by himself. And Rishi has been feeling at the top of his form. He's like the Deve for Hyper Rush. He performs when it matters the most. And Hyper Rush, even for them, the qualification's on the line.
Oh no, Jadu will get taken down himself. This man had no HP. Team Hyper Rush, what are they doing? Phantom from the back lines. Great positioning from this man. Just only player still surviving, but God's Reign. They've got a great positioning and a great entry inside the circle. And like you said, Rishi, this man will need to do some sort of a magic if this team, Hyper Rush Esports, wants to have a great game. They have 8 eliminations already. Can potentially make it 10. Move inside the top 5, get some placement points as well. And then maybe Hyper Rush Esports will actually have the dreams of qualifying.
Naughty and Rishi, they're right next to each other. And both the players are going for the mid strat. Naughty's still on the run towards the safety line. He wants to peekaboo someone. But as FatalitY, they charge on forward against the players of Bolt Rushers Esports. They might just find the advantage. And it's going to be the striking advantage too. Hulk was the casualty early on for FatalitY, as utilities were tossed, but no confirmation found, no advantage found.
Team FatalitY, they have been playing, they have been second-guessing their play way too much. Like I said, right, Hulk has been feeling out of form lately. This man is not performing at 100% of his capabilities right now. Once again, suffering the early blow, getting eliminated outside the game early on is going to cost Team FatalitY. Even though they don't have the information of how many players Bolt Rushers have inside the cement factory compound, it seems like they're still hesitant to kind of push forward. But look at this. Aim God from the backlines is going to find out one of the players. One finish on board Team FatalitY. They need a lot more, Necro.
Yeah, they're on the move. On the run towards the safety lines. Not exactly safe so far. FatalitY, even they're quite hesitant. Lacking on that confidence, that's for sure. But they need to realize that even they're the demons in the lobby. And they can pull off some miraculous moments too. 8-Bit, a beautiful strike that was against Aim God. But then Mighty falls down too. For 8-Bit, it's not looking too nice. It's not a cakewalk anymore for the boys. As 8-Bit, they do try to straight up charge on forward to the safety lines. They're also getting picked up by the players of VASISTA Esports and FatalitY. And Bolt Rushers Esports, they make the rush against that one isolated man of FatalitY.
It was Team FatalitY who actually charged on up. We saw one of the players pushing up, trying to get space. But that was countered so easily. Look at this, Bolt Rushers. They're trying to look at multiple teams, holding multiple angles all by themselves. One of the players has been tasked to charge up against FatalitY. The other players, they're trying to create space against version 9. Hanzo all by himself does have the need to actually work through, but VASISTA Esports from the backline, Secret in great position to actually find finishes, but he's way too much out in the open, Necro.
Yeah, 7 finishes racked up so far from the players of VASISTA Esports. They're looking pretty nice, and look at the spread too from them. What? Secret all the way on the opposite side. And then Driggers all the way at the top. You've got Wixkey and Apollo playing together. Secret's the man with the flank angle, but unfortunately for Secret, his position's known. It's not Secret anymore. VASISTA Esports is Secret. If he gets knocked out, it's done for. He needs to stay alive for a bit longer, and Secret does his job as he finds the opener, and Apollo from the far fray will also get the confirmation. This is so good from VASISTA Esports. The communication seems like it's going to be on point, but there's one man from V9 still in the back alive, and he's been left unchecked. Yes, the players of VASISTA Esports will wipe out the entirety of Bolt Rushers Esports, but there's still that one man from V9 alive, and it's Alien too.
He's just being Alien inside the bush. This man, what a safety strat it was. Team VASISTA Esports, they have completely ignored his presence. 1v4. Now, can this man come out of slumber and actually deliver the death blow to this team? That is going to be the question. Needs to isolate these fights beautifully.
Yeah.
Can manage to find 1 or 2 eliminations at max, Necro.
And here's the funny part. VASISTA Esports is going to think there's someone all the way back in the blue going for the med strat.
Yeah.
They're not going to have any clue that there's still someone inside of the safety lines. And Alien, all it takes is one instance for this man to strike. All the players of VASISTA Esports, they're just circling around him. And now Alien finally finds the first. But unfortunately, he's not going to be alienated anymore.
I mean, that was funny, right? I mean, he did try to pull off some of the shenanigans, which I think can be very entertaining. But then we knew, as a matter of fact, it is never going to work out, especially for an experienced side like VASISTA Esports. You cannot expect to come out of a bush and expect to drop 4 players, can you?
Yeah, I mean, dropping down 4 players is not the main goal. Dropping down 2 and getting the confirmation is probably the main goal. Just try and get away with as many points as possible, right? That's what he wanted to do. But once again, VASISTA Esports, it's them we're speaking of. And it's really tough to take down, especially even two players from a big banner like this. They will be pretty quick.
This certainly will be very quick. And to be honest, I feel like VASISTA Esports now with this chicken dinner, they've kind of solidified their position. In fact, they've crossed on over to the 100-point mark as well. And I feel like VASISTA Esports, this is the sharpest that they've ever looked ever since their inception so far, Necro. Do you agree? Because you look at this, Wixkey and Apollo, they're in their best fragging form that they've ever been in. Drigger has been providing so much support. And Secret, we saw that flank, right? And that flank was also useful.
Now listen, as the tournament keeps on passing by, you know I start getting even more critical about the teams, right? And I'm going to be as critical as possible to VASISTA Esports over here because it's a known banner, returning one once again in the official tournament. Last time they did pretty good. Yes, a different playing four, but now this playing four seems even better.
Yeah.
And looking at the way they've been playing so far, yes, nothing taken away. They're looking pretty good. But I would still say for the known names like VASISTA Esports, for the T1 teams, it's still way too early to say anything. As the tournament keeps on passing by, as they move on to the semifinals, that's when we can't say anything confirmed.
I kind of agree with you, honestly, because now, honestly, the lobbies will have a nice mix of both professional teams and the undergods as well. As we progress towards round 2, I think majority of the ones who kind of still lack in some of their gaming sense or in terms of mechanical skills will be flushed out, and majority of the teams will be extremely tough to beat. So that is when VASISTA Esports will be tested. But this fight, it was so brilliant, especially with the way they took down Bold Rushers. I did not expect that split coming through from VASISTA Esports, that the 3-1 split that we just witnessed, but it definitely worked out.
It indeed did. V9 as well getting a decent game in their hands, 4 elimination points, and you add on 6 placement. That's going to give them 10 points in total. That's a decent way to start things off, but knowing the fact that they do not really have a lot of points in the point standings anymore, they need a nuclear performance in their hands. Maybe somewhere around 30-pointer in one single game. That's going to give them that cushion that's desperately needed in the overall standings. Other than that, V9's not going to qualify. For Hail India too, the same thing's going to be said.
Absolutely. But talking about nuclear performance, that was one nuclear performance from Rishi. 7 to 8 eliminations. And for Hyper Rush Esports as well, they were in that vicinity of qualification. And I think 10 to 12 points if they have acquired from this game, I think this team should be having a good laugh at themselves.
That's what I mentioned too during the cast as well, right? He's like the Deve for his team, stepping up when it matters the most. Deve stepped up big on the previous game of Sanhok, and now look at this guy, Rishi. He stepped up huge on this game of Weekendi. In the off maps, the individual players are definitely doing quite good, but one thing that we've noticed is that Fatality is genuinely struggling in their games. It's not like they're testing the waters, but they're actually struggling in the fights and the communication.
They absolutely are struggling, and it seems like the lack of confidence which you mentioned is actually hitting them right now, because the way we saw how they charged up against the other team, they had no positioning, just one knock, and everyone felt like, alright, we'll go in for a push, but it was not coordinated. None of them were communicating with each other, and it was very simple for them to be completely disintegrated away.
Yeah, and even the fight from RUDRANSH Esports right towards the compound, the players are just ejecting outside of the window, getting caught like that. It was quite a questionable move, I'm not going to lie. RUDRANSH Esports, yes, a newer face on the block, but still, with the way they played in week 1 itself, I've got higher expectations, and I do want to see them do even better in the upcoming moments. Point standings on the screen, VASISTA Esports, 21 points in total, and V9 getting 10 points, Bold Rushers Esports getting 9, and HR getting 9. So you can't say it's not really a big vacuum anymore.
Not a big vacuum as of now, but look at this. Fatality, 7 points on them. Not enough, absolutely. They stand around that below 50-point marker and win 2 games to kind of make sure that they qualify. It will be a mammoth task, to be honest. For LOC, a surprising outing. I did not expect this team to actually go on with just 4 points, but still decent. At least they have that aggressive mentality going in through. For DCENT officials, one more bad game. B2R, another bad game for them as well. Hail India, one of the teams we were considering that can be potentially one of the teams proceeding towards round 2. It seems like for them right now, their dreams are descending.
Indeed they are, man. For a lot of the teams, even in the previous group, we saw those dreams being shattered. Be it RDX Girls, be it a few more names, things were not looking too great. And now over here for Hail India version 9, it's not looking too fluid. Even when you speak about RUDRANSH Esports, even decent officials. Yesterday's day for decent was decent. But that's not really going to count. They need to be good.
Decent officials day was decent. I think that is the best wordplay that I've heard ever today, to be honest. But having said that, there is still 2 more games to go. The maps of Miramar and Erangel are still there, Necro. There are still hopes of comeback in the next game. We'll find out. Might just be the most important game of this group. We'll come back after a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Have you seen my phone?
Yes, I have.
It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really.
But have you all seen it? Mega Taskers win at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
The movie starts in 10. You can miss the beginning, or you can go ahead and challenge the clock. With an all-new Sprint EBT engine that goes 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds. Presenting Hero Extreme 125R. Challenge the extreme.
Welcome back after the short break, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with iQOO BMPS 2024. My name is Salty and with me is going to be Super Jani back on the desk once again. The map of Vikendi was kind of as expected.
Yeah.
We expected VASISTA Esports to perform. We expected the likes of LOC to perform as well, and they did so. But then Hyper Rush Esports, for them, I feel like that game was extremely crucial. 10 to 12 points is what they have acquired, and I feel like they are still moving, clinching forward to qualification.
Exactly, I think I agree with that. Right, Hyper Rush at the start of the day needed about 25 to 30 points to qualify, and if they keep this average going into the upcoming 2 matches, then they will definitely cross that threshold and move over to round 2. But then again, Miramar and Wrangle, those maps need to be conquered as well. But VASISTA Esports, again, I think you guys were talking about this is the best form we have seen in this team, and I 100% agree with that. But ladies and gentlemen, if you want to attain your best form, check out the new iQOO Z9S series starting from 18,999. And if you want to stand a chance to win one of these devices for free, well, all you have to do is go on to Google and search the iQOO Z9S, and you can stand a chance of winning yourself an iQOO Z9 Pro.
Absolutely. And of course, we have been talking about how the iQOO 12 is also a great device.
Oh, yeah.
Might actually be used in Kochi. You never really know. Kochi, the grand finals venue.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it is going to be amazing. The venue is going to be amazing. The device is going to be amazing. And we are going to make sure that the teams that you witness in that LAN finale are going to be equally amazing, because that is what the qualifiers are all about. That is what the journey from round 1, round 2, round 3, round 4, and then the finals is going to be about.
Hold on to your horses, John. You went many rounds ahead as of now. We have to focus on the 2 games which are yet to go, because round 1, these teams are battling for qualification right now. Let's have a look at the overall standings as of now and see where exactly the things stand. Because if you talk about it, the cutoff point, Johnny, it's still around the 68, 67 point mark. It hasn't clocked up to 70 yet. So there is still glimmers of hope, are there?
I mean, the glimmers of hope are there, but I think it just might hit 70 after the next few matches, because from this particular group, the main point of concern was the fact that there were majority of the teams already that had crossed 80-point marker. You had 8-Bit in this particular group, Group 1, that is playing phenomenally well. God's Reign as well, over 80, Team Captain over 80. In terms of total tally, I'm talking about week 1 plus week 2. VASISTA Esports had already crossed 80, and then you had these 2 awkward names that were in their 50s, Team Lolzzz and Hyper Rush Esports, and as you mentioned, Hyper Rush, they're doing decent, so they are going to move up at a steady pace. Team Lolzzz, I expect them to push up as well. Metal Esports had already crossed 70. So from this group itself, there are like 7 different names, 6 to 7 different names that have already crossed that qualification mark. Another name that we need to look out for is LOC Esports, but LOC, I think, Necro likes them quite a lot, and the teams that Necro like, they do perform one game out of the 3, so LOC should be able to qualify. quite easily without breaking a sweat. I think they started their journey today with 56 points. So assuming it's the cutoff is 70, they need like 14 more points. It should be easy.
It should be easy, but I'm extremely jealous of Necro's track record at predicting teams so far, honestly. I've been trying to do the same thing. This man has no special powers. He's just been lucky with his guesses. That's all I'm saying.
He's been copying whatever the people on the Hindi desk do. One day he's going to copy Anki, the other day he goes after Roshan. Now, I mean, for yesterday he went very unique. He went with Angry Swans, but that is because Necro actually likes the aggression from Angry Swans.
Yeah, but today, in fact, we have come to a conclusion. You, me, and Ocean, all three of us went with VASISTA Esports first game chicken. So I think my prediction today is going to be actually good enough. But, well, it's not about me. It's about the teams right now. Miramar on the upcoming game so far. Expectations to be there on from LOC Esports as well, because they are in that vicinity. Needs to go aggressive. One nuclear performance, Johnny, and I think this team should be good to go. Even for Hyper Rush officials, they are extremely close right now.
Exactly, but then there are these outliers that were there in their mid-30s and can change everything. I'm talking about B2R, I'm talking about Team FatalitY, and of course the side of Hail India as well. If these teams perform in this map of Miramar, and if it is a big game, a 20-pointer brought on the board, then they also will be in a fighting position on that last game of Erangel. So things can get extremely interesting, or they can be extremely boring heading into Erangel, because if we know who's going to make it through, and if the other teams are still struggling in their mid-30s, then there is absolutely no way they're going to hit that 70-point marker by the end of the day in just one game, unless they have a performance just like Team Insane, which was insane. That is why we were so hyped about it. But then again, let's see how this game of Miramar turns out, because there is a lot of pressure on that middle pack in this group. One last opportunity for teams in their 40s, in their late 30s to secure a big match, to get themselves in a fighting position. And for the teams that are lurking in those late 50s, early 60s, yeah, a standard game as well gets them across the finish line. But if everyone is crossing 70, then the cutoff also goes higher. So yeah, it's a double-edged sword there.
Yeah, that is where the discussion keeps on extending forward. But honestly speaking, Johnny, it seems like for FatalitY especially, the problems have come up once again. And to kind of come up and get those 30 points in the two games, I don't really feel that is practical enough. Yes, theoretically, it's still possible. You try to go for eliminations right off the get-go, but they have been suffering way too much inside of the game. Especially Hulk, his form is so down.
Exactly, and I think we expected big things from FatalitY. Their journey in BGIS 24 was phenomenal. We got to see them in another third party. They were quite decent over there as well. But it seems like all of their charm, all of that charisma has faded away, and now we're stuck in reality. Consistency not on display. The confidence has completely faded away. But considering these are your last two matches, I think FatalitY should just go back into that same mindset that they had during BGIS 2024 and go all in into this match, because this is all that matters now. If they fail on Miramar, then going into Erangel, there will be nothing left. But let's see how this game is going to turn out for all of these teams.
Let's see if the adrenaline inside of all of these athletes is going to kick in as they progress towards the end of round one and their matches. Of course, the last two games left to go. The map of Miramar is live, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, once again, we're going to be flying on the deserty lands, starting off from Tiribronca and moving towards the right-hand side of Montenuevo, a little bit north of Montenuevo, to be honest. And it seems like majority of that southern periphery has kind of been alienated. Los Leones, you can't really go there. Chumacera, you can't really go there. Valladolid, Ladrilera is still kind of possible, but I feel like majority of the teams will kind of opt out of those locations. Look at that. So many teams in the northern periphery.
Everyone's trying to play for survival, trying to maximize their points, but the problem with the northern periphery is that VASISTA Esports are there as well. So the players from version 9 and Bolt Rushes, they need to be extremely careful with how they approach the game. And of course, considering it is Miramar with a northern flight path, majority of the structures, majority of the cities towards the southeastern quadrant of the map will be denied. Los Leones out of reach, Impala out of reach, Porto Peracio, drop location that has been utilized extensively in this iQOO BMPS 2024, that will also be out of reach for a lot of these teams.
Talking about out of reach so far, it seems like for Hail India, qualification towards round 2 is also going to be out of reach. Honestly speaking, that first game was extremely important, but as of now, they need that nuclear performance. But majority of these birds gliding around, they are trying to find their spaces. I can see that small little cluster forming towards that Picardo region, Johnny. Do we have a drop collision?
I mean, I hope so, but this is also another drop clash I wanted to look at. God's Reign up against the players of LOC. Now, God's Reign, they've already crossed the threshold. They are quite safe, but LOC isn't. And in a dire situation, Grind is going to get knocked out instantly. A brilliant drive-by coming in from the players of God's Reign. But still 3 players from the side of LOC left standing, and they've found those weapons. So are they going to look for this fight now? If they find those trades, if they find those early points, it puts them in a very, very interesting position in terms of the overall rankings.
If Gordon had actually gone forward with that fight, it could have been the most important fight of the match. But scrap that, because on the other side, we have Hail India once again succumbing in a Picado fight. This has happened before. And once again, it's happening in a similar fashion. 7ocean. But we've seen them choke these fights from 4v2 situations, and once again they're proceeding to do so. 2 return back-to-back knocks coming in from Noddy. Once again, the situation has been kind of resurrected.
Exactly, they brought themselves back into the fight, Hail India, and we just talked about how important this game is for this team in order to qualify. 40+ points at the end of day 1 of week 2 for Hail India. They needed around 20 to 30 more to qualify on the other end, to qualify for round 2, at least 30 more. And of course, they need to bring those points from this map and the wrangle after this. Now, 7ocean, no options for recovery, so they're going to be stuck in a 4v2 situation. And Hey India, they just run around securing those frags. So 2 points to kick things off in this game, but that's not going to cut it. They need a lot more.
Now look at how deep 7oceans kind of messed this up, right?
Yeah.
They had the first 2 knocks, but instead of confirming those first 2 knocks, they kind of get themselves knocked out, get confirmed, and now they are left in a 4v2 situation. Exactly the same thing happened yesterday. 7ocean, exactly in the same building. You've got to learn your lessons.
I don't think they have, but let's see who's going to learn a lesson in this one. B2R or DCENT official. There's an L pose or drop fight happening right now, and Naruto, there's no getting out of it for him at least. Stuck on that rooftop. B2R, they're going to try and hunt him down, but before that they have to clean up those loose stragglers down below. Janu IGL, that's a brilliant position to work from. If only the players from DCENT official get a little impatient and step out into the open, he will have an opportunity to go for a knock. I guess Naruto from that rooftop is actually relaying a lot of this information as to where the players are moving, where they're positioning themselves to his team.
But I don't really think DCENT officials should actually progress for this fight. Should try and hold their position and let B2R just get away, because eventually DCENT officials, for them, they're way too split up. There is no trade potential whatsoever.
Yeah, there's no trade potential, but B2R will definitely try to push for this fight, because again, this is a team that if they do well, just like Hail India, if they go for those 30 points in the next 2 matches, this one and the last one, then they also have an opportunity to qualify. And getting aggressive early, if they are able to find those frags, it takes a lot of pressure away of forcing fights into the late game stages where things get actually chaotic. So there's a lot of incentive for B2R to actually go for it, go at it against the players of DCENT official and try and see if they can finish them off. The only way it backfires, or if it backfires, then it puts them down in a ditch. Then they will have no hope for qualification. But moving back to Picado, Hail India versus 7ocean. Oh no, Naughty knocked out. Doesn't matter. 1 knock secured by the players of 7ocean, and they instantly get wiped out as the players of Hail India come pouring in. But here we have a DCENT official against B2R, and B2R, they've lost out on a few individuals. Wow! He found 1 more, and now looking for that last man. B2R on the verge of taking an early exit in this game that was so important to them. If this game ends like this, then their journey in round 1 also comes to an end, and Rahul just wraps things up in a nice little package and sends them flying back to the lobby. DCENT official, they find all 4 frags. For them, these 4 frags mean nothing, but for B2R, it could have meant the world, the difference between round 2 and getting eliminated in round 1.
It seems like now they will suffer those reality checks.
Yeah.
B2R will be spending their time in the lobby at this point and will be thinking what potentially they could have done wrong and what more can they do in the last game, which is still remaining. But for DCENT officials, credit has to be given to Rahul for the way he held on to that position. Brings back memories, of course, in the era of shotguns at point-blank range. The man went jiggling left, right, and center. I love that movement, honestly.
Yeah.
And to see those automatic SMGs and the rifles fire, also connecting, being accurate, being jiggling. I think Rahul, definitely one of the players to watch out for in the future. But let's just talk about this team as of now, FatalitY. And what do they have to do to try and qualify right now? A 30 bomb is certainly required, considering that they haven't really amassed enough points from week 1 and week 2 as well. But where will it come from? Who can be that guy who can show them the silver lining?
Oh man, this is where it all changed for the players of Seven Ocean, by the way. A little bit of a recap of how things went down. And Naughty just took full advantage of the fact that he was given isolated 1v1s.
Talking about isolated 1v1s, look at this, right? Rahul switches on towards the SMG once again, just jiggling, keeping his movement as wide as possible, not letting the other players settle in.
Yeah, that moments like that make Necro happy. He's a Necro is, to be honest, an absolute menace when he's using a UMP. He's pretty good with that weapon, but that's the thing. He's just good with one weapon.
He's good with one weapon, and that too in a TDM.
Yeah,
Necro is yet to be tested in proper classic matches.
Even in game, if he gets a UMP, he performs well with any other weapon. I don't know why it's with him. Maybe he doesn't practice the sprays and everything enough, but yeah, he struggles with every other weapon. With the UMP, he's actually pretty decent, so yeah.
I mean, he's decent as of now, but yeah, I've started my grind, so possibly I'll be better.
Yeah, now you have the iQOO Z9S device as well to help you.
Exactly, and that's why I think, I believe that I'm going to be #1 conqueror inside of Asia. I mean, why are you laughing?
Clip it and ship it, boys. We gotta put a timeline to that as well, Salty, I guess now.
Well, don't put a timeline against me. I like to have freedom in my movement.
I'll get you a Bugatti if you actually pull it off.
A real one? Yes, I'll try to pull it off.
Yeah, I'll actually get you a Bugatti.
Johnny is betting his entire life savings on me reaching Conqueror. Alright, fine, ladies and gentlemen. #1 Conqueror inside of Asia.
When though? We need to have a timeline on that.
Let's say before Kochi.
Okay. Alright, let's go. That is never gonna happen. What am I getting, Salty?
Well, we'll find out what are you getting, but as of now, the top 5 players from the last game, you've got to give it to them as of yet. Rishi with 7 eliminations, 6 eliminations over there as well. Absolutely crazy stuff from these players. I mean, no matter if I reach Conqueror or no, I feel the level at which these pros are playing is on a completely different level, Johnny.
Yeah, man. I mean, that is one thing we have noticed, like, small mistake in calculation and you just instantly lose everything.
Exactly.
There's so much pressure making a single move inside a lobby like this. It's unfathomable amount of stress you have to deal with. And all of these individuals, just hats off to them. They've been performing so well. Even the teams that are struggling, they tried their level best, to be honest, but not everyone can become a champion. It's always going to be that one special team that walks away with the trophy. Everyone else will just stand there in front of them in awe.
And to be honest, it's given in every single sport, right? I mean, success isn't going to come to you right at your head start. It will take time. It will take multiple failures. You look at the storyline of Team X-Park, as a matter of fact, right? They got eliminated from the grind. They came in back from the in-game qualifiers and then went on to win the championship.
Exactly. Now, that is a success story. On the other end, you look at a team like 8-Bit, one of the most consistent teams to make it always to the grand finale stage, but for some reason they aren't really able to win that trophy. That is the one thing that is left for them to accomplish in their careers, and these players are extremely talented. The lineup of 8-Bit, I believe they have the caliber to actually go for the trophy and just snatch it away from anyone inside of this entire tournament. But also one of the most unluckiest teams I've seen.
100%. Aditya, Mighty, Mac, and Juicy, of course. Juicy especially, I feel like as an IGL, that man has to be given credit.
Yeah, man. He's amazing.
Amazing as an IGL, amazing as an assaulter as well. Aditya himself, he was kind of battling for that iQOO MVP contenders list, but 4 Lamborghinis, never really a good combination. It seems like one Lamborghini has to push one from the dip, especially on a map like Miramar.
Yeah, not enough momentum coming down for that slope, but FatalitY, we were having a conversation about them at the start of this match, Salty, and again, we wanted to see a big game from the players of FatalitY, but they're taking things a little bit slow this time. Hopefully they pick things up. But ladies and gentlemen, one thing that you should definitely pick up is an iQOO Z9S series device starting from 18,999. And of course, a huge shout out to our official smartphone partner, iQOO.
They've done an amazing job with this device, of course, and I'm pretty sure for the ones that the players, the athletes are going to get in Kochi, that's amazing. The iQOO 12. We'll talk about it further as we keep on progressing towards Kochi, but as of now, VASISTA Esports, the champions of the last game, they're moving like absolute champions. VASISTA Esports, it seems like every single piece of their movement is very efficient and it's well calculated.
Yeah.
They don't waste time. And speaking of wasting time or wasting their efforts, the only example that I can give is 4 Misfits with that long rotation that they tried to pull off on the map of Miramar. Don't really do something like that.
I mean, there are a few teams that can make it work, but those teams have exceptional players. When I say exceptional, I mean just take you down from 200 meters in a single mag exceptional.
Johnny, would you agree to a fact, right? Something which I have observed. Majority of the teams, majority of the champion teams that we have right now, their movements are extremely efficient. They don't move a muscle if it doesn't really mean something.
Yeah, because every single decision you take, every single thing that you do inside of the game needs to accomplish something.
Yeah.
You notice players circling a ridge in a buggy. Sometimes people just wonder, all right, what is they doing? They aren't just scouting for information. Every single time that buggy closes on a ridge and the player backs up, they mark the exact position where every single player from the opposing side is. That is why they circle it at least 2 or 3 times. So they have as much information as possible for the players in the backlines to actually do their work, to try and see if they can find an opening for themselves. Again, it is about being efficient. It is about being proactive. There's a lot of details that are missed out amidst the chaos. I mean, you take a single fight, you end up VOD reviewing a single fight, and it takes a lot of time.
Yeah.
As to when you start breaking down the details, and we don't really have that much time on broadcast, man.
Don't talk about VOD reviews, to be honest, because I've seen VOD reviews happen in front of my eyes.
Oh,
and those take years. Not years practically, but it takes days, to be honest. And that feels like years.
You spend about 10 minutes on a single fight.
100%.
Oh,
that is one of the reasons why I feel like support staff is so important. Like, few of these pro teams have their analysts.
Exactly. Now look at this. If you break down what VASISTA Esports is doing right now, they scouted their position on up the hill. They realized there was a team waiting for them. But instead of charging forward, because they just spotted out 1 player, other player on the ground floor shot at them, but a team has 4 players. They don't really have information for 2. And there was a lot of pressure onto that player that overextended on that ridge, so he had to kind of go around those buildings to try and survive. VASISTA Esports, the other players just stayed back. They were scouting their flanks, spotted out the players of FatalitY. And they realize as well now, this is a little too much distance, so we are going to end up wasting ammunition. So they just fire a few shots, just trying to judge if they can try and take them out, if they can try and secure a knock, and then just stayed there on the same slope. Now this gets them to rethink, all right, what other options do we have? Our front is blocked, our right is blocked, left is still open. We can't really go back because the blue zone is going to be closing in. So they're going to try and move from the left, but then again, you still have to wait for the shift of the circle to make that decision. And in the next 3 seconds, they will have that information. Still, VASISTA Esports on towards the northwestern quadrant, and the circle now moves south. If they move towards the left, it takes a lot of their momentum away. You're going to have to fight that cluster. Towards the right, towards the eastern side. From VASISTA's perspective, it will be their left. But now, if they move from that western side, since it is closer to the blue, you can already assume that majority of the teams will have moved inside of the zone. And plus, there's that high ground hill of Ladriela where they can take up position and try and pick a fight and scout for information up ahead.
Absolutely. VASISTA Esports, I think a lot of factors in that decision-making loop, I might say. And that helps them make the right judgment. And of course, Shadow is well accomplished in that department when it actually comes to taking decisions on how to rotate. And I think I completely agree with you. They will take that western slope, and they have done it, in fact. Will enter the circle from that Ladrilera region and will completely find it uncontested, even can actually go for the high grounds which are left vacant by the players of FatalitY.
Yeah. Again, I mean, it's just... It's like you mentioned Sherlock Holmes in the previous set, right?
Yeah.
This is how you deduce where you need to be relative to where you already are, how much information you have inside of the game. And it takes a while to figure all of this out. It took me like 2 years to get into the zone where you are able to analyze, all right, where should I be inside of this match for that optimal performance, optimal positioning. But this is all for the teams that like to play from the edge. I still haven't figured out how to take the center, man. That is the most difficult thing to do. But what is easy, ladies and gentlemen, is checking out the Hero Extreme 125R, an amazing bike. And of course, we're talking about the aesthetics of this bike. Very nice. So huge shout out to Hero, our mobility partner, official mobility partner for the iQOO BMPS 2024.
I have a good idea for Kochi.
What?
Let me recreate this picture.
Oh, yeah.
The outfit, the helmet, and the bike.
+1 for that. I think I agree with it. You can pull it off.
So we can do one thing. I can climb on top of the 125R. You climb on top of the 160R 4V.
I'm not just climbing on top of that bike. I'm taking that home with me.
Who is taking what, Johnny? Necro is saying that he's the one who is taking it on a test drive. You're saying that you're taking it home as well.
Yeah, so the plan is to take it for the test drive and never come back.
And that's going to land you behind bars?
Not if I have the 160R 4V, I guess.
Well. Man is expecting to outrun cops.
No, man. I mean, I think the easier way for us to go about it is like to form our own team, compete in the tournament, and try and win it.
That's a difficult route, Johnny. Especially against
for you,
all
maybe.
Not if I'm using the iQOO Z9S.
Oh, yeah. But let's see. I mean, God's Reign, for some reason, they have Fury knocked out. Assume it's going to be from the side of Hail India, since Fury is directly in their line of fire, but that's quite a lot of distance, and he's using a bolt action. Man, RUDRANSH Esports, what are these lads up to?
Wait, talk about using a bolt action. Look at this, 4 times on an AKM. Been a long time we haven't really seen this combination, but it still works.
Man, these guys are flexing everything in their last few matches. Yeah, I mean, of course, this is so... Again, this is a team that is way off the qualification marker, right? They're somewhere in the bottom last 2 pages of the leaderboard right now. The overall leaderboard with 128 teams. RUDRANSH Esports is very far off the qualification marker. And at this point, looking at the loadout, how they position themselves, I think they are just relaxing now, just trying to gain experience, trying to gauge the other teams and the other players, and also testing their own abilities, man. If you can take down one of these lads with an AKM and a 4X right now in these settings, then yeah, you're going to be feeling very confident when you play the next tournament.
It's also very important for the athletes to actually have a fun time, especially feel themselves inside of official tournaments.
Yeah.
Talking about Slazy. Man does have the nade all by himself, but he does not have any sort of cover fire. Out in the blue as well, trying to push up, but on the other side, DCENT officials, are they hurt? And do they have a player knocked out is the question.
Oh no. Version 9. They have the opening. Team captain, they are going to get taken out over here. Devil knocked out already. The pressure from the blue zone as well. And of course, it's that man in the backlines that is actually going to be the big troublemaker for team captain. Alien, he's inside of that blue right now, but he can cause the most hurt. Look at that, the nade secures them the second knock, and now there's no breathing room available for team captain to work with. Version now just surround them from every single direction, and this is going to be that chokehold that we talk about, right? Team captain, they find that trade knock with the help of a nade, and version 9, they need to win this duels. Slazy finds that pick onto Archit, but captain is still in this fight with 2 players still surviving. It's a 3 versus 2 situation. Emperor runs out into the open, which can be a big mistake, but Jetray with that amazing nade just makes the numbers equal, and Emperor looking for a knock instead gets knocked out himself. It's a 1v2, Alien versus Alien and Executor against that last man from the side of team captain. And Alien, he's going to charge forward. The shotgun is locked and loaded. He's going for a nade to try and flush him out. Jetray with that Molotov. Oh man, this is actually quite cheeky. He's been sitting in this corner room, and this is where he's been lobbing those nades from. No wonder the players of version 9 weren't able to catch him, but finally they have the information. With a molly, they flush him out, and Jetray can't even use that first aid anymore. No breathing room available. Secure the knock. What a jump shot! Is this gonna be a clutch with the DBS? He's making it work, and he does it! A phenomenal play coming in from Jetray. 3 frags secured. All alone, just takes down the entirety of version 9.
What a jump shot that was, and especially that flick backwards. Team captains, they decimate the likes of version 9. Version 9 had such an amazing advantage in this fight. Just completely gave it away, and you talked about not applying that first hit kit. Man, he doesn't need to.
Yeah, he doesn't need to. He's like, alright, I will have the HP advantage if you are down on your knees. And he makes it work. Man, that was impressive. But then again, I mean, why are we surprised? Team captain already has a lot of points on the board. They have like 85 was the total tally they started with at the start of the day. So this team definitely has the skills to back up their name. They're going to be the captains of the circuit soon. With God's Reign, they've been just in those vehicles since the start of the match, man. They've been running around looking for teams to take down, but unfortunately they haven't really found a lot of them. They got that one pick at the start of the match, and then I feel like everyone's been avoiding them this entire time. But finally, mid-rotation, the players of RUDRANSH Esports spotted out, and Venom, no one saw that.
No, he actually landed a lot of the shots on the vehicle. But look at this from the backlines. He actually is getting shot at. RUDRANSH Esports, they also have found a pit stop for themselves. Both these two teams out in the open, not inside the circle. So not really the best of positionings for both. And RUDRANSH Esports makes the decision of actually falling back. Boogie is still left though. Why does he ditch his vehicle?
I think maybe
it's out of fuel, maybe.
Maybe that, or maybe just like took a lot of damage while he was rotating, but doesn't matter. Boogie is going to be taken out, and God's Reign, second frag secured in this matchup. Now they know where the remaining players of the RUDRANSH Esports squad are.
This is a mystery which I can't really solve. The Lamborghini works perfect. God's Reign are utilizing it. What was wrong?
It's an expensive car and does not want to have it scratched.
Well, understandable. Can't really park it in the middle of nowhere in that situation. But anyways, getting back into another fight. Team Hail India, once again, Noddy trying to get some information. One of the players has been brought down. Mighty is quite low over there as well. In fact, he has been knocked down, Noddy. The nade was important, did land to perfection, but here comes the push.
Yeah, and it is going to be Noddy knocked out. The bus connects, but it's a little too late though. 8-bit Aditya knocked out. Juicy, the last man left standing on the edge of the blue. Hail India, I believe, are down to the last player. But these two teams need to start worrying about their surroundings, because Mighty in the backlines was actually knocked out by a third party. Devil IGL takes a shotgun to the face from Juicy, and 8-bit, they are still alive in this matchup. 5 eliminations secured in this particular game, but it is Team 8-bit. They started the day with 94 points. So again, 8-bit is in a very comfortable situation. Jetray shows up out of nowhere, picks up the last frag from the team, which was Juicy, and secures an extra point for his team. But as I mentioned, there was a third party that happened into that entire situation. And I believe even the team that was third partying that fight did get eventually moved to the other position. But here we have it. Bolt Rushers up against the players of VASISTA. Now they did take control of that hill line quite early, and Trigger with that nade finding a brilliant opening. Now Bolt Rushers not really in a position to recover as well, since Chaiwala in the backlines has been knocked out. Varun needs to pull off a phenomenal performance with those utility. If he finds those knocks, then they can change everything. But Apollo, like an absolute god, just shows up right next to him, knocks him down, and Bolt Rushers, well, they're going to have to rush out of there. But Sparky is deciding to stay back, try and take this fight. And this collision head-on. The players of VASISTA Esports extremely low. Apollo with the HP enough to try and pick a fight. But even he steps up on that ridge, and Sparky just falls to the blue. Ooh, that has to be unfortunate.
That has to be unfortunate. For VASISTA Esports, it seems like all of their players are going to get revived. That is insane stuff. On the other side, of course, God's Reign have finally found shelter behind a rock. Not the ideal place to be in, but Fury will get revived. You've got Medal Esports up front, but both these teams are fighting outside the circle. In fact, God's Reign, they've kind of set Venom up top, so this flank can be useful. But for this flank to work, they'll have to let Medal Esports approach them. And it seems like Medal Esports, for them, that job is going to be extremely difficult. They have no clue where exactly the players are. The smoke is there to kind of distract them. All of these players, they do tend to realize that not a lot of time on the clock. It's sub 30 seconds before which they will have to make their movement forward. And Medal Esports, even if they start moving in forward, Venom is there to kind of gatekeep them once again.
Well, let's see though. And he's still there, as you mentioned, holding on to his position, but he's going to need his teammates, man. I mean, there's going to be too much pressure if Medal and FatalitY both collapse upon him. Right now, luckily for them, FatalitY a little bit distracted by the players up front, but VASISTA Esports now, they come knocking on the doors of the players of LOC. Nade damage takes down 2 players. Well, not really. It just puts them extremely low. Drigger in the backlines, though, gets knocked out. So it's down to Secret. And even he is going to be dropped extremely low in terms of HP. VASISTA Esports, this is just brilliant, man. They just abandon the fight because there's no incentive if they lose out on their players. And they just take control of the rooftop because this position, this compound is at the edge of the circle. And all they wanted to do, the players of VASISTA Esports, was avoid taking any unnecessary damage from the blue. This rooftop, it allows them breathing space, a little bit of safe haven to work with since LOC is going to fight for them. But Apollo still punishes Fragger for poor positioning inside of that compound. Sketch before he can show up to try and relieve some of that pressure and try and see if he can get his teammate back on his feet. Well, Apollo just goes ahead and secures that finish point for his team. So VASISTA in this game as well, firing on all cylinders. 8 finish points secured. And they're in the top 7, by the way.
They certainly are. But for LOC, this fight is so important. It's a battle of qualification for VASISTA. Honestly, it doesn't really matter. They have amassed already. Fatality from the backlines will be targeted. VASISTA Esports have sightlines everywhere, but Secret is going to make that small little error. But Fatality will not be able to counter. But can LOC do that? That is going to be the question.
And we were talking about Fatality, man. They needed those big games. They are in the top 6 now, but they need that chicken dinner performance. Is this going to be Fatality's game? But LOC, they're taking the contenders head on. VASISTA. And finally, they get finished off. It seems like if you go up against VASISTA Esports right now, you're just signing your own death warrant. 2 players still survive from the side of VASISTA Esports, so securing the chicken is going to be a bit of a challenge. But Fatality, as we were talking about them, they're down to their last man. And AimGod, he has to live up to his namesake if he wants to take down the players of God's Reign in front of him.
Exactly, one of the needs being cooked. Needs to take down Fury first, of course. Will have to go for the rest of the players, but as of now, thankfully, Fatality, in fact, AimGod himself has had no troubles from his backlines, and his vehicle up in the front line has been exploded. Needs to find out where exactly the players are going to peek out from. The nade, of course, still traveling in the distance, but the blue zone is going to make him vulnerable to so many shots. And from the backlines, VASISTA Esports, they're going to eat him up, and so does the gods themselves.
I think God's Reign, their chicken dinner in this match is pretty much secured. They have 9 eliminations. The momentum is looking pretty solid, but RUDRANSH Esports, out of nowhere, man. It is RUDRANSH Esports who have done quite well for themselves in this particular game. Team Lolzzz Kunal, he's playing for those placement points. RUDRANSH Esports, 1 player knocked out, 1 extremely low. Even he goes down as Fury is just going to show his wrath upon these players with those nades coming in. RUDRANSH down to the last man. Hexter gets finished off with another piece of utility lobbed in his face by the players of God's Reign. And here we have it, Kunal from Team Lolzzz. Not a single finish for this team from this match, but they will have those 6 placement points to work with. I wonder if those 6 placement points will change a lot.
I think it should actually do the job, but we'll have to kind of let the calculations and the experts do their calculations from the top, of course. It's going to be easy cleanup through God's Reign. Yes, they were moving in their vehicles looking for finishes, but it seems like they will get the chicken dinner anyway. In fact, with a lot of eliminations, 13 eliminations on board, Fury with 6, Venom with 5, God's Reign. This was a power-packed performance. It almost seemed like VASISTA Esports could have potentially snatched it, but God's Reign were like, nah, you're not the only mafia in this room, are you?
Yeah, VASISTA Esports, I think the one thing that could have helped them secure this chicken dinner was Drigger also staying alive when the compound slam came in towards the players of LOC from the side of VASISTA. Drigger went down, so the players, instead of taking that fight indoors on that ground floor, they were forced on that rooftop, which forced them to reveal their position, become a little bit more vulnerable. VASISTA tried their level best and they racked up a lot of eliminations from that fight. But had they instantly cleared out LOC, because it would have been a 4 versus 3 situation, then they could have used that concrete cover to clear out the flanks in a much more better way. But then again, God's Reign, nothing taken away. This was a phenomenal performance. I believe 12 or 13 finishes secured in this match.
Exactly, and even that knock on towards Secret was extremely crucial, right? While he was jumping down from the roof, Fatality got that knock. One very crucial player being taken down over there as well. But for VASISTA Esports, I think nothing taken away. Chicken dinner in the first game, and in the next game, they follow up with a performance like this, where they have 10 eliminations on board as well. I feel like this team is ready, Johnny.
Yeah, this team is definitely quite ready, and of course, I mean, VASISTA Esports at this point, it's just a showcase of how good they are. Same goes for God's Reign, and just a display of how well they've practiced and how prepared they are for this tournament. And these are 2 of the names that I think people are expecting. And of course, I think a lot of the expectations are there that you're going to see them go quite a long way into this tournament. But the question still remains, for teams like this, the expectations are for the trophy. Can they actually pull it off this time? Is this going to be their year? Is this going to be their tournament?
For the trophy, that conversation is going to be very, very difficult. Especially we have so many different contenders who are performing at peak level every single day. We have got different contenders, but this was one of the fights. Fuzzy, I almost thought that he's going to kind of completely clean up the likes of VASISTA Esports, LOC. A lot of expectations on their shoulders, especially with the penultimate game on board. I felt like LOC needed that nuclear performance to qualify, Johnny, but the question is, have they done enough?
Yeah, I think LOC, maybe I think they had a decent number of eliminations in this game. They have that last game of Erangel remaining as well. So if they pop off on Erangel, not even pop off, if they get like 8 to 9 points on the map of Erangel, I think we are going to see them move to round 2. So that is what they need. Like, just go for those 8-9 points. Doesn't matter if you win 2 fights at the start of the game and then dip out. As long as you're getting those 8 points, it should be good.
Well, the storyline is going to be different for the likes of HyperRush Esports and Hail India, as a matter of fact. Hail India getting taken down early on in this game as well. I wasn't really expecting Hail India to kind of choke on the last day, right? Yesterday, their performance was much better, but somehow today, the approach was not there. And the same goes for FatalitY. The difference in approach is never really there. They're trying to do the same thing time in and time again. Yes, FatalitY did make it up until the last second, but what about it? It's not going to help you anyway.
But, hey man, what you just said is also the definition of insanity. Trying the same thing again and again and expecting different results. And it's not going to work out. If things haven't worked out in the first 6 matches, if things haven't worked out in the first 3 matches of this particular week, then in the last 3 games, you definitely need to change something if you want to bring those numbers up. But, and again, FatalitY, I think this time they just crumbled to the expectations of the people. Because FatalitY did so well in BGIS that when they showed up, when this team was announced that they were going to be competing in the iQOO BMPS 2024, automatically people were like, alright, they are going to go at least till stage 4 without even breaking a sweat. But even in round 1, they're struggling.
Absolutely. And honestly speaking, it seems like FatalitY, they'll have to go back to the drawing board and restructure the entire way they kind of play, honestly. And it's not just them. I have a small feeling that even Team 8-Bit is struggling. Not a single game inside of week 2 where they have completely asserted themselves, Johnny. Do you get what I'm saying?
I do understand, but it's 8-Bit, man. For a team like 8-Bit, we know Aditya and Juicy, right?
Yeah.
These 2 players, like, for them at this week, they're treating week 2 like it's just fun and games at this point.
Yeah.
So, again, I'm not worried about 8-Bit at all. I think I'm going to be worried about them once we actually reach the finals. Because that is when you actually worry about 8-Bit, what they do in the finals. But at least for this game, God's Reign played very well. 23 points for them. VASISTA Esports as well. 11 eliminations secured. And in terms of those finishes, I think Captain Hail India did quite decent. 8-Bit did quite decent. Everyone else was just suffocating for those frags.
Exactly. I mean, Hail India did decent, but then what was required off of them was actually a miracle, to be honest. As we move on towards the second page, we do have the likes of DCENT Officials, version 9, HyperRush Esports, completely choked the day so far. Did not really do much better on the map of Vikendi here on Miramar as well. Could not really prove themselves. It seems like they'll still need that consistent performance, the 7 to 8 point mark in the map of Erangel to actually push through in spite of being so close.
Yeah, but let's see. Again, one last game to go, and this map will have a lot of pressure. Again, on the teams that are in those mid-40s, in those mid-50s, the teams in the 30s, they are out. Unless they drop with another 30 bomb, that's the only way they qualify. Mid-40s, you still have an opportunity, because today, twice it has happened that teams have been able to cross that 20-point marker in a single game. So teams in their 40s, teams in their 50s should go all in. But let's see, I mean, it's the last game, a lot of pressure.
It will be a lot of pressure, to be honest. And it seems like Erangel will be very chaotic. We will try to find out exactly what is the status in terms of the overall standings, what is going to be the cutoff, and where exactly the safe points are, Johnny. It's still around the 65 to 67 point mark, but it has been moving steadily forward. But we'll find all of that out after a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll come back with Erangel.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, gonna make way for the mega tasker. And fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. Move out with my my baby got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Extreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the extreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक बेटा किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 ouch I'm not doing this 300
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार
क्या हो रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल आना प्योर
अबे बंद करो बे आंख में छुप रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल
हार पूरी रात निकल गई अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the iQOO BMPS 2024. And of course, we are about to jump into the last game of the day. But also along with that, it is going to be the last game for Group 1 from Set Red. This is Super Johnny joined by Necro alongside with me. And Necro, it seems like all of the teams that were already doing well from this particular group are still doing well.
Yeah, pretty much. But I'm still waiting for FatalitY to strike back, man. Yes, consistent games, placements are there, but where is the old FatalitY? Where's the Reaper and Aim God that we're known to see, man? In BGS 2024, it was a complete different force, and now look at FatalitY.
It's lack of fatality this time that's there from this team. Absolutely no one's afraid of them running into a team fight because that is what we have seen them do the least. Even in the last game, they were playing for placements and there was no aggression. But ladies and gentlemen, if you want, bring that aggression inside of your matches and practice for as long as you want. Well, check out the new iQOO Z9S series starting at 18,999. And if you go onto Google and search for the iQOO Z9S series, you can stand a chance of winning an iQOO Z9 Pro for yourself.
Yeah, and 15 of those devices are being given away right now. So move on to Google and search. And not just that, as we know, it's also the segment's smartest phone and even the fastest phone with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. And not just that, moving the conversation on forward, Jetray from Team Captains. What a clutch that was.
Oh, yeah.
Saving the day for his team. Jetray, if you wouldn't have pulled that off, everything would have been in shambles. But once again, we're speaking of Team Captains. They've already moved on in the overall standings.
That's the problem, right? Team Captain was already feeling confident, so they had nothing to lose in that fight. And Jetray just went at it one after the other, just picked off those players. And that final 1v2 was what was the most impressive thing about that fight. First, that jump shot, and he lost like half his HP bar to the Molotov, so the jump shot was even more impressive because while you're in the air, your momentum is kind of slowed down. Gives the opposing player enough time to readjust their crosser and try and take you down. That didn't happen. His reaction times were too good. His crosshair placement while jumping was way too precise. And then it was that takedown on that last player. That was an ego peak, man.
Yeah, not just that. The previous game in general was a little bit weird if you're trying to look at the point standings as well. The big vacuum of points was there in the top two. That's it. All the other teams just had 6, 5 points, somewhere around that. So that's a really big sign of concern now. Once again, vacuum being created. The other teams are not able to make that flawless comeback, especially speaking of teams like FatalitY, LOC Esports. They're way too close, but still they need that one nail in the coffin, and this last game should be it.
Alright, but we are, I think, about to witness a record being set as well as VASISTA Esports. They are sitting at 75 points secured with 5 games. As of now, the record was, I think, 82 points, which was set by Silly Gaming in the first week. Did anyone get close or beyond 82?
Silly Esports managed to achieve 89 points
89,
in the span of 6 games.
Yeah.
So yeah, Silly Esports is still at the top. They're untouchable.
They need 14 more points to match it, actually, VASISTA. Can they pull it off, do you think?
sounds a little bit too much, I'm not going to land. VASISTA Esports, knowing the fact that, yeah, still on the chilling side of things, they're probably now going to try to pull off the shenanigans. Once again, just to remind the known names that have already qualified, you do have a chance to shatter a few dreams.
Oh, yeah.
Just reminding.
That's an evil plan, Necro. Oh, I forgot. It's evil plan with Necro and Johnny.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I would love to see that happen, right? VASISTA Esports going on a hunt against Team FatalitY, 8-Bit as well, just targeting a few more names like LOC Esports, Hail India.
Or maybe just drop Clash 8-Bit, a little bit of a practice fight before you guys eventually meet in the future rounds.
Imagine what happens, Johnny, if someone drop clashes LOC Esports. They just need few points to qualify, and someone drop clashes FatalitY. Oh man, it's going to be a fatal blow handed out to these teams.
Imagine, LOC drop clashes FatalitY.
Oh, now that'll be a brilliant one. Maybe just getting rid of the competition before it even starts.
Exactly. I mean, especially, if you know you want points for qualification, you win that one fight, you take out the competition, one less team to worry about, not just in this game, but in the overall leaderboard as well.
Yeah, but here's the point, though. There's going to be so many teams that they're going to be tied up with. Just taking down one name's not going to do the deed.
Yeah, then you go for the chicken dinner or get as close to the chicken dinner as possible in the rest of the match. Combine that with placement points.
They need what? Let's say around 10 points just to be the round figure, right?
Yeah.
So LOC, if they do manage to get the 10 points, they move on. If they get eliminated somewhere around 6 to 7 points, imagine the heartbreak.
Ooh. Worse. Imagine they get eliminated with 8 points, 9 points.
This is a saying that I've learned from the past. A team that is placing on the second spot, just avoiding the first spot by 1 point, is more pissed than the team that is there on the last.
That is true, man. That is very true. I mean, we recently got to see that in action as well in front of our eyes at a recent tournament, right? No one likes finishing second. What's worse than finishing second is not being able to qualify to the next round just because of a single point. Even worse is going to be a tiebreaker, not qualifying because of tiebreaker.
And imagine if there's 1 crore rupees separating that 1 point.
Oh, man.
That's even worse.
That's going to be tough. But, I mean, let's see how this last match is going to turn out. For the last game, I think the mindset that we witnessed from every single group till now is just go all in. Doesn't matter if you're doing well, doesn't matter if you're doing your worst. Majority of the teams are going to try and take those early fights as possible. It's going to be the teams that are lurking in those 60s and the late 50s that will try to play as passive as they can to try and secure as many placement points as they can, and in the late game go for those finishes. But let's see, it's the last game of the day and the last game for Group 1 from Set Red.
As the last game rolls up on the screen and the plane fly path begins all the way from Milta Power towards the shooting range, this plane fly path once again tilted a little bit to the extreme of the map. If you want to move in towards the side of Fairpier Primorx now, that's going to be a tough stretch. Be it even Hospital, that's going to be quite a tough one.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough position to go to Hospital, but you have the luxury of dropping towards that northern Georgia Pole apartments and then taking those bridges with a few vehicles that are present towards the eastern edges of those compounds to try and rotate towards the Georgia Pole containers, or maybe just push for Hospital. Another option can be dropping out towards the eastern side of School to try and pick up a few vehicles from there, or making a longer rotation. But still, I mean, it gets you directly to Hospital if you can avoid any conflict at School, Pachinki, Gatka.
Yeah. And speaking of that now, even team captains, for some reason, Jetray, yes, he pulled off that clutch. Then he racked up 14 first aids. He went all the way back in the blue, and he was going for a med strat.
Yeah.
Now, my real question is, Jetray, why are you trying so hard? It's fine. You've already qualified. He's actually going for a med strat, even though his team's already made it.
Yeah, man. I mean, it is just round 1 as of now. Jetray could have just gone for those flashy plays, just pumped up his finish numbers. Yeah, man. You mean me both. But I think that was just a practice run to see, can they play that survival strat on Miramar?
You know what's even more evil? Having first aids going for the med strat too. And considering it's not the final stages, even if you do take shots and pause that first aid, you're not going to die instantly. So you can be that spoiled sport who's constantly annoying a team that is taking the fight inside of the zone and just be on the edges of the blue.
You want to try this today in our games?
Maybe we can, man. It's quite an evil plan. But this time around, Seven Oceans, you know where they do not drop?
Oh.
Towards Noah Rapnoy, because they've learned their lesson when they duked it out against Metal Esports.
Hey, but look at this. I mean, a couple of drop clashes happening just outside of Georgia Pole. We have, or in fact, between Georgia Pole and Rozhok towards the northern part of the map, we have VASISTA Esports drop clashing version 9. Version 9 not really doing that well in the overall leaderboard, but VASISTA, they do not care. They're already at the top. And now the fight breaks out. Slazy is going to try and go for a takedown, but gets instantly knocked. Just one last player remaining from the side of version 9. Do VASISTA let him live, or do they just hunt him down?
I mean, he's alien. Might just be alienated. And yeah, that's what is happening. is just backing away from the spot.
Oh!
Alien has been alienated successfully.
Yeah. The Predators are coming after the Alien again.
No, it's fine. He's going to have himself a bit of that peaceful time, but version 9, they're done for. We're not going to see them in the upcoming stages of the iQOO BMPS. Even B2R is now starting to face the brunt as RUDRANSH Esports, they take a few shots.
And it's not just them. This is what I wanted to talk about early on. This is a 3-team drop clash happening in Pochinki, and 8-bit are just on the southern fields of Pochinki. So they can make that late approach up towards the city to try and clean up. It's RUDRANSH Esports, B2R, and then there is DCENT official who have taken control of the compounds to the eastern periphery of the city.
Oh no, Johnny. Bold Rushers Esports, they're taking a fight against FatalitY. And FatalitY, they've already received a fatal blow. Yeah, they do eventually wipe out the entirety of Bold Rushers Esports, but keep this thing in mind. The damage is done. One man's knocked out and confirmed. For Bold Rushers Esports, they had nothing to lose.
Exactly, and even Seven Ocean, they've taken control of that Georgiapol apartment. This fight, FatalitY versus Bold Rusher, was happening towards Zarki. So, northern Georgiapol city is the closest FatalitY have to a safe haven, but a team being there means that safe haven won't be safe anymore. But we'll come back to that discussion in a bit. In the meanwhile, I feel like Necro, B2R, they're going to be eliminated extremely early in this game.
They pretty much are going to be. Prime is taking a lot of shots, and beautiful connections found. Uzi up close and personal. This time it's going to be a shredder, but what just happened, Prime? Hands were way too tight as he gets struck down this time around with ease by the players of RUDRANSH Esports. I'm not even sure what he was trying to do, especially when he heard the footsteps approach. He should have known that the players are way too up close and personal.
Well, let's see though. RUDRANSH Esports, they've gotten 4 points from this match. And again, this is one of those teams that was way too far away from that qualification marker. But DCENT official, they will have an opportunity to wrap things up as quickly as possible against them. Just go for those early frags. They've lost a few players. They were knocked out, not really finished off. Oh man, I expected 8-bit to make a push for Pochinki, but they're moving down south. And they're going after that last man from version 9.
Oh my god.
It's just reached Primorsk. I feel bad for Alien, man.
That's mean. V9 dropped all the way towards Georgiapol, and now look at Alien. He's down south towards the extreme. And at this point in time, if V9's teammates or Alien's teammates, if they've pretty much left the game, I wouldn't be surprised. You might as well just see the disconnected icons. Because they know they're done for. There's no hope left anymore.
Yeah.
V9, last man getting chased down, hunted down. That too. A squad like 8-bit. Sounds too much to try and survive from.
Again, the Predators, they show up to hunt down the Alien, and there it is. Aditya is the one who gets that frag for his team. But it's 8-bit. Nothing changes. They're still one of the top teams to qualify for round 2.
Yeah. 8-bit came so far just to get that 1 point.
Yeah, man, it's 8-bit.
They're going to be disappointed, I'm not going to lie.
It's fun in games for 8-bit, man, right now.
What about FatalitY, though, man?
4 points.
It's not looking so fun. Yeah, 4 points to kick things off with, but at the cost of Reaper, AimGod needs to step up. He indeed did in that previous game. And even inside of this game, too, AimGod getting 2 eliminations. It's decent. But FatalitY, they're known to be the extreme ones. Be pushing the boundaries, be doing good inside of the game. But this time around, this entire banner, as soon as the name changed from Raven to FatalitY, even the performance dipped. But, you know, speaking of Raven and Crows, I was searching on Google, and it's actually 2 different species.
That's what I've been telling you, man.
Yeah, they look the same. The only difference between a Raven and Crow is that Raven are much more bigger.
I mean, I did not know what the exact difference was, but I told you that on day 1, that Raven and Crows are 2 different species.
I mean, technically, if you think about it, even Google said it itself, right? They both are pretty much look-alike. Just the difference is that Raven are much more bigger.
And so what? Crows. They look alike. You and I look alike as well, but there are just like differences. You are much taller and bigger than I am.
There's no way. No.
Let's ask the people. Do Necro and I look alike?
Oh no. There's already going to be a lot of people making fun. But you know what? iQOO MVP of that previous game was Fury from God's Reign.
We look like Salty, to be honest.
Yeah, we wish.
Yeah. No, we do. Just believe it, Necro.
I know. Are you really into body positivity and all that stuff?
I mean, I'm very positive about my body. I know you are too.
Not exactly. I do want to lose weight, man. But you know what? Food is something that's my great enemy. And it always gets the better of me.
It's your great enemy and your great love as well.
Yeah. You know, something that loves you is also something that can destroy you sometimes.
Oh, wow. That was deep thoughts, man.
Yeah. But you know what? Something that VASISTA needs to do is get a deep performance. VASISTA Esports, hold on. They're starting to face the brunt against the players of Seven Oceans. For the first time, we might just see Seven Oceans come out on top from a duel.
Oh, let's see. VASISTA Esports, I mean, for a fact, they're taking things a little bit lightly because look at what is happening right now. It's just isolated players. But Trigger in a 1v3 still does a lot of damage to the players of Seven Ocean. And with a nade can actually secure a knock. Has the S12K to work with as well. So a single shot can dish out a lot of damage upon the players of Seven Ocean. Dodges the damage from the nade, the DBS to face off against. And Trigger gets knocked out. One of his teammates in the backlines can actually provide some cover. But Whiskey not really in a position to do anything. In fact, a nade is going to be lobbed towards him by Demon.
Oh, Whiskey in the back. He wants to save the man, but it sounds next to impossible. Trigger's getting chipped away. VASISTA Esports, they see that man being executed publicly like that, but they still can't do anything.
Oh, yeah, they come. They're going to charge in together.
Yeah, the cavalry arrives, but it might just be a little bit too late. Seven Oceans, they've got a big split for themselves, and Remember's position's compromised. Now Remember screwed. Getting out of that spot's next to impossible. He's always going to get pinned down by the players of VASISTA Esports too, but keep this thing in mind, he's also going to have that valuable intel, and he can constantly give the call to his teammates.
Look at the wall of smokes laid out so that Trigger can crawl to safety, but that's not going to work out. One spray inside that wall of smokes, and Trigger is getting finished off. He's bleeding away slowly and steadily, but Whiskey is going for that push. They are going to try and go for the revive inside that container. Doesn't work out. A nade from Demon, and the finish is secured. Seven Ocean, they find themselves in this fight with a man advantage in their hands. And the formation that the players of Team VASISTA Esports have gone for as well allows them no safe haven, considering, remember, he has that high ground advantage on top of that crane. Snivy, a nade that can change everything if he connects it.
Nice connection.
There was no one there, just completely lobs it out into the open. I think he was trying to go for that off-angle play, Apollo. But Apollo just fell back.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think he was trying to do that. He just tossed it in a random spot. And be like one of those highlight reels, right? You just toss a nade randomly, connects. 1 in a million moment. Hold on, speaking of the million moments, Apollo almost could have struck down Reflex. But Reflex moves away in the nick of time. Reflexes save him the day. Seven Oceans, with all the 4 players up and alive, while VASISTA Esports, they've got the man disadvantage inside of the fight. And in my opinion, for Seven Oceans, they've got everything to lose. This stalemate is not panning out good for them.
Yeah, it isn't, but let's see Seven Ocean. I mean, seeing signs of life from this team right now in this fight. But look at this, Metal Esports, 8-bit, still stuck in the blue. Metal Esports towards No Repnoy. And again, Metal Esports, one of those teams that we had a lot of expectations from. It was a middle-of-the-pack performance in both the weeks, but at least they were consistent. And now I think we are going to see Metal Esports move to round 2 for sure. But again, this is a team that I expect to compete with the likes of VASISTA Esports, the likes of 8-bit for the top spot.
Remember when we saw Metal Esports for the first time in the first 3 games that they played in week 1?
Yeah.
Man, was it a big disappointment.
True.
We all thought that Metal Esports, no way, the curse is still going on with this banner. But then they come back on the second day and absolutely dominate the playing field. And that's when we were like, yeah, this is the Metal Esports we all were waiting for. And they finally deliver.
Exactly. But if you want your device to always deliver on the performance you are hoping for, check out the iQOO Z9S series starting at 18,999. And iQOO, a huge shout out to them, our official smartphone partner for the iQOO BMPS 2024. With the Z9S, man, the grind never stops.
Pretty
All
much.
thanks to that 5500 mAh battery and the 80-watt flash charger.
Pretty much. It's packed with a lot of those specifications, so I would recommend you guys to move on forward towards Google and search iQOO Z9S. You can also get the specs of the devices, and not just that, you might as well just stand a chance to win the iQOO Z9 Pro device yourself, considering 15 of those are given away, and you can be the one lucky winner. But Fatality on the screen. Reaper was the casualty off the rip, and now AimGod is going to be left to do the heavy lifting. There's one team in the sidelines in the name of VASISTA Esports. And VASISTA Esports, finally, they back away from that spot.
This is going to be interesting. Fatality, as you mentioned about them, just disengaging completely, going up against the players of VASISTA Esports. But the threat is not still over. VASISTA, they have abandoned that Georgia Pool container position, moved along with the players of Fatality, now still chasing them. Man, VASISTA does not let anyone go.
I like this from them. They're really over here to try and snatch a few dreams away. They're here to shatter them. And VASISTA Esports, they're doing a lot of that damage too. Secret gets knocked out as well for VASISTA Esports. They're not even taking this fight that seriously. Hanzo is there in the front lines, and the amount of shots this man has took upon himself. Apollo, for him to convert this fight might just be way too easy. Tossing out a few smokes to make sure his teammates will be back to safety. For Fatality, the game's already done for. Just Hanzo being the one last man standing. What can you do? He's also taking so much damage upon himself, and Apollo somehow finds the closure.
I think VASISTA right now are just practicing or just warming themselves up, going for those big frag numbers in every single matchup. And they are succeeding as well, man. This team looks absolutely scary. But 7ocean on the other side going up against RUDRANSH Esports. They're taking a beating, and 7ocean is also down to their last player. There's no escape for Demon.
Johnny, did Fatality make it?
I don't think so.
Oh my god. What's with these teams that perform in one of the tournament, and then later on you see a big dip in that performance? Fatality in BGIS 2024, they played so well. Big Brother Esports in BGIS 2023, they were there in the top 2. Even Team Limra, they did so good, but at least Team Limra's qualified, so that's a good thing. Before Fatality, man, that's going to be a fatal knockout.
One leeway that I'll give to the players of Big Brothers is, even though the roster got split up, individually they're still maintaining that same level of performance. But Demon, look at this. He tries to be a demon and just get naded back to hell. But the players of RUDRANSH Esports, and RUDRANSH Esports, out of nowhere, in this last match of theirs, look at that. 8 eliminations secured super early in the game.
Only if they were to showcase this sort of aggression early on in the tournament.
Yeah.
Things could have been completely opposite.
These are the regrets that you want to avoid. Had we played like this the whole tournament, we would be still in it.
Yeah, pretty much. And you know, I was sitting back there in the Hindi studio, and they were having a conversation about what sort of a difference that you see between iQOO BMPS 2024 and BGIS as an open tournament. And I thought that question was pretty interesting. With the way I look at the difference is that there's not really a lot of difference. It just feels like we're watching BGIS from round 3, and that is iQOO BMPS 2024. Because till the round 3, pretty much all the rookie teams are funneled out, and you will pretty much just see the pro teams.
Yeah, that's a very simple way of putting things.
Yeah.
I mean, again, just because of the experience these teams have and just because of where they come from, the margin for error that you can make in your performance is very minuscule. You make a small mistake. So me and Salty were having the same conversation on the previous map as to how much of a leeway you are allowed in this particular tournament. Not a lot, right? Yeah. You can make a small positional mistake. You can give away information to one team. But there's always people looking around you to punish those mistakes. Proactive playmaking goes away this late into a tournament, and from where the iQOO BMPS starts. That is why we do not see a lot of proactive approaches unless you are VASISTA Esports right now, where you know you don't have anything to lose and you just go all out hunting people around.
Yeah.
You have to be extremely passive and you have to be extremely careful. You go for the punishes rather than proactive playmaking.
Pretty much. Round 1 of iQOO BMPS is pretty much compared to the round 3 of BGIS.
Yeah.
It's equal. Now, you might ask, okay, what's the difference between the round 1 of BGIS and round 1 of iQOO BMPS? Well, then, if you try and speak of the teams that move in from the open qualifiers, let's be honest, they lack a lot of those basics and manners of a competitive play. They do not even know how to toss those utilities properly. They do not know how to gather intel. They do not know what an IGL is supposed to do sometimes. So even the driving force sometimes it feels a little bit weaker. Even the mechanics can be improved.
Yeah, they can pop off in one game, but the other matches are going to be very shaky.
Yeah.
So the consistency, they do not know how to develop and bring that consistent performance on board. But if you want consistent performance from your bike, ladies and gentlemen, check out the Hero Extreme 160 R4V. Consistently top tier performance when you're driving, and of course super fun with a 160cc engine, which is oil and air cooled.
Ooh.
Our official mobility partner. Huge shout out to them, Hero.
Look at the elimination feed once again starting to dance. And this time, against the players of Hail India. It's VASISTA Esports taking the shots as Galaxy falls down. Even the second man's out in the open, and even he will be knocked out.
Someone please shut down VASISTA Esports. This is enough. These lads are brutal, man.
I like to see this. We had to talk about this too, right? VASISTA Esports, they've got a chance to do this. Even Godsreen, 8-bit team captain. And VASISTA Esports is the only one doing this so far. Shattering the dreams.
Yeah, shattering the dreams, and of course, watching all of this, the teams that are not playing right now, the teams that were stuck in the middle pack wondering if anyone is going to eliminate them from the tournament, they are celebrating. I can see them, man, from the eyes of my mind, with the vision that Professor X has in X-Men, right? I can see them celebrating right now, and they are the ones sharing, like, go VASISTA, go, just eliminate everyone.
They spoiled the game for Team FatalitY, and now Hail India.
Yeah.
We're almost on the verge of spoiling the game for one more team that was there in the vicinity.
Oh man, the next team they go after better not be LOC. They're going after the ones on the verge of qualification.
Yeah, they indeed are. They're right next to him too.
Oh no.
One of the players, they've got their line of sight pinned on LOC. And if they do manage to even knock out one player and get the confirmation, that's still a big shatter.
Yeah. It's like they're assassins.
Yeah.
Just assassinating those hopes and dreams that you were talking about. Oh, and they have the information of LOC as well. Plus, to make things worse, look at the map. LOC, they're going to get sandwiched between RUDRANSH Esports and VASISTA. But luckily for them, the circle moves down south. And RUDRANSH Esports get distracted by the zone, so they keep on moving south. But God's Reign right now, Necro, in the prime position to go for a chicken dinner, I feel.
They indeed are. 8-bit, they're probably going to face off against the players of Metal Esports. The face-off's going to happen soon. You've got Team Captain as well, moving from edge to edge. It's quite a slow approach from Team Captain. I'm not sure why they're playing it so serious. Maybe just getting ready for the upcoming stages.
Yeah, I think so.
They know if they let loose of the momentum that they have right now, maybe later on it's going to be tough to catch up upon to it. And then you've also got Team Captain now facing off against the one last remaining player of Hail India. And he's getting snuffed out. He's trying his best to try and avoid those utilities, but it might just sound a little bit too much as Jet Ray... He's not the Jet Ray anymore. He's the Stingray. He stings the opponents.
Yeah. And no one survives the Stingray. We all know that. But this time it's going to be an unfortunate early exit for the players of Hail India. We're down to 10 teams, 32 players still alive in this match. And Team Captain, I completely agree with you. I think they're just practicing on being consistent. So this is what I think the newer teams should be doing in these early rounds. Just make sure you try to be as consistent as possible. Doesn't matter how many points you have. Doesn't matter if you're top of the leaderboard or at the bottom. Well, if you are at the bottom, you're going to try and qualify for the next round. But if you have qualified already, still just make sure you're maintaining that consistent performance. And I like what Team Captain are doing. This is how you improve. In the state of pressure, just be consistent.
That's the good part about Team Captain, right? It's one of the returning names.
Yeah.
Just like Hail India, just like version 9. The only difference is that they have adapted much more sooner. And now you've got Team Captain getting approached by the players of Metal Esports. The shotgun this time, it finds a lot of those connections. 5 bullets in the magazine. He might just find the knockout as well. But Jet Ray's out in the open. He's getting shot at from a different direction. And Jet Ray eventually will be knocked out as well by Tapatup. It's not looking too nice. The confirmation too follows up for Team Captain. It's not too good. And knowing the fact that Team Captain, they've already made the cut, yeah, it's fine. But if Team Captain is actually playing for the momentum, they do not want to end things off on the last game in this way.
I think it's fine, though. I think, again, as we established, just playing to be consistent, just testing themselves to the best of their abilities. And this time around, I think the one conclusion you drew from there was like, yeah, Team Captain versus Metal. Metal comes out on top. But, of course, third party did happen. It was Tapatup who secured the knock on Jet Ray. But God's Reign now finally looking to reign supreme. They're going after the players of VASISTA Esports. And of course, it is a team like God's Reign that takes down VASISTA Esports. They did that in previous match, and even in this game, they are going to be the ones to shut them down. Secret knocked out. Apollo is the last man left surviving. I don't think he's going to survive for long. Shots from the back. It's Fragger from LOC who finds that frag.
Free piece of candy.
Yep.
That's going to add on the +1 point. LOC, if they do manage to place themselves in the top 8, Johnny, that's going to give them 1 free point. That's going to be off the placement. LOC needs somewhere around 10 points. So this game holds a lot of value for LOC. Metal Esports is in the close lines. You've also got a team like Godsreen up close. For LOC, the upcoming lines are filled in with a lot of thick and thins. And look at Fuzzy. He's getting struck down constantly. It's a vehicular battle where Fuzzy sort of makes it out alive. He evades the tracks, at least for now. But for how long? The opponents, Metal Esports, they're like the cops. It's cops and robber chase.
Yeah, but I think LOC Fuzzy has done a brilliant job just surviving over there. And of course, just gathering extra bit of information for his teammates to work with. Metal Esports, again, not a lot of incentive for Metal Esports to be meddling into this fight, but they still go at it, looking for those knocks.
Johnny, even Team Lolzzz, their survival depends on this game.
Oh, yeah.
And they're still alive inside of the game with all the 4 players. 8-Bit's right next to him. Even Captain's Emperor's all by himself. Kunal is going for a bit too much of that stretch. So many teams, survival on the line. LOC, they face off against the players of Metal Esports, but unfortunately, LOC, they're getting struck hard. They don't stand a chance. The strikes are looking pretty formidable this time around. But LOC still trying their best to fight back. Shotguns up close and personal, and all it takes is one single connection. But no, they whiff all the shots. And Metal Esports, they're the one to come out on top. LOC, they might just not qualify, Johnny.
I think so. I think they're going to be extremely close, but their hopes and dreams might be shattered. We will have to wait till end of day after tomorrow to see what their fate holds in store. They start the day off in a good position for qualification, man. 56 on the board before that game of Weekendy. But after that, the Miramar also not looking that great for the players of LOC. And now this Erangel. Oh, man, they're going to be so close, but still have to just wait and watch. In the meanwhile, 8-Bit, they show up to wrap things up. This is a drive-by coming in for 8-Bit. And again, they're going to try and finish off Metal Esports. Top Dog runs behind that smoke. 8-Bit Mighty looks to join him over there. The spam inside the smoke should be able to shut down Top Dog, but he's just running in circles, avoiding the line of fire. Still alive somehow by a miracle, but finally just gets taken out by Aditya. 8-Bit, they've lost 2 players, but it is 8-Bit, as we mentioned, one of the best performing teams in this particular group. But Necrez, you were talking about it. We still have Team Lolzzz in this particular game, and Kunal just got taken out by the players of Hyper Rush.
It's not good. Team Lolzzz, even their survival's on the line.
Hyper
HR
Rush as
still
well.
alive as well. Yeah, and HR, they've got the prime spot to play with. HR, they're pushing up against the players of Team Lolzzz. As Kunal's knocked out, Lolzzz wants to give the revival to Kunal. Can it come into fruition? That's my question. But no, it's going to be the answer considering Lolzzz, he shifts his focus onto Jadu. He gets the knockout too. Nate being tossed towards that direction, and Lolzzz now wants to reposition. Still, revival can't come through with these. HR, they need to be careful with the approach inside of the fight. Even their lifelines depend on this game. Both these teams are way too desperate, and they're duking it out against each other.
Both these teams are in the same position, as you mentioned, desperate for not just the finish point, but also for the chicken dinner in this match. Both the things combined, if gained by either of these sides, are the only way they can qualify right now. Hyper Rush started the day in a decent position with 50 points, but after the 2 matches, it is those finish numbers that they're looking for. And Team Lolzzz, they were able to secure 6 placement points from that previous game, but again, the finishes were just not there. So they need either those finishes or the chicken dinner along with 2 to 3 eliminations in order to qualify for round 2, or at least get to that qualification marker. But here comes 8-Bit. Mighty is going to get knocked out. Aditya still left standing, takes a little bit of damage, runs behind that car to survive. But Lolzzz, he's still there along with Sanchit. They find those frags. 3 finish points gained by Team Lolzzz. They are in the top 3. Now it is all about getting that chicken dinner finish. Can they secure this win? Can they secure their qualification, especially with God's Reign standing in their way?
Team Lolzzz is on the run, and God's Reign now, they're going to be the formidable force Team Lolzzz needs to face off against. Backs against the wall, and Team Lolzzz, this time, they miscalculate their positioning. Mudit gets knocked out and confirmed. As Lolzzz is now going for that patch-up too. When Sunchit's knocked out, another nade sails in, and Lolzzz is so lucky to squeeze in that first aid. If that wouldn't have came through, Lolzzz would have been eliminated already from the game. Lolzzz finds the first strike. Phantom is going to sniff out the remaining player of Team Lolzzz. As now, that's going to be the nail in the coffin. Did they qualify? The answer is going to be no.
Well, let's see. Let's see if they have qualified or not. I mean, we still have to wait for the overall cutoff. But look at this now. Hyper Rush. They go up against the players of God's Reign in a 3v3.
Oh my
and
God.
Rishi from behind the smoke. It was Fury who connected a few shots, and Phantom from the flank who found that knock. Hyper Rush down to the last two players. Smoke slobbed out into the open. Al2 closes in at point blank range. Uzumaki knocked out as well, and God's Reign. It's going to be a back-to-back chicken dinner for the players of God's Reign, still reigning supreme in iQOO BMPS 2024. An impressive win once again.
Yeah, for God's Reign. Known faces on the block, and once again they performed just the way we expected them to. Dominating the final game as well. Looking unstoppable, looking formidable. But you cannot really forget what VASISTA Esports did. Shattering dreams of two different teams. But hey, that was entertainment.
Yeah, that was entertainment indeed. Not just VASISTA Esports. I think 8-Bit also was trying to do the same thing. The only problem is, for some reason, 8-Bit just assumed that people are going to be there in Primorsk. I think they were just chasing that one last player, Alien. And when they reached there, as you mentioned, I think 8-Bit, they just got upset. Like, where is everyone? There's absolutely no one there, man.
They went for such a long rotate. They spotted that one single vehicle just moving in towards Primorsk. They thought that, okay, might just be a big cluster. And then they move in towards that. They find Alien. They sniff him out. They eliminate him. And they're like, wait, what? It's just one single player? We came all the way over here from Fairpier for that 1 point? But then, jokes apart, right? Now let's focus on the serious stuff. FataliTy's qualification was on the line, too.
Ooh.
FatalitY getting a fatal blow from the players of VASISTA Esports like that was a big letdown.
Yeah. So, all right. It's no big secret that Necro and I, we're pretty bad at maths, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't hit that ever. But now, I mean, not just FatalitY, man. It's FatalitY, Team Lolzzz, Hyper Rush, and especially Lolzzz and Hyper Rush, because these two teams were there in the top 3 as well of this game.
Yeah.
And both of them had, I think, 3 or 4 eliminations each to work with.
Yeah, that just blows, right? These two teams colliding against each other, that was the worst possible collision they could have came up with. It was a bad decision, but you cannot really blame the players and the team themselves because they did not know who they were going up against. As soon as Hyper Rush found out they were going up against Team Lolzzz, they backed away towards that compound.
But I think they should have just gone for it. I mean, if you take out the direct competition, then you have an opportunity to take that position away from them.
Yeah, but that's the point, though. There's so many teams that are going to be tied up with, so taking out the direct competition does not work in iQOO BMPS 2024, especially in the early round itself.
At least from your group, you take out one team, right? At least from your group, you take down your competition. For the other groups, you can't really do much. But this was an intense fight for Team Lolzzz as well, going up against 8-Bit. But while all of this was happening, huge props to God's Reign. Just like VASISTA Esports, just like the... No, I'm not going to say 8-Bit. 8-Bit was having fun.
Yeah.
Just like VASISTA Esports, it felt like God's Reign as well were trying to be extremely consistent. But while VASISTA was going for a finish-heavy approach, going for those finish numbers in game after game, God's Reign, they were going for the consistent placement points. And again, I mean, put on display perfectly. 2 games back-to-back secured.
Yeah, pretty much. And now let's speak about the confirmed elimination from this group, right? We've got Bold Rushers Esports taking an exit, that's for sure. 7 Oceans 2 are not going to be seen. Decent officials as well won't be seen in the upcoming stage. RUDRANSH Esports, even that's a confirmed elimination. But now let's speak about even version 9, if you'd like to say. Yeah, even that's a confirmed elimination. But let's talk about the generic calculations that you and me do, right? The bad ones.
All right.
And I think so, from our generic calculations, Hell India is not going to make it. LOC is not going to make it. FataliTy is not going to make it.
All right. I think LOC might just make it.
Huh.
I think so. I think LOC is going to be close. It all comes down to the tiebreakers. But again, man, I mean, we don't really know what's going to happen in the last 2 groups of set, right? That's the problem right now. Too many variables. To be a little bit more precise, 32 extra variables we have to account for.
Now, if you're Team FatalitY, LOC Esports, or even Hail India, you just need to pray and hope that the known names in the upcoming remaining groups, they dominate and create a vacuum.
Yeah, you hope for Silly Gaming to just not allow any other team in their group to walk away with a single point, yeah?
Yeah, pretty much. And Silly Esports have already done it, right? 89 points in the span of 6 games. Now, that's a miraculous performance. Still unbeatable, by the way.
Yeah, yeah, I think still unbeatable. VASISTA was the closest to taking them on, and I think VASISTA, with how they played right now, they definitely are going to be close to 80, but not at 89.
Yeah, pretty much. You've got VASISTA Esports just gaining 10 points from this game. Godsreen with 19 points. 8-Bit with 9 points in general. You've also got Hyper Rush with 8. You've got Team Lolzzz with 8 points. Metal Esports with 8. And RUDRANSH Esports with 8 points. Even Team Lolzzz, have they qualified?
I think they're going to be close.
Yeah.
Depends on how much over 70 we go.
Man, I feel like I just don't really have the capacity to run my brain so much, right? I'm trying to calculate, but at the same time, my brain's like, yeah, you've reached your maximum potential, my friend.
Yeah, me too. it's overheating now. But anyways, as I said, it all depends on how much over 70 the cutoff goes, because Team Lolzzz, I'm pretty sure they're going to be close to 70-point marker, somewhere around the 70-point marker. But if the cutoff, so for example, if the cutoff is 75, then yeah, for sure, they're not making it through. If it is 71, then maybe.
Yeah, maybe. But still, man, a lot of these known names, returning names, not qualifying, especially the names that you expected to move on forward. I'm speaking of LOC Esports.
Yeah.
I genuinely thought LOC Esports can move in with ease. I even thought Team FatalitY, well, keep LOC aside. FatalitY is a team, and they have been disqualified.
Exactly. I mean, LOC was still one of those teams that we always hope for, we root for, because this team has time and time again just showed up and played to the best of their abilities. And even this time, to be fair, this is what we expect from LOC, right? They get close to the Tier 1 performance, but it's just that slight difference between them and the teams at the Tier 1 that keeps them at bay, that keeps them away from the stage of the grand finale. And I'm pretty sure LOC will eventually make it.
And yeah,
but for Team FatalitY, after that BGIS run, we expected a lot more from them.
The crazy part about this iQOO BMPS 2024 has been that you usually expect teams to improve over time, but instead we're seeing a lot of those teams with a dip in their performance. That's the crazy part. Version 9-2. They haven't been doing that great in this run so far. Overall standings on the screen. VASISTA Esports at the top with 85 points. Team Insane with 73. Godsreen with 72.
Right. Team Lolzzz, they're going to have with 74 points on the overall leaderboard. I think, I think for Team Lolzzz, we now know where the cutoff will be and will they make it through. They're going to be right on that edge, but let's see. I mean, Alpha 6 now, this is another team that we were very excited to see, Necro, but unfortunately, I think their journey does come to an end.
Yeah, even Rush if possible. It's done for.
Yeah.
B9-2. They're done. Hail India. They're not going to be seeing Team Dragon 2. Decent officials. FatalitY. 4 Misfits. They might just be on the verge. We do not know the confirmation yet.
4 Misfits, I think. 4 Misfits, I don't think they're going to be able to push through, to be honest, because 4 Misfits, they had like 35 points from their opening week.
Oh, man.
And this just gets them in the 60s.
It blows. And as we had a conversation too about Canary, right? A do or die run.
Yeah.
And for 4 Misfits, it just blows.
But hey, here's the thing, right? Top 64 for qualification. If all the 32 teams, as we are talking about it, if there is something, if by some miracle there are 2 teams from both the groups playing tomorrow and day after that just take up all of the points for themselves, and if those 2 teams are the teams at the top, then that denies the qualification opportunity for all of the 30 teams that remain in those 2 groups. So now if you are one of these teams that are right on the verge, you just pray for a miracle, man.
It's too much you're asking for, right? But the iQOO MVP contenders so far, and you've got Goblin at the top, of course, with 37 finishes. DeVay, a new face on the block and still performing exceptionally well. In 12 matches played, he's managed to gain 34 finishes. Hector from CG is there with 32. Admino 2 is right there with 32. And then you've got Trey Scott from FS Esports with 29. Keep this thing in mind. Tomorrow, Hydru from Silly Esports will be back in action.
Oh,
and
yeah.
one thing is for sure, he will be there in the top 5.
Oh, man, it's going to be an amazing clash. Goblin, DeVay, Hydro, all of them competing to become the iQOO MVP of the tournament, so that they can get their hands on that 4 lakh rupees that are there for the as the prize for the iQOO MVP of the tournament.
Yeah, they can buy a lot of devices. Maybe they can buy bikes for themselves too. But yeah, what I'm loving about this tournament so far is that we're seeing a lot of these newer faces rise up, right? Even on the individual firepower. You usually don't see that happen, right? And that's why there's like a special prize pool, special award given to that player, the Rising Star.
Exactly.
But this time, it's not even that case. It's just the MVP of the tournament, and still players like DeVay and Hydru are performing.
Exactly, and I'm happy to see these players as well, especially DeVay. Today's performance was phenomenal, and that was needed as well, because had that not happened, then I mean, the angry Swans, they would have been extremely angry because they would have not made it to the next round of the tournament.
And not just that, even Rishi from Hyper Rush.
Oh, yeah.
He was doing pretty good too, right? You cannot really forget that fact. Even he was able to pull off a lot of those numbers single-handedly. And at the start of the day, we made our predictions. I went with Team Limra. I would say, considering Team Limra qualified, I'm happy with my prediction.
Yeah, I went with the people's prediction again, VASISTA Esports, and they did extremely well for themselves, so that was an easy one. I think the audience got their prediction right for the day. I like that Anki went for Legacy Esports. That was a huge risk.
And Legacy Esports did not perform that well, but once again, I think so they have qualified, right?
Yeah.
So it's all good in the hood for Legacy Esports anyways. Hyper Rush was a big risk, though. And Sparrow went with him.
Yeah, making a risky play. And Hyper Rush, I think at this point, Sparrow, along with the players of Hyper Rush, is just hoping that they qualified for round 2.
Pretty much. And for Hyper Rush in general, we had to talk about how good this banner was.
Yeah.
You know, showcasing aggression. They were looking pretty nice. Only one individual man was able to pop off from that entire team. But in general, summing up the entire day, we saw Group 1 and 2 in action, and especially speaking of Group 2, with how Team Limra pulled off that comeback, it was desperately needed.
Yeah.
Team Insane, they put on an insane show as usual. You got Elevate Esports 2, just barely maybe missing off the mark.
Exactly, but these two groups were quite different from each other. Group 2 was a little bit more close contested. Group 1, we knew for a fact, like five teams were already across the finish line beyond the 70-point marker, and they were already qualified, so they were just looking for chaos.
Pretty much. We saw a lot of these upsets. We saw a lot of these good things as well from teams. Teams like 4 Cartoons, PSY Rulers, RDX Girls, Galactic Wolves could not really make it from the previous group.
Yeah.
And in this group as well, we saw a lot of those upsets. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, Group 1 and 2's games comes to an end. Tomorrow, the remaining groups will be joining alongside with the action. But before we end the show, we got to give a huge thanks to our sponsor. Of course, our mobility partner, Hero Extreme 125R and 160R4V, and our iQOO Z9S series. Move on to Google and search for iQOO Z9S, and you might just stand a chance to win the iQOO Z9 Pro device. With that being said, today's day comes to an end. Tomorrow, we'll be back with the remaining 2 groups. So we'll see you guys tomorrow itself. It's been a pleasure.
you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
मम्मी का फोन है, एक मिनट। किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से? Take 63. Ouch. I'm not doing this. 300.
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है, लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार।
क्या हो रहा है?
कट, शूट कैंसिल। आना प्योर।
अबे बंद करो बे, आँख में छुप रहा है।
कट, शूट कैंसिल।
यार पूरी रात निकल गई, अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता। गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे, तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा।
अरे मिल गया।
लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।